I traveled to the Douqi Continent and became the grandson of a 6-star Dousheng master in Zhongzhou. My powerful background: I proposed marriage to Queen Medusa, practiced the burning decision, snatched the strange fire and broke through to the Doudi. Chapter 1. Rebirth of Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou, 18 years old, 1-star Douzong, the only son of a 9-turn Douzun peak powerhouse in the eastern part of Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou has another identity, a time traveler. As for why he traveled to the Douqi Continent, he has no idea. However, after so many years, Zhongzhou has long accepted this identity. Zhongzheng's father, Zhongheng, and grandfather, Zhongcheng, both have wind attributes, so the wind attribute can be regarded as the fighting spirit attribute inherited by the Zhong family. Although the wind attribute is not as powerful as the fire and thunder attributes in terms of attack power, with the extreme speed granted by the wind attribute and the body skills, it is not afraid of the fire and thunder attribute masters of the same level in battle. Anyway, that's what Zhongzheng's grandfather always said when he boasted to him. Originally, the Zhong family believed that Zhongzheng would also possess the wind attribute. After all, Zhongzheng's father, Zhongheng, is very powerful and is a peak wind attribute warrior at the 9-turn Douzun level. Mother Su Qian's fighting spirit is of the fire attribute. Although it is not weak and her strength has reached the peak of Douzong, it is still a little worse than her father's. Logically speaking, it is a foregone conclusion that she will awaken the wind attribute. As a result, when Zhongzheng just started to practice fighting spirit, he found that although he did have the wind attribute, he also had another attribute, the fire attribute. Moreover, observing the energy of wind and fire attributes, it would be more accurate to say that the fire attribute is mixed with wind attribute. This made Zhongzheng, a time traveler, very excited. Although his grandfather often praised the wind attribute to the sky, Zhongzheng, who had watched fights break sphere, knew that if he did not practice the burning art and eat the emperor-grade young pill, he would not be able to become the Dou Emperor in this Douqi Continent without source energy. Now that he possesses the fire attribute, he has the conditions to practice the burning technique. Coupled with the prophecy of the time traveler, practicing the burning technique can be said to be the fastest and most likely way to become a Dou Emperor. As for snatching opportunities from Xiao Yan, Zhongzheng wouldn't have any psychological burden. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, the strong have the final say. At this time, someone might ask, why do you think that you can break through to the Doudi level by practicing the burning art? Why do you think that you can definitely defeat the protagonist Xiao Yan, who has the aura of luck, just because you are a time traveler? Is it because of your father who is at the peak of the 9 revolutions Douzun level? Then Zhongzheng will definitely look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and say deeply, well, it's because my grandfather is a 6-star Dosheng. Someone. This. Okay, you are awesome. No, your grandfather is awesome. Speaking of his grandfather, Zhongzheng also admires the old man very much. His grandfather Zhongcheng does not have the blood of the Dou Emperor, but he can reach or even surpass those who have the blood of the Dou Emperor. You know, even in the Doudi family, there are not many 6-star Doushengs like Zhongcheng. The Doudi family are all descendants of the Doudi. Although a long time has passed, there are still many members of the family who are influenced by the Doudi's bloodline and have an astonishing speed of cultivation. The Doudi bloodline can be said to be a cheat for cultivation. Even if there is not much cultivation, the innate talent can make one's strength soar. Even if one only possesses the blood of a first-grade Dou Emperor, it will be much easier for Douzun to break through to Dosheng than for those without Dou Emperor blood. This is why the original Dosheng mostly appeared in the Doudi family. Without the blood of the Dou Emperor, even if someone with better luck and talent reaches the peak of the Douzun, he may not be able to get out of the 9 revolutions in his entire life. So it is extremely difficult to break through to the Dosheng. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for Zhongzheng to be so confident. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Zhongzheng does not provoke the Doudi family, with the strength of his grandfather, a 6-star Dosheng, he can basically handle it for him. In the Zhong family hall, an old man sat in the main seat, and next to him sat a young man. This young man is Zhongzheng. He is extremely handsome with his handsome features, long silver hair, and exquisite ancient costume. And sitting in the main seat was his 6-star Dosheng grandfather Zhongcheng. Looking at Zhongzheng, Zhongcheng, who was always serious, also forced a smile. He reached out his big hand and touched Zhongzheng's head and asked first, Xinger, why did you have time to come to see Grandpa today? Did you miss Grandpa? Zhongzhou looked at his grandfather's big hands helplessly. He had emphasized to his grandfather more than once that he was no longer a child and asked him if he could please stop touching his head. But they were all choked by Zhongzhou's words, no matter how old you are, you will still be my grandson. Grandpa, I have good news to tell you. Zhongzhou said. Zhongzhou stopped patting Zhongzing's head, picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip, then spoke with a smile. Oh, what good news makes Xinger so happy? Share it with Grandpa. Grandpa Zhong probably had already guessed the good news about his grandson, but he still wanted to cooperate with him. Because his son Zhongheng went to that place to practice a few years ago, this grandson would come to him whenever he had any problems. Zhongzheng was very pleased with his grandson's initiative to get close to him. For an old man whose strength has almost reached the pinnacle of the world, all he wants is to protect his descendants as they grow. Although Zhongzheng has strong strength, he has not established his own school. He is now practicing to achieve a breakthrough, more so as to increase his lifespan so that he can spend more time with his descendants. Grandpa, I have broken through to Douzong. There was a hint of pride in Zhongzing's words, but he did have reason to be proud. After all, even among the younger generation of the Doudi family, perhaps only Lei Dong, Huozan and others can compare with him. He was proud enough that he could be as good as the geniuses with Doudi bloodline without Doudi bloodline. There was no such thing as fighting spirit on earth in his previous life, so when Zhongzhou first started practicing, he was deeply fascinated by the pleasure of increasing his strength. As the grandson of a 6-star Dousheng, Zhongzhou is naturally extremely talented, obsessed with cultivation, and has a constant supply of various natural treasures. The combination of so many conditions has made Zhongzhou achieve the status of Douzong at the age of 18. Moreover, Zhongzhou relied on his grandfather who was a 6-star Dousheng, and would bring his bodyguards to various sects to challenge from time to time. This made the sects in the eastern part of Zhongzhou cry out in misery, and they were extremely afraid of this little ancestor Zhongzhou. Since they didn't dare to refuse Zhongzing's challenge, the person they sent couldn't be too strong or too weak. If the disciple sent out is too strong and accidentally hurts this little ancestor, will there be any good consequences in the future? If he is too weak, this little ancestor will feel that he is being let down and looked down upon, then how can he have a good time in the future? These sects all feel that they are really in a difficult situation. In this process, Zhongzhou accumulated rich practical experience. Although he had just broken through to the Douzong level, Zhongzhou believed that he could defeat even a 5-star Douzong. Haha, good, very good. Xinger, you are worthy of being my good grandson. With such talent, if you work hard in your training in the future, Grandpa believes that Xinger will definitely surpass Grandpa. Zhongzhou thought to himself, here comes the opportunity. Zhongzhou immediately assured, Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely work hard and won't let you down. I will work hard to become stronger and break through to Dousheng like Grandpa in the future. Ha ha ha, okay, very good. If you break through to Douzong this time, Grandpa will agree to one of your requests. Just ask for any reward you want. Zhongzhou naturally laughed with relief when he heard this. He was very satisfied and proud that his grandson had achieved such a level of cultivation at such a young age. As for whether he could meet Zhongzing's request, Zhongzhou had never considered it at all. This was because he was fully confident in his strength as a 6-star Dousheng. After getting his grandfather's promise, Zhongzhou knew that the matter was settled. Tell me the purpose of your coming here. Grandpa, I have now broken through to Douzong, and I want to go out and gain some experience. Do you really want to go out and gain experience? Zhongzhou, who was just immersed in his heroic words, felt a little helpless. Yes, Grandpa, I have never left the eastern part of Zhongzhou since I was born. I have always been under your protection. I want to go out and see this world, increase my experience and insights, and prepare for future cultivation. Zhongzhou said sincerely. Zhongzhou naturally understood this truth. Although this world is not very friendly to young eagles, if you want to become stronger, you must experience hardships and temper yourself. Even if it was him, he had experienced all kinds of hardships in the process of cultivation before he became a strong man. Now that his grandson had such an idea, Zhongzhou was naturally willing to support it, but he was still a little worried. After all, there were many strong men in Zhongzhou, and with his strength, if he encountered some old monsters, he might not be able to return. But thinking of his 5-star Do Zun bodyguard Ji Feng, he said, well, let Ji Feng go with you. He is also experienced. If you encounter any problems, you can ask him. Okay, Grandpa. Zhongxing agreed. He knew very well that his grandfather had arranged for Ji Feng to protect him, but he didn't mind. After all, it's always a good thing to have an extra insurance policy. After finalizing the plan, Zhong Cheng stood up and said with a smile, Xinger, go and make preparations. Grandpa will arrange everything for you. Zhongxing nodded and left the hall with a determined look in his eyes. This was the beginning of his journey, the path to becoming a Do Emperor. As Zhong Cheng watched his grandson leave, a sense of pride and apprehension filled his heart. He knew that Zhongxing had the potential to surpass even him, but the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges. Chapter 2. Going to the Northwest Continent. After Zhongxing got approval to go out, he began to let his subordinates gather materials and make elixirs. Although he had not established his own sect, Zhong Cheng, a 6-star Dousheng, naturally attracted many alchemists who joined him. The Zhong family had 2 8th-grade alchemists, so the entire family became busy preparing for Zhongxing's journey. On the evening of the 3rd day, after Zhongxing received the pills he needed from the alchemists, he returned to his room to practice. In the Douqi Continent, cultivation could replace sleep. He took off his silver robe, sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and entered a state of shallow cultivation. This allowed him to separate his soul power to sense his surroundings and stop practicing if needed. While practicing, he thought, I will be heading to the Northwest Continent tomorrow. Grandpa should have made all the arrangements. The only thing I need to do now is improve my strength as quickly as possible to prepare for the future war. Zhongxing had determined the current time period of the original work. There were more than 10 years before the ancient Bodhi tree appeared, meaning Xiao Yan should have just become Yao Lao's apprentice. He wasn't sure of Xiao Yan's exact strength but guessed he hadn't reached the level of a grand fighter yet. Boom, boom, 3 knocks on the door interrupted his thoughts. Zhongxing immediately came out of his practice and looked towards the door in confusion. Although there were many people in the manor, only his grandfather would visit him at this time. What does Grandpa want to see me for so late at night? He pondered but decided not to keep his grandfather waiting. He opened the door and saw Zhong Cheng smiling at him. Grandpa, why are you here? Zhongxing asked, welcoming him in. After they sat down, Zhong Cheng waved his hand, and 2 pitch-black storage rings appeared in his hand. He handed them to Zhongxing with a slight smile. Open it and take a look. These are some training resources I prepared for you, as well as things you might need when you go out, Zhong Cheng said, expecting to see his grandson's surprised expression. Zhongxing took the rings and weighed them. He guessed they contained many elixirs and treasures, given his grandfather's abilities. He probed his soul power into one ring and was shocked to see shelves filled with jade bottles, emitting a rich fragrance of elixir. Grandpa, these pills must be of the 5th grade or above, Zhongxing said, amazed. Zhong Cheng smiled, Xinger, the lowest quality elixirs here are grade 6. I brought you all the elixirs you might need for your training. With these, it should be enough. Zhongxing glanced at his grandfather, expressing his gratitude silently. There was no need for formal thanks between relatives. When you are away from home and Grandpa is not by your side, safety comes first. If there is any danger, just crush this jade and summon Grandpa. I will come to help you as soon as possible, Zhong Cheng advised. Grandpa, I will be careful and safe. Don't worry, I will come back to see you soon, Zhongxing reassured him. The next morning, Zhongxing packed his things and met Ji Feng outside. Ji Feng informed him that his grandfather had gone out for something, so they set off for the Northwest Continent. After a month of travel, Zhongxing and Ji Feng arrived at the border of the Northwestern Continent. Young master, the area ahead is the Northwest Continent. Where should we go first? Ji Feng asked, pointing at their location on the map. Zhongxing traced his finger on the map and stopped at Gamma Empire Monster Mountain Range. Let's go to the Gamma Empire's Monster Mountain Range first. Okay, young master, Ji Feng replied, tearing open a space for them to step into. After a day of travel, they arrived at the Monster Mountain Range and quickly found the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's cave. Zhongxing released his aura, provoking the lion to come out. Roar, roar, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King flew out, but upon seeing two humans in the air, it quickly suppressed its aura, recognizing them as Dozongs. My two Dozong masters, I didn't know you were coming. I apologize for being rude, the lion said humbly. King of the Amethyst-Winged Lion, hand over the amethyst source that is a specialty of your clan, Zhongzhou demanded. Master Dozong, just 3 months ago, a human Do Huang and a Do Jie broke in and snatched away the companion purple crystal source, the lion explained, recalling the incident with anger. Zhongzhou suspected that Xiao Yan and Yun Yun had taken the purple spirit crystal and the accompanying purple crystal source. To confirm, he sent Ji Feng to check the cave. Ji Feng returned, saying, Young master, the companion purple crystal source is indeed gone. Could it have hidden it before coming out? Seeing Ji Feng's unfriendly gaze, the amethyst-winged lion king trembled, fearing a misunderstanding. Zhongzhou pondered the situation, considering their next move. Chapter 3. The Sensible Hai Bodong. Seeing that Ji Feng suspected he had hidden the companion purple crystal source, the purple crystal-winged lion king panicked, its speech becoming stuttering. Master Dozong, I really didn't lie to you. 3 months ago, 2 people did steal the companion purple crystal source. Look at this corner of mine, it was cut off by a Do Huang woman. It shouldn't be lying. Ji Feng, let's go. Confirming that Xiao Yan had come here 3 months ago, there was no need for Zhongzhou to stay. He originally came to steal something, and since the amethyst-winged lion king didn't provoke him, there was no reason to kill it. It would be of no benefit. As for the 6th level magic core, his grandfather was a 6-star Dousheng, and it's no exaggeration to say that the toys he played with as a child were all 7th level magic cores. The 6th level magic core really didn't attract him, it wasn't worth the storage space. If the amethyst-winged lion king knew what Zhongzhou was thinking, it would definitely doubt its own existence. Its magic core was a coveted treasure for many, but to Zhongzhou, it was a waste of space. Zhongzhou had anticipated this outcome, so there was no need to be discouraged. He could go to the snake tribe and wait for an opportunity. He also wanted to meet Medusa, the queen of the snake people. In the original novel, to help her tribe escape the desert, Medusa chose to use the power of strange fire to temper her body and activate the ancient sky-swallowing python bloodline. Although this method had a chance of success, the snake people had a yin and cold constitution, while strange fire was an extremely yang thing. Medusa suffered a lot using strange fire to evolve, but she eventually broke through to the Dozong level and became the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Zhongzhou admired her spirit and naturally wanted to meet her. Zhongzhou and Ji Feng went to the cave discovered by the little medical fairy. After confirming that Xiao Yan had taken the remaining maps and other items, they set off for the Snake People. The Snake People were not far from the Monster Mountains, and with Ji Feng's help, Zhongzhou arrived at Graphite City in less than an hour. He remembered that there was a remaining map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire in Hai Bodong's possession. Although he would have to rob Xiao Yan eventually, Zhongzhou was cautious and preferred to secure it first. In Graphite City, there were not many people with Do Ling's strength. Using his powerful soul power, Zhongzhou quickly located Hai Bodong's map shop. They arrived at Gutu, and the door was still open. Inside, the shop wasn't spacious but very bright. There were no customers, and business was quiet. An old man was behind the counter, carefully making a map. This old man should be Hai Bodong. The items are on the counter, choose whatever you want. Hai Bodong didn't raise his head and continued drawing. Zhongzhou, knowing the original story, walked to a wooden shelf where a torn map was placed. He casually rummaged through the yellowed maps, picked up a stack, and shook his palm slightly. A torn picture the size of a palm fell out. Found it, he bent down and picked up the remaining map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded from behind the counter. Boy, I won't sell that incomplete map. Put it down. You should have the other half of the map, right? Hand it over, and don't force me to take it by force. Zhongzhou seemed not to hear Hai Bodong and spoke to himself. Boy, you are too arrogant. If that's the case, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Hai Bodong's cold aura spread out, covering the entire store, and rushed towards Zhongzhou and Ji Feng. Humph, a Do Ling dares to be so presumptuous. Ji Feng released the aura of his 5-star Do Zun, pressing Hai Bodong to the ground. Do Zong, fear filled Hai Bodong's eyes. Despite his current Do Ling strength, he had once been a Do Huang powerhouse. Anyone releasing such momentum must be at least a high-level Douzong. Seeing Hai Bodong recognize him as a Douzong, Ji Feng did not explain. What was there to explain to an ant? Are you willing to hand over the incomplete map now? Zhang Xing signaled Ji Feng to stop. I'll pay, I'll pay. Hai Bodong, sweating, quickly took out the other half of the map and presented it with both hands. The temper of the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, one of the top 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire, was gone. Even the guards were Douzong masters. What could he do? Even if he sacrificed the entire Meidel family, it was nothing. Hai Bodong hoped that after handing over the map, they would let him go. At the same time, he wondered why a high-level Douzong was in Graphite City. Was it for the strange fire? He thought if he gave them his research on the strange fire's location, they might let him go. Young master, I was rude earlier. I guess your goal is the strange fire. I've discovered strange fire fluctuations nearby. After several investigations, I've found the approximate location. I'd like to offer it to you. He pulled out a thin piece of parchment and presented it. Zhang Xing glanced at it. It was a detailed map of the Tager Desert, with conspicuous flame symbols in the east, west, and north. Knowing the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire was east of Graphite City, this map would guide him and Ji Feng, saving them the search effort. Seeing Hai Bodong's sensibility, Zhang Xing looked at him approvingly. Well, that's good. Let's forget about what happened. With the remaining map and strange fire location secured, Zhang Xing was no longer interested in staying. He put away the map, confirmed the direction, and then flew towards the east of Graphite City. Chapter 4. The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is in hand. As for helping Hai Bodong recover his fighting spirit, sorry, Zhang Xing said that he was here to rob things, not to exchange them. Seeing that both of them were walking in the air, Hai Bodong was shocked but at the same time grateful for his cleverness. With 2 Douzongs, even the entire Jia Ma Empire can't find a rival. How could he, a Douling spirit, offend someone like them? Even before he was sealed, he was probably just an ant in the eyes of others. The strange fire was not far from Graphite City. Ji Feng and I came to the eastern part of Graphite City and, with the help of Hai Bodong's map, found the location of the strange fire. Zhang Xing bombarded a pile of yellow sand right in front of him, and the sand pile sank, revealing a hole. The entrance of the cave was more than 2 meters wide. It was pitch black inside, and a faint heat could be felt rising from the cave. This hole was obviously dug by humans. Could it be that we arrived too late and Medusa had taken away the strange fire? A yellow flame rose from his hand, and he used his fighting spirit to control the flame and attach it to the wall of the cave, making the originally dark passage brighter. Walking into the cave, as he went deeper, Zhang Xing felt the heat around him becoming more and more intense. The two of them did not stop and soon reached the end. What caught their eye was a large area of magma, steaming. Zhang Xing's strength had already reached that of a Douzong, and he also had fire attributes, so naturally, he would not be hurt by the magma. Not to mention Ji Feng, the 5-star Douzun, who could soak in the magma like taking a bath. The two entered the magma. Zhang Xing sensed it and headed towards the direction where the fire attribute was the strongest. When approaching the bottom of the magma, Zhang Xing also sensed the 2-headed fire snake. He was a little confused as to why the 2-headed fire snake didn't come to attack him like in the original book. If the 2-headed fire snake could hear Zhang Xing's inner voice and could speak, it would definitely answer. The original author attacked Xiao Yan because he was weak, and now you have 1 Douzong and 1 Douzun. That's right, I have many heads, but I'm not stubborn. Let alone attacking you, as long as I show the slightest intention of attacking you, I'm afraid that even if I have 9 heads, you won't be able to chop them off. Since the 2-headed fire snake did not attack actively, Zhang Xing had no interest in playing with this little Karami. When he arrived at the bottom of the magma, Zhang Xing felt that the fire attribute became more intense and violent. Glancing around, he saw a lotus platform in the distance. A ball of green flame was burning on the lotus platform, and violent fire energy was emanating from this flame. Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, ranked 19th among the different fires, was the first different fire that Xiao Yan subdued in the original novel. There was a piece of burnt snake scale next to the lotus platform. Judging from its color and aura, it was obviously not from the 2-headed fire snake. It could only belong to Queen Medusa. Looking at the green lotus earth core fire, Zhang Xing was a little confused. Queen Medusa is here now, but she just leaves the strange fire here and doesn't take it with her. Zhongzhou, who couldn't figure it out, stopped thinking about it. He was not a stubborn person, and it was wrong to always waste his energy. Zhongzhou used a jade dagger to cut off the roots of the lotus pedestal and put them into a special container. Although these fire lotus seeds and lotus platform are of no use to Zhongzhou now, they were of great help to Xiao Yan in the early stages. Therefore, Zhongzhou definitely couldn't keep them for Xiao Yan and put them all into his storage ring. Now that we have obtained the blue lotus earth core fire, let's go meet Medusa next. When leaving the magma, Zhongzhou felt the Douling level 2-headed fire snake again, which reminded him of Qing Lin, who had the green snake's 3-flower pupil. The green snake's 3-flower pupil can be said to be the nemesis of all snake-shaped monsters. Except for a very small number of snake-shaped monsters with pure ancient blood, they can be forcibly controlled. When the green snake's 3-flower pupil matures, its eyes will form a space of their own, where controlled things can be stored and the strength of living things can be slowly absorbed. It can be said that as long as there are enough snake beasts for her to control, breaking through to the Duluo level is only a matter of time. In the original novel, Qing Lin's strength was raised from a less-than fighter to a beginner Dozun in less than 10 years. After refining the 9-headed sky snake soul, she broke through to a 6-star Dozun. In the 2 years after the pure lotus demon fire was born, Qing Lin's cultivation level broke through to a 1-star Dosheng. Zhongzhou believed that if she were allowed to capture more and stronger snake monsters, her strength would improve faster. Zhongzhou could not let go of such an incredible talent. He originally wanted to go directly to the snake people, but immediately changed his mind and flew towards Graphite City. After arriving in Graphite City, he asked passers-by about the location of the Modi mercenary group. Zhongzhou and Ji Feng walked in the direction pointed by the passerby and soon arrived at the headquarters of the Modi mercenary group. This is a courtyard of considerable size. Above the courtyard, a flag flutters in the wind, with the words, Modi Mercenary Group, written in large letters on the flag. Outside the compound, there were several sturdy men standing guard with weapons in hand. Seeing Zhongzhou and Ji Feng standing at the gate of the Modi Mercenary Group, a big man shouted. This is the Desert Iron Mercenary Group. No outsiders are allowed to approach. Zhongzhou didn't want to play the pig and eat the tiger game with these guards, so he controlled his fighting spirit and pressed directly towards those guards. The big men only felt a suffocating pressure acting on them. Several big men were horrified. Such strength was at least at the Douling level. They wanted to beg for mercy, but the pressure made them unable to move at all. So Zhongzhou walked towards the yard under the gaze of these big men. It was not until Zhongzhou arrived in the yard that the big men felt the pressure on them completely disappear. The big men did not dare to delay and hurried to inform the team leader. After entering the courtyard, Zhongzhou spread out his soul power, covering the entire courtyard. After a while, Zhongzhou came to the side yard and saw a petite little girl in elegant light green clothes. She was sitting on a small stool washing clothes. Looking closely at her exposed wrist, there was an area of green snake scales abruptly growing on her fair skin. At this time, the little girl's rolled-up sleeves drooped down. She stood up and rolled them up, and saw 2 strangers standing in front of her. Moreover, the 2 strangers were staring at her arms, and Qing Lin immediately put down her sleeves that she had just rolled up in panic. Even though her sleeves had already covered the green snake scales, the little girl still tried hard to pull her sleeves down, her small body shaking constantly. I was just washing clothes, so I rolled up my sleeves. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. A timid voice came out from the little girl's mouth, and Zhongzhou even heard a hint of crying in it. Looking at Qing Lin's timid appearance, like a frightened little rabbit, Zhongzhou couldn't help feeling a little pity in his heart. Qing Lin was born from the relationship between Qing Lin's mother and a snake man. Both humans and snake people regard it as a curse. From birth till now, she has been growing up under people's contempt and ridicule, which is why she is particularly inferior. Zhongzhou slowly came to Qing Lin's side and asked softly, "Your name is Qing Lin?" Hearing this person calling her name, Qing Lin raised her head timidly and saw Zhongzhou's face. This face has a pair of deep brown eyes, which reveal a softness, and a friendly smile on the handsome face. She did not feel any disgust or disdain from this person, but instead felt an unprecedented warmth. Chapter 5. First Encounter with Medusa. Qing Lin suddenly remembered that he was the descendant of human and snake man. He lowered his head in inferiority and answered timidly. Yes, it is. After getting a positive answer, Zhongzhou extended his hand to Qing Lin. Qing Lin, are you willing to come with me? As long as you come with me, no one will dare to bully you from now on. Qing Lin raised his head and looked at Zhongzhou in disbelief, thinking that he had heard it wrong. She has been despised by people around her since she was born. Even her mother hates her and thinks her birth was a mistake. No one has ever been so gentle to her. But, the two captains. At this moment she wanted to nod her consent. But she has been sold to the Modi mercenary group, and if she wants to leave, the two leaders will definitely not agree. You mean the two captains won't agree? Don't worry, they will agree. Zhongzhou touched Qing Lin's head, and then spoke to Xiao Li who was standing not far away. You will agree, right, Captain? Just now, Xiao Li had learned from the mercenaries standing guard at the door that two powerful men who were suspected to be Douling had broken in, and he hurried out to meet them. Seeing Zhongzhou and Qing Lin talking, he didn't dare to disturb them and could only stand by. When Zhongzhou expressed his intention to take Qing Lin away, Xiao Li agreed without a second thought. That's right, Qing Lin, you will follow this master from now on. Come with us, I promise no one will bully you again. Zhongzhou didn't look at Xiao Li, but took Qing Lin's hand and took her away from the Modi mercenary group. After leaving the courtyard, Zhongzhou took Qing Lin and flew towards the eastern part of Graphite City. He wanted to take Qing Lin with him to capture the two-headed fire snake first. Qing Lin is 13 years old now. Zhongzhou wants Qing Lin to control the two-headed fire snake as soon as possible and let her start practicing. It just so happened that he also wanted to try Qing Lin's green snake three-flower pupil. After a while, Zhongzhou and the other two returned to the familiar cave entrance. Zhongzhou was worried that Qing Lin couldn't stand the temperature inside, so he used his fighting spirit to protect Qing Lin, then flew in with her in his arms. When they arrived in front of the lava, Zhongzhou put Qing Lin down. As soon as Qing Lin was put down, his eyes were fixed on a certain part of the constantly rolling magma. There were faint lights in his green eyes, as if he had penetrated the barrier of the magma and saw the mysterious creature hidden underneath. Young master, there seems to be something inside the magma. I can sense a little bit of its subtle aura. It's very strong. Feeling the breath of that mysterious creature, Qing Lin was a little scared. Zhongzhou touched Qing Lin's head and told her not to be afraid. I know, this is what we are here for. After hearing Zhongzhou's words, Qing Lin felt a little better, but was still a little nervous. Zhongzhou then ordered Jifeng to catch the two-headed fire snake in the lava and told him not to kill it. With the help of Jifeng, the 5-star Dozun, the two-headed fire spirit snake was caught in no time. This is an extremely long snake-shaped monster, its entire body is fiery red, and the monster actually has two heads, two ferocious heads at the fork of its slender neck. Even though he had lost his fighting ability, he still stared with his huge diamond-shaped eyes, which were filled with violent and bloodthirsty murderous intent. Qing Lin was frightened by the ferocious appearance of the two-headed fire snake, but with Zhongzhou's comfort, he finally felt much better. Qing Lin, it no longer has the ability to attack. Go and try to subdue it. Just when Jifeng went to catch the two-headed fire snake, Zhongzhou had already told her about the green snake three-flower pupils that she possessed and the function of the green snake three-flower pupils. However, Zhongzhou didn't know how to use the green snake three-flower pupils, so he couldn't teach her. He could only let her try it slowly on her own. Qing Lin, stare into its eyes first and see if you can subdue it. Okay, I'll try. After several attempts, Qing Lin finally succeeded in controlling the two-headed fire snake. After achieving the purpose of coming here, Zhongzhou took Qing Lin away. He took out the detailed map he got from Hai Bodong from the ring. There was a ferocious snake head symbol marked in the center of the desert on the map. There is the temple where Queen Medusa lives, and there are many small and medium-sized tribes around the temple. The characteristic of this layout is that when the enemy attacks the temple, the strong men of each tribe can arrive faster and form an encirclement. If the tribe is attacked, the strong men in the temple can also arrive quickly to support. With the strength of Zhongzhou and Jifeng, they could fly high in the sky without being detected by these snakemen who were only at the fighting master level, and they soon reached above the temple. Outside the city wall, hundreds of fully armed snakemen were patrolling with sharp spears. On the city wall, there are a group of snake people whose strength has reached that of a great fighting master, and the cold and beautiful snake girl who leads the team has even reached the realm of a fighting spirit. Zhongzhou guessed that those on the city wall should be Medusa's snake guards. Who are you? Flying over the temple is prohibited. Come down quickly. The graceful and cold female snake guard looked at the two people in the sky with anger in her beautiful eyes and shouted coldly. In fact, there were not two but three people in the sky, but Zhongzhou was holding Qing Lin, making them mistakenly think that there were only two. While the snake guard was giving a warning, he also sounded the alarm. Anyone who can fly in the sky is at least a Do Wang powerhouse. Now that there are two Do Wang powerhouses, it is enough for her to pay attention to them. Staring at the sky behind the two people with cold eyes, the cold and beautiful snake girl seemed to want to see clearly the wings of the people in the sky and analyze whether these two people were Do Wang or Do Huang. Standing in the air, a Do Zong strongman. But when the cold and beautiful snake girl saw that Zhongzhou and Jifeng had no wings behind them, her pupils shrank instantly. You know, there are only a handful of Do Huang strongmen in the Jia Ma Empire, and there are no Do Zongs at all. But now there are actually human Do Zongs appearing above their snake people's temple, and there are two of them. How can she not be frightened? After coming to his senses after being shocked, he ordered the snake people around him to inform their queen. At this moment, the space on the city wall suddenly twisted strangely. The next moment, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. This scene also attracted Zhongzhou's attention. The woman's face was so beautiful that it almost reached the level of enchantment. A pair of narrow and long lavender eyes, with a moving gaze, are naturally charming and can almost draw the attention of every man. She was wearing an elegant purple brocade robe. Her delicate body was plump and slender, like a ripe peach, exuding a faint charm. A head of 3,000 black hair casually fell from her shoulders and vertically hung between her slender waist. And under the brocade robe, a purple snake tail was revealed. The snake tail swayed slightly, and an untamed and enchanting charm attracted people, making them feel inexplicably hot all over. Your Majesty. When Medusa appeared in front of everyone, the surrounding snake people knelt down respectfully. Chapter 6. Medusa, I want you to marry me. When Zhongzhou was attracted by Medusa's beautiful face, Medusa was also looking at Zhongzhou and the other two. The leader was a young man holding a little girl in blue. Although the little girl had a delicate face, after sensing that there was no fighting spirit in her, she shifted her gaze directly to the young man. The young man was handsome and delicate, with a purple headband on his silver hair. He was wearing gorgeous clothes with gold and blue as the main colors, giving him a gentle and elegant look. However, compared with Zhongzhou's image, what attracted Medusa's attention more was his strength. Although one can change one's appearance through training in the Douqi Continent and keep the same appearance for a long time, Medusa was sure that Zhongzhou had definitely not changed his appearance. Without any disguise, he had reached the Do Zong realm at such a young age, and it could be sensed that he was definitely not a Do Zong who had just broken through. This kind of talent was undoubtedly terrifying. You have to know that even Medusa, at Zhongzhou's age, had only just broken through to the Do Ling realm. While marveling at the young man's talent, she also turned her attention to Jifeng, who was half a body length behind Zhongzhou and was obviously acting as a bodyguard. Just one glance and Medusa's face changed drastically. Unfathomable. This was the feeling Jifeng gave Medusa. It's not that Medusa hadn't seen a Do Zong before. She once saw a 7-star Do Zong. Although the aura emitted by that Do Zong was also extremely powerful, it was far from the deep and ocean-like feeling that Jifeng gave her. Medusa concluded that this person's realm was definitely more than Do Zong, and if it was not Do Zong, then it would be Do Zun. At this point, Medusa's expression became more serious. Medusa had to be serious, this was a Do Zun strongman. The strong men who entered this realm were all at the top of the Douqi Continent pyramid. What shocked Medusa even more was that this Do Zun seemed to be the guard of this young man. She couldn't imagine how powerful Zhongzhou's background must be to use Do Zun as a guard. She didn't know what purpose it was for someone with such strength and background to come to their snake people. But she knew the three people in front of her, and they, the snake people, must not be provoked. It is no exaggeration to say that if they provoke the other party, then the snake people will no longer exist from now on. After calming down, Medusa finally spoke. I wonder what brings you three to my snake tribe today. I heard that the queen of the snake people, Medusa, in the Tager Desert, is unparalleled in strength and beauty. Now I see that it is indeed true. Zhongzhou did not answer Medusa's question directly, but first praised Medusa. Your Excellency is too kind. You have already broken through to Douzong at such a young age. You are truly a son of a genius. Hearing Zhang Xing's praise for her, Medusa said modestly. I came here this time not only to meet the queen, but also to make a deal with her. Oh, what deal? Medusa was confused. What was there about their snake people that could attract this person? Queen, shall we talk here? Zhongxing was still standing on the city wall at this time. He felt that it would not be a good idea to talk about what he was going to talk about next here. I was inconsiderate. Please follow me to the main hall. Medusa then realized that it was not a good idea to leave such a strong man outside, and hurriedly ordered her servants to lead Zhongxing and the other two into the hall. In the hall, Medusa came to the throne. Zhongxing sat in the second seat, Qing Lin sat next to Zhongxing, and Ji Feng did not sit but stood behind Zhongxing. Seeing this scene, Medusa became even more certain that Zhongxing had a powerful background. After asking the servants to bring up some good tea, Medusa let them go. At this time, there were only her and Hua Xie from the snake tribe in the hall, and she called the rest out. Medusa needed to be careful in entertaining these guests. If other subordinates also got involved, she was afraid that some snake man would be reckless and contradict them, bringing disaster to the snake people. I wonder what kind of deal you are talking about. Medusa really couldn't guess what Zhongxing could trade with their snake people, so she asked directly. Zhongxing flipped his left hand, and the container containing the green lotus earth core fire appeared in Zhongxing's hand. Does the queen recognize this? Green lotus earth core fire. Medusa's pupils shrank when she saw this familiar strange fire. How could she not be familiar with it? She had just seen this green lotus earth core fire a few days ago. I found this azure lotus earth core fire in the east of Graphite City. When I subdued it, I accidentally found a piece of snake scale. I guess this snake scale should belong to you, Queen Medusa. When Zhongxing saw Medusa's reaction, he had the answer in his mind. Yes, this scale is indeed mine. Sure enough, Medusa's answer confirmed Zhang Xing's guess. I have a question. Since the queen has been there, why didn't she take the strange fire away? Zhongxing finally asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. At that time, I was not familiar with the conditions in the magma, and was accidentally injured by the magic beasts and the azure lotus earth core fire there, so I was unable to take the azure lotus earth core fire with me. Medusa didn't care and said that she didn't take the strange fire because she was injured. Medusa was not worried that Zhongxing would do something bad to the snake people because of her injury. Because if Zhongxing wanted to do something to the snake people, she wouldn't be able to stop him even if she wasn't hurt. In that case, it was better to answer truthfully. I see. It is said that the snake people have a secret method that can use strange fire to stimulate the blood and break through the realm. Queen, do you want to use this azure lotus earth core fire to stimulate the breakthrough to Douzong? How did you know that, Your Excellency? Hearing Zhongxing reveal her purpose right away, Medusa blurted out words in confusion. In the snake people, shortly after a snake person is born, a secret method will be used to infuse the soul of a snake-shaped monster into his body, and as he grows older and stronger. This snake-like monster, which serves as a companion soul, will gradually merge with them, and eventually become indistinguishable from each other. After fusing with the snake-shaped souls, they will be able to summon a body similar to their current one. At that time, their strength will increase dramatically, and this is also the last trump card of the snake people. Medusa's companion soul is a 6th-level magical beast, the purple ghost flame snake. This purple ghost flame snake has a trace of the blood of ancient beasts flowing in its body. The secret method left by their snake people ancestors is to use strange fire to stimulate their blood. If the opportunity is sufficient, it is possible to activate that faint bloodline, thereby evolving into their ancient ancestors, and then breaking through their own realm. It's no wonder that Medusa was so surprised. You know, even some tribal leaders didn't know this secret method, let alone Zhongxing, a foreigner. However, Zhongxing did not answer Medusa's question, because he could not think of any reason to explain it for a while. Although Medusa felt upset that she didn't get the answer she wanted, she didn't dare to ask any more questions. Then Zhongxing spoke again. I can lend you this azure lotus earth core fire. Medusa was surprised to hear Zhang Xing's words. Are you serious? Are you really willing to lend me the strange fire? Of course, I, Zhongxing, always keep my word, but I can't lend it to you for free. Queen, You have to agree to one request of mine. Then what is your request? Medusa also knew that there was no free lunch in the world, so she asked directly. Zhongzhou looked at Medusa's enchanting face and spoke out his thoughts. I want you to marry me. Chapter 7. Medusa agrees to marry. Medusa was stunned when she heard Zhongzhou's request for her to marry him. The young man before her had come here for her. At this moment, the hall was extremely quiet. After a long time, Medusa came back to her senses and smiled. Sir, please stop joking and making fun of me. I'm not kidding. To be honest, I fell in love with the queen at first sight, Zhongzhou said, looking affectionate. Medusa was speechless, thinking, love at first sight? I think it was lust at first sight. And you want me, the queen of the snake people, to marry you just to borrow the strange fire. This was the first time she met the young man in front of her. Not only did she not have any feelings for him, but she also didn't even have the most basic understanding of him. If anyone else dared to speak to her like that, she would have killed that person long ago. But this person is Zhongzhou. No, it should be said that this person is Zhongzhou, who has a powerful background. She dare not. She is the queen of the snake people. Her actions not only represent herself but also the entire snake people. As the saying goes, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Most of the time, she always puts the interests of the snake people first. Seeing that Medusa didn't speak, Zhongzhou made another promise. If the queen agrees, not only can I lend you the strange fire to help you break through to Dousheng, but I can also promise to provide the snake people with a habitat suitable for their survival. If Medusa agreed, she would be his wife in the future, and he would help her with these things. In this case, what's wrong with making a promise in advance? After hearing Zhongzhou's promise, Medusa's heart began to waver. Zhongzhou's words touched Medusa's heart. Medusa attached great importance to her tribe. In order to gain a better territory for her tribe, she was willing to use the strange fire that conflicted with her own attributes to carry out extremely dangerous evolution. Of course, even if the queen disagrees, don't worry. I, Zhongzhou, will never get involved, Zhongzhou said sincerely. But what if I fail to evolve? I believe that you will be able to evolve successfully, Zhongzhou said confidently. Medusa didn't know why Zhongzhou was so confident in her. After calming down, Medusa decided to think about it again, so she spoke. This is not a trivial matter. Your Excellency, please give me a few days to think about it. Zhongzhou knew that Medusa would definitely not agree right away, so he was not in a hurry. No problem, Queen, please think about it carefully. I will stay in the serpent tribe for the next few days and wait for your reply. Okay, I'll send someone to prepare a place for you to stay. In that case, I'll trouble you, Your Majesty. After saying this, Zhongzhou and the other two left the hall, leaving Medusa alone to think about it. Watching the backs of Zhongzhou and others leaving, Medusa fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons. Queen. The flower snake next to her didn't know how to persuade the queen when she saw her like this. Convince the queen to agree. They didn't know anything about this man, so they asked the queen to marry him. Persuade the queen to disagree. The snake people have been trapped in this desert for so many years. All the snake people here are eager to leave the desert one day. Countless snake people ancestors have made countless efforts to leave the desert. You should step down first. Let me think about it alone. Medusa came to the city wall alone, overlooking the city, watching her people, and fell into deep thought. Whether it is Zhongzhou's strength or background, it is beyond the reach of the snake people. If she agrees, she can get Zhongzhou's help. This is undoubtedly a great support for the snake people. More importantly, the snake people can leave the Tager Desert and obtain a territory that is more suitable for their survival. In the magnificent palace, Medusa sat on the throne. In the past 2 days, the 4 elders learned about this matter and came to discuss it with her. All of these 4 elders hoped that the queen would agree. Medusa's mind was a little wandering as she pondered what the elders had said. We need a strong man to lead our people to find a place suitable for our snake people to survive. Now this person has appeared, that is Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou has already reached Dousheng at such a young age, and he has a profound background. It is only a matter of time before he becomes Douzun in the future. Moreover, Zhongzhou obviously has the power to force the snake people, but he still respects the queen. We hope that the queen can consider it carefully. These are the exact words of one of the elders. After a long time, Medusa finally figured it out and stood up from the throne. Her greatest wish is to lead the snake people out of the desert. If Zhongzhou can do it, then what's the harm in marrying him? After making up her mind, Medusa sent someone to invite Zhongzhou. When Zhongzhou arrived in the hall, he saw the queen sitting lazily on the throne. The queen summoned me here, but have you thought it through? Zhongzhou spoke slowly while admiring Medusa's lazy look. Medusa didn't notice Zhongzhou's gaze, but she felt that this posture was a bit inappropriate for meeting people. After straightening herself, she confirmed with Zhongzhou again. Zhongzhou, if I agree, are you really willing to help my snake people find a suitable habitat? Of course, this is not a difficult thing for me. It's not that difficult to help the snake people find a habitat. Zhongzhou doesn't even need to ask his grandfather for help. Ji Feng beside him can do it. There is no need to lie to Medusa. Okay, I agree, but I have a request. Any request? You must lend me the strange fire to evolve first. If I can evolve successfully, I will keep my promise and marry you. If I fail to evolve, you must not embarrass my people. Medusa was worried that if she failed to evolve, Zhongzhou would attack the snake people. Zhongzhou thought Medusa was asking for more, but he didn't expect it to be this. He readily agreed, no problem, I promise you this. Zhongzhou asked immediately, so Queen, when do you plan to start evolving? Let's start tomorrow. Medusa had already made plans. She would arrange the affairs of the tribe soon and start evolving tomorrow. Okay, then Queen, you just get ready first, and Evolution will send someone to call me tomorrow. Zhongzhou knew that Medusa must have a lot more to tell him, so he didn't stay for long. After saying this, he turned around and left. In fact, Medusa chose such a tight time because she was afraid that Zhongzhou would do something to her and she would find it difficult to refuse. Seeing Zhongzhou leave, Medusa began to order her men to call the leaders and elders of each tribe to explain the affairs. The tribal leaders and elders were worried when they knew that Her Majesty the Queen was going to use the strange fire for evolution, but Medusa had already made the decision, and no matter how much they objected, it was useless. They could only promise to do their jobs well and not let Her Majesty the Queen worry. At the same time, they also silently prayed to the snake spirit in their hearts, hoping that Her Majesty the Queen could evolve successfully. The next morning, after taking care of clan affairs and adjusting herself to her best condition, Medusa found Zhongzhou. She indicated she was ready and could start evolving. Chapter 8. Medusa Evolution. Medusa took Zhongzhou to a small island surrounded by a lake. This was a circular open area with a small pond in the center. The small pool was filled with crystal clear water, and a white mist floated above the surface, indicating an extremely cold temperature. In the center of the pool was a lotus platform carved from crystal. The water in this pool was the ice spirit cold spring, a natural treasure with cold properties in liquid form. It was essential for absorbing strange fire. In the original novel, Xiao Yan relied on the ice spirit cold spring and blood lotus pill to barely absorb the azure lotus earth core fire at the fighting master level. However, Medusa did not want to absorb the strange fire but needed the power of the ice spirit cold spring to trap the green lotus earth core fire inside the crystal lotus platform. Medusa formed seals with her hands, and soon a purple light spread out from her body, enveloping the island. This confused Zhongzhou. He was there to protect her, so why did Medusa still need to add a protective shield? Did she really not trust his strength? As if she had guessed Zhongzhou's thoughts, Medusa began to explain, it's safer this way. What if I want to go out? Zhongzhou asked. It's okay, you can come and go freely. Hearing this, Zhongzhou said nothing more. Let's get started. First, put the azure lotus earth core fire into the crystal lotus platform, Medusa instructed, taking a deep breath. Okay, Zhongzhou replied. He took the strange fire out of its container and placed it on the lotus platform. After the strange fire was put in place, the lotus platform automatically formed a light curtain to surround it. The green flame was extremely spiritual, sometimes condensing into a lotus shape, and sometimes into a tiny green flame snake. However, every time it tried to leave the light curtain, it was blocked. Having done this, Zhongzhou stepped back to give Medusa enough space. At this moment, Medusa suddenly spoke, You turn around first. Zhongzhou was a little confused. Why did she ask him to turn around just as they were about to start? But seeing Medusa's blushing face, he suddenly remembered that in the original novel, Medusa had to take off her clothes to evolve. And she was seen by Xiao Yan hiding in the dark. Damn it, how can this be allowed? It's okay for him to look at his own wife, but it's absolutely not okay for others to look at her. Thinking of this, Zhongzhou immediately shouted, Ji Feng, go outside and guard. Don't let anyone get close to this island. That includes you too. Yes, young master, Ji Feng replied and left. Zhongzhou breathed a sigh of relief once he was sure Ji Feng had truly left. He then stood there quietly, looking at Medusa with a smile, ignoring her request to turn around. Medusa, Zhongzhou thought, this is my own wife, what's the problem if I look? Seeing Zhongzhou like this, Medusa knew that even if he turned around, he might secretly peek, so she ignored him. Medusa's beautiful eyes were fixed on the green flame on the lotus platform. She stared at it quietly for a long time. Suddenly, she exhaled lightly, glanced at the sky, then at Zhongzhou. The hesitation in her eyes turned into determination. Queen Medusa bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth and slowly unbuttoned her brocade robe with her jade hands. A perfect jade body, like a masterpiece of God, was exposed. Zhongzhou, standing behind, felt his heart pounding at this sight. She looked stunning, both dressed and undressed, ahem. At that moment, Medusa's body was suddenly covered by a circle of thick light. A moment later, a roar, somewhat like a lion's and somewhat like a tiger's, came from Medusa's direction. After hearing this roar and knowing that Medusa had transformed into her original form, Zhongzhou still felt a little unsatisfied. A purple giant snake, more than 10 feet long, floated above the island. The snake had a slender, powerful body, and a faint elegant beauty, but anyone who saw it would not ignore the terrifying aura it exuded. After circling the sky several times, the giant purple snake suddenly let out a clear hum and then rushed towards the green lotus earth core fire without hesitation. As the purple snake approached the strange fire, Queen Medusa's shrill scream echoed throughout the island. If others heard this sound, their scalps would tingle, but Zhongzhou felt distressed. But he had no choice, this was the only way for Medusa to evolve into the seven-colored sky-swallowing python. He certainly couldn't stop her evolution. If he didn't use this method and instead gave Medusa the transformation pill to break through, even if she reached the Douzong level, she wouldn't have the bloodline of the seven-colored sky-swallowing python. So, despite his love for his wife, Zhongzhou could only watch. On the other side, in front of the temple wall, Jiyu He Union, Yan Shi, and 8 others had already arrived at the wall of the Snake People's Temple. However, what was different from the original was that there was now 1 Do Huang, 3 Do Wangs, and 4 Do Lings. Outside the city wall, in addition to Yun Yun, the Do Huang, there was another Do Huang whose aura was stronger than Yun Yun's. This Do Huang was the guardian of the royal family of the Jia Ma Empire, known as Ma Pao Jia Lao, Jia Xingtian, one of the 10 strongest men in the Jia Ma Empire. Jia Xingtian, who had reached the peak of Do Huang, was considered the strongest person in the Gama Empire. He once fought with Queen Medusa and escaped unscathed. On the city wall, 5 beams of light slowly rose into the air. The great elder of the snake people spoke coldly, Jia Xingtian, you have trespassed into our territory without permission. Do you want to provoke a war between the Jama Empire and the snake people? The chief elder of the snake clan was also a powerful Do Huang master, but because his lifespan was nearing its end and he was no longer suitable for fighting, he had been retreating behind the scenes. But what she didn't expect was that someone like Jia Xingtian would appear in the temple today when the queen was making a breakthrough. There was no choice, it was a critical moment for the queen's breakthrough. The other 3 elders' lifespans had also reached the point where they could no longer fight. If she didn't come out, no one from the snake people could stop Jia Xingtian. Haha, great elder, my name is Ji Yu He. I have come to see you, the nobles, because I have something to discuss with Queen Medusa. Could Her Majesty come and see me? Ji Yu He said with a polite smile. Humph, what can you humans have to talk about with our queen? You have trespassed into my snake tribe and must leave immediately. Otherwise, when our 8 tribal leaders arrive, it will not be so easy for you to leave. Hua Xie, Queen Medusa's personal guard, knew the queen was breaking through and hoped to use this threat to make the humans leave quickly. Ji Yu He looked a little unhappy after hearing this. Before coming, he thought the snake tribe's Queen Medusa only had 1 Do Huang peak powerhouse, so he brought Jia Xingtian as a reward for helping the deep-sea dragon beast refine healing pills. With Yun Yun on their side, they had one more Do Huang than the snake people. Even if the leaders of the 8 tribes came, he wouldn't be afraid. What he didn't expect was that the great elder of the snake people was still alive. If Queen Medusa and the snake people's great elder held them back together and waited for the 8 tribal leaders to arrive, it was uncertain how many of them would return alive. Thinking of this, Ji Yuhi sighed, turned to his companions, and shook his head helplessly. Lao He, are we just leaving like this? Yan Shi asked, frowning at the great elder of the snake people. What else can we do? How powerful is Queen Medusa? You all know that a new elder of the snake people has appeared. If we rob him by force, who can stop him? Ji Yuhi sighed. Ji Yuhi was unwilling to leave. He had been waiting and searching for the strange fire for many years, and now that it had finally appeared, Queen Medusa had taken it away. But the opponent was too powerful, and they were in the opponent's territory. If they didn't leave now, they might have to stay here. Just as Ji Yuhi and the others were about to compromise and leave, a voice came from somewhere. Don't be fooled by them. Medusa is now using the alien fire to evolve and break through to Dozong. Chapter 9, Medusa's Request. This voice naturally came from Yao Lao, conveying a message to Ji Yuhi and the others. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao originally intended to wait for Ji Yuhi and his companions to disrupt the snake people, then seize the opportunity to snatch the strange fire. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuhi was frightened by the snake people's few words and was about to leave. How can this be possible? Yao Lao thought quickly, sending a message to the group, claiming that Medusa was breaking through. In reality, Yao Lao wasn't sure if Medusa was evolving, it was merely a guess. But this guess turned out to be quite effective. Ji Yuhi and his companions paused, hurriedly looking around. However, Xiao Yan, with Yao Chen's help, managed to hide his aura, making him undetectable to Ji Yuhi. Though Ji Yuhi couldn't detect Xiao Yan, he sensed something was wrong. Given Queen Medusa's character, how could she not come out now that they were already outside the temple? Hearing this voice and recalling the warnings from the Great Elder and Hua Sheye, which urged them to leave quickly, Ji Yuhi became more alert. At this moment, a cold voice came from Yun Yun's mouth. I once read an ancient book about the snake people. It said that if Queen Medusa obtained a strange fire while at the peak of Do Huang, she could evolve through it. After a successful evolution, Medusa would transform into human form, and her strength would break through to Dozong. After hearing Yun Yun's words and recalling his own guess, Ji Yuhi immediately understood that Medusa might indeed be unable to show up during this critical moment of her breakthrough. Although he wasn't completely sure, Ji Yuhi decided to take a gamble. If Medusa was truly breaking through and they disturbed her now, she could be seriously injured or even killed. So, Ji Yuhi communicated his thoughts to the others through telepathy. When Jia Xingtian heard that Medusa could be seriously injured or even killed, his eyes suddenly lit up. As the guardian of the royal family of the Gama Empire, he had faced constant conflicts with the snake people, causing significant losses. If they could seize this opportunity to kill Medusa, the snake people would no longer be a threat, and they might even destroy them entirely. Although the others recognized the risk, after Ji Yuhi promised to double the reward, they all expressed their willingness to follow him. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Having made up his mind, Ji Yuhi took the lead and flew towards the direction of the strange fire, followed closely by Jia Xingtian, Yun Yun, and the others. Seeing Ji Yuhi and the others preparing to leave, the Great Elder and Hua Sheye sighed with relief. But when Ji Yuhi and his group suddenly flew towards the Queen, the Great Elder and Hua Sheye became furious and flashed over to stop them. Seeing the snake people's reaction, Ji Yuhi became even more certain that Medusa could not get away at this time. Realizing that it would be impossible to bypass these snake people to reach Medusa, Ji Yuhi and his companions engaged in battle with the snake people. On the snake people's side, only 3 of the 8 leaders had arrived. Along with Hua Sheye and the Great Elder, their lineup consisted of 1 Do Huang and 4 Do Wang. The Great Elder, who had originally thought he wouldn't need to fight, now had no choice but to confront Jia Xingtian. Yun Yun was held back by Hua Sheye and Yu Mei, Yan Shi faced MOBAs, and another leader was tasked with stopping Ji Yuhi. In this way, Feng Li, the powerful Do Wang, was not restrained by any Do Wang snake people. As a result, only the temple snake guards could intercept Yan Shi. Feng Li rushed into the snake guard team with 4 other Do Lings. Because there was no Do Wang strong enough to confront Feng Li head-on, the 3 Douling strongmen among the snake guards could only go up and fight Feng Li one at a time, retreating quickly after each blow. Despite this strategy, one Douling got entangled with Feng Li and was seriously injured because he couldn't retreat in time. As for the other 4 powerful human Douling masters, they were held back by a Douling and a group of great Dou masters. After several clashes, the snake people lost several great fighters. Under the suppression of Ji Yuhe and his companions, the battlefield was soon dragged to a place not far from the island where Medusa was. The closer they got to the island, the more clearly Ji Yuhe could feel the violent energy of the strange fire. Despite their provocations, Medusa did not appear. Convinced that Medusa was in a critical period of breakthrough, Ji Yuhe and the others intensified the battle. The snake people, seeing Ji Yuhe and the others approaching the island, attacked with all their might to prevent disturbing the queen. Although their all-out attacks had a temporary suppressive effect, the losses were severe, and several great fighters fell in a short time. Because they were very close to the island, the fluctuations quickly attracted the attention of Medusa, who was attacking the strange fire. Watching her own people rush forward fearlessly, only to be killed by Feng Li, Medusa let out a roar. She wanted to rush out and tear these humans to pieces, but now was the critical moment of her breakthrough. If she gave up, the backlash of the strange fire could seriously injure her or cause her strength to regress, hindering her future cultivation progress. Zhongzhou, help me kill them, Medusa pleaded, looking at Zhongzhou, who was protecting her. Leave it to me, and you can break through with peace of mind, Zhongzhou replied. Although he didn't want to admit it, he did want Medusa to ask him for help first. Instructing Ji Feng to stay and protect Medusa, Zhongzhou stepped into the void and flew towards the battle. As for why he didn't let Ji Feng handle it, he thought it would be better to do it himself since Medusa had asked him directly. Zhongzhou was very fast and soon arrived at the battlefield. Both sides noticed the approaching Zhongzhou. Initially, both sides thought it was a snake people leader coming to support. But when they saw who it was, the great elder of the snake people was overjoyed and spoke loudly, "These people want to break in and disturb the queen's evolution. Please, my lord, take action and suppress them." Ji Yuhe and the others felt something was wrong upon seeing a young Douzong emerge from the snake people. When they heard the great elder call him, Wang husband, they were even more terrified. The great elder of the snake people calling this young man, Wang husband, meant he was Queen Medusa's husband. When had Medusa acquired a husband, and a Douzong master at that? Despite the urgency, Ji Yuhe and the others were shocked. In the battle so far, they had only gained a slight advantage. If only one Dou Wang had appeared, they might have continued. But now a Douzong had arrived, and they couldn't risk their lives in such a fight. Even together, they might not be able to defeat a Douzong. In the face of disaster, everyone thinks of their own safety. At this moment, they no longer cared about Ji Yuhe's reward. Nothing was more important than their lives. At this moment, they just wanted to run as fast as they could. But the snake people, seeing that Wang husband had arrived, wouldn't let these intruders escape so easily. Ignoring the consumption of their fighting spirit, they tried their best to entangle the humans and prevent them from leaving. Chapter 10. Capture Xiao Yan, the queen evolved successfully. Zhongzhou thought about it and decided to kill Jia Xingtian first. Jia Xingtian was the strongest among them. Zhongzhou was afraid that he would run away, so he attacked Jia Xingtian directly. Jia Xingtian didn't expect that this Douzong would attack him as soon as he arrived. He was so frightened that he wanted to escape. But how could Zhongzhou let him escape? He used the earth-level fighting skill Yin Feng Shan to teleport behind Jia Xingtian, and then used the low-level earth-level fighting skill Meteor Breaking Saint Fist to hit Jia Xingtian's back hard. Jia Xingtian sensed the impending attack, his face changed drastically, and he quickly turned around to gather his fighting spirit to defend himself. However, Zhongzhou's fighting skills were very powerful, and he had too little time to gather his fighting spirit. Zhongzhou's meteor-breaking Saint Fist directly broke his defense and then continued to smash into Jia Xingtian's chest with undiminished power. Jia Xingtian was blasted backward and fell heavily to the ground, covering his chest. With a "wow" sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some internal organ fragments. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. At this time, the great elder of the Snake People tribe directly took action to finish off the enemy. Just like that, the royal guardian of the Gamma Empire, Jia Xingtian, died. Ji Yuhe and the others became even more frightened when they saw that this Douzong expert seriously injured Jia Xingtian with one move. They didn't care about anything else and just took the attacks from the powerful snake men head-on, turning their fighting spirit into wings and escaping in different directions. If Zhongxing had gone after them alone, perhaps one or two of them would have really escaped. Unfortunately for them, these were the snake people. He let the Great Elder go after Ji Yuhe, the other Do Wang snake people go after the remaining 4 Do Lings, and Zhongxing was responsible for hunting down Yun Yun, Yan Shi, and Feng Li. After a short while, all these people, including Yun Yun and Ji Yuhe, were killed. Medusa on the island saw this scene and finally felt relieved. After witnessing Zhang Xing's terrifying strength, she became even more eager to break through to the Douzong level. Medusa thought, if she were a Douzong, these people would never dare to provoke the snake people in this way. If she were a Douzong, she would be able to lead the snake people out of the Tager Desert. Various emotions intertwined together, Medusa looked at the Qing Lin earth core fire with a firm gaze. She must succeed. Then she rushed towards the strange fire again without hesitation. After killing Yun Yun and the others, Zhongxing returned to the island and wanted to continue protecting Medusa. But what surprised him was that Ji Feng was missing. Before he left, he had clearly told Ji Feng to stay here to protect Medusa. But when he checked around the island just now, he didn't see Ji Feng. Just as Zhongxing was about to crush the jade slip to summon Ji Feng's figure appeared in front of him. In addition, he was holding someone in his hand. Zhongxing didn't look at the person Ji Feng caught, but asked unhappily, Ji Feng, didn't I ask you to protect the law here? Young master, please forgive me. I was indeed protecting young master's wife just now, but I found that the soul in this boy was spying on us. He tried to run away after I found him. I thought it wouldn't take long to catch a fighting master, but I didn't expect that he had such a powerful soul in his body, so. Ji Feng could naturally hear the anger in Zhang Xing's tone and quickly begged for mercy. That's not, what did you say? There's a powerful soul in him. Zhongxing was about to scold Ji Feng but suddenly stopped and quickly turned his eyes to the person Ji Feng caught. The person in front of him was dressed in black, with a large black ruler slung across his back. Although he looked a little disheveled due to the battle, it could not conceal his unique temperament. Damn, Xiao Yan, looking at the outfit of the man in front of him, plus Ji Feng's previous statement that he had a powerful soul, Zhongxing knew that this man was Xiao Yan. He thought to himself, this is really a piece of cake. I didn't know where to find Xiao Yan, and now he actually came to my door. He wanted to scold Ji Feng, but since the man he caught was Xiao Yan, he decided to let it go. Ahem, this won't happen again. Yes, young master. Seal his fighting spirit and watch him yourself until he wakes up. Oh no, don't let him wake up. Zhongxing was originally going to say that he would deal with Xiao Yan after he woke up but suddenly changed his mind. Zhongxing thought it would be better not to let Xiao Yan see him, so that it would be convenient for him to do some things in the future. Yes, young master. Zhongxing asked Ji Feng to put Xiao Yan into a storage ring specially used for storing living things and told him to keep an eye on Xiao Yan. He then looked up at the sky. At this time, Medusa's evolution had reached its end. The beautiful scales of the purple snake had almost fallen off, and there were many extremely glaring blood marks on its body, with bright red blood oozing out of them. The purple snake finally rushed towards the strange fire again, and after being bounced back, it lay on the ground motionless. Just when the snake people outside the island thought that their queen had failed to evolve, the originally clear sky suddenly became much darker, and dark clouds that came from nowhere slowly covered the sky. The sudden change made the snake people a little stunned. They looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky with confusion on their faces. Boom! In the dark clouds, the sound of thunder continued to roar, and silver lightning surged in it like long silver snakes. At this time, the great elder of the snake people was staring at the dark clouds in the sky with a look of ecstasy on his face. When a powerful ancient monster is born, it will cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. The queen did not fail. She evolved successfully. When the snake people heard the words of the great elder, they were also ecstatic. At this moment, a deafening roar sounded in Zhang Xing's ears. Suddenly, the whole sky lit up, and a huge silver lightning, like a swift whip of light, shot down from the clouds in an instant. In the eyes of everyone, it directly passed through the barrier set up by Queen Medusa and hit the body of the purple snake. The giant snake's body exploded after being hit. Damn it, in the original novel, didn't the lightning strike the strange fire? Why is it striking Medusa now? Seeing the terrifying power of lightning, Zhongzhou was very worried about Medusa and quickly headed toward her. This thunder and lightning is so terrifying. Queen, please don't get hurt. Zhongzhou hurried forward and dug up the wreckage. He saw the small snake covered with tiny colorful scales and he breathed a sigh of relief. The colorful little snake stared at Zhongzhou with its lavender eyes, sticking out its tongue and shaking its tail slightly. Perhaps it was because the little snake saw Zhongzhou first, so it was more friendly to him. The colorful little snake crawled directly onto Zhongzhou's hand, and then its amethyst-like eyes stared at Zhongzhou's ring. This scene made Zhongzhou speechless. He thought his personal charm was enough to attract monsters. The colorful little snake thought that Zhongzhou didn't understand what it meant, so it pointed at his storage ring with its nimble tail, then pointed at its own mouth and hissed at Zhongzhou a few times. Chapter 11. Robbing Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. Seeing that the colorful little snake was trying so hard to express that it wanted to eat, Zhongzhou stopped teasing it. He took out a small jade bottle filled with purple liquid from his ring. That's right, this small jade bottle contained the companion amethyst source. However, this was not produced by the amethyst-winged lion king in the Warcraft Mountains, but was specially ordered by Zhongzhou's guards to search for it on the mainland before he left home. The Douqi Continent is vast, and the amethyst-winged lion king is not rare. It is impossible that there is only one amethyst-winged lion king, and it is also impossible that only the amethyst-winged lion king in the Warcraft Mountain range can produce the companion amethyst source. Zhongzhou opened the small jade bottle and handed it to the colorful little snake's mouth. The colorful little snake sniffed the bottle's opening. Its purple eyes lit up, and it quickly put its head in and began to lick the contents greedily. The shield had been broken by the lightning just now, so the snake people, worried about Queen Medusa, came to check it out. Seeing this colorful little snake, they had faces full of question marks. The queen evolved successfully, but why do I feel that this little snake only has the strength of a Do Wang? Zhongzhou understood the situation clearly. Medusa had successfully evolved into a seven-colored sky-swallowing python, and her future achievements were limitless. However, there was also a drawback. Although Medusa had entered the Dozong realm, she could not control her own body for a short period of time. Because of the successful evolution, two souls were now integrated into one body. Initially, the seven-colored sky-swallowing python took the initiative and suppressed Queen Medusa's soul, but as time passed, Medusa's soul would gradually awaken. As Medusa's strength increased, she would suppress the soul of the seven-colored sky-swallowing python. To reassure the snake people, Zhongzhou gave them a brief explanation. He explained that the queen's body was only temporarily controlled by the seven-colored sky-swallowing python and that they only needed to wait for the queen to recover before she could regain control of her body. The snake people finally breathed a sigh of relief but began to worry about how long it would take Medusa to wake up. How long will it take for the queen to recover? I have a companion amethyst source here, which should be able to help the queen wake up within 2 years. Zhongzhou couldn't remember how long it took Medusa to wake up in the original novel. He thought it should be no more than 2 years, so he gave a conservative estimate of 2 years. In that case, please take care of Her Majesty the Queen, the Great Elder bowed. So Zhongzhou kept the colorful little snake by his side. In the original novel, Xiao Yan used the companion amethyst source to feed the colorful little snake. Although Zhongzhou had more advanced treasures, he did not know if they would have any effect on Medusa. Zhongzhou didn't want to take any risks, so he planned to feed the colorful snake with the companion amethyst source and follow the original instructions. As for the soul-melting pill, Zhongzhou didn't dare to give it to the seven-colored sky-swallowing python right now. If he gave it the food now, who knows if it would backfire and let the seven-colored sky-swallowing python devour Medusa's soul. So Zhongzhou could only wait until the energy was replenished enough and the queen woke up before giving her the soul-melting pill. After taking the soul-melting pill, Medusa should be able to completely merge with the seven-colored sky-swallowing python. In the original novel, Xiao Yan was in urgent need of resources in the early stages, so he had to search hard to feed the companion amethyst source to the seven-colored sky-swallowing python. Zhongzhou was different. Zhongzhou said, "Just make it, and I will find it for you after you make it." There was no way around it. Having a 6-star Dousheng grandfather made him quite privileged. Oh, by the way, there were also the companion amethyst source and the burning decree on Xiao Yan. Zhongxing slapped his head, almost forgetting about them. He called Ji Feng over and asked him to release Xiao Yan from the storage ring. At this time, Xiao Yan had not woken up yet. Oh no, it should be said that Xiao Yan had been knocked unconscious again and could not wake up. Zhongxing raised his hand, and the 2 rings on Xiao Yan's fingers were sucked into his hand. Zhongxing first probed his soul power into Xiao Yan's storage ring. After a while, he found the burning decree, the incomplete map, and the companion amethyst source in it. As for the other skills and elixirs, their levels were too low and they were of no use to Zhongxing now. After searching the ring, Zhongxing put it away. That's right, even if it was useless to him, he couldn't give it back to Xiao Yan. The moment he decided to practice the burning technique, he and Xiao Yan were destined to be enemies. Since they were enemies, there was no room for leniency. As the saying goes, being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Zhongxing turned his gaze to the other black ring, guessing that Yao Chen was inside it. In the past, Yao Chen and his father were at the same realm, both of them being Do Zun 9 revolutions, but after being framed by Han Feng, only Yao Chen's soul was left, and now he had only Do Zong's strength at most. And since Xiao Yan had been captured, it meant Yao Chen had tried his best and was most likely asleep now. As soon as his soul power tried to penetrate the ring, it was blocked by a layer of restriction. There are still restrictions. This old guy is quite cautious. But this can't be a problem for me. If this restriction was controlled by Yao Chen's heavenly soul, Zhongxing might not have been able to open it. But now that Yao Chen was asleep, breaking the restriction was no big deal for Zhongxing. That's right, as a time traveler, Zhongxing's soul power had also been enhanced. With the accumulated soul power of the middle stage of the spiritual realm, Zhongxing broke through the restriction. When the soul force entered the space inside the ring, he saw Yao Chen lying unconscious on the ground, his body appearing somewhat transparent. Yao Chen's collection was much richer than Xiao Yan's. Zhongxing spent considerable effort emptying the items on several shelves in Yao Chen's ring. One had to admit that as an 8th grade peak alchemist, Yao Chen's collection was quite impressive. Not to mention the more than 50 volumes of 8th grade elixir recipes, Yao Chen also had 5 volumes of 9th grade elixir recipes. In the end, Zhongxing moved all these pill recipes into his storage ring. Although Zhongxing didn't know how to make elixirs, he could take the recipes back home. You should know that there were 2 8th grade alchemists in his family. He believed that when the 2 old guys saw these pill recipes, they would laugh from ear to ear. After moving all these, Zhongxing did not retract his soul because he still had one important thing to take. When he got close to Yao Chen, he could feel an extremely cold and hot energy in Yao Chen's body. Zhongxing knew that this energy was the bone spirit cold fire, and that was what he was going to get in the end. Yao Chen, since you've been thinking about my strange fire first, then I won't have any burden to snatch your strange fire. After stripping the bone spirit cold fire from Yao Chen and cutting off the connection between the bone spirit cold fire and Yao Chen, Zhongxing could clearly feel that Yao Chen's body had become more transparent. Judging from this, if he could not recover his soul power immediately, he might disappear in this space within a few days. Zhongxing thought about it and took out a 7th grade pill that could restore the soul, then threw it to Yao Chen. Yao Chen did not wake up, but Zhongxing could feel that the energy of the elixir was being slowly absorbed by Yao Chen. Well, Yao Chen still has some use. He can't die now, so I'll keep him for now. He didn't dare to kill Xiao Yan now, so he kept Yao Chen, as he might be able to use him to threaten Xiao Yan in the future. There is no wall that is impenetrable. As long as Ji Zuner investigates carefully, she will be able to find out that he arrested Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan were to be killed again, he would be completely hostile to Zuner. Now that he has not grown up yet, it is not a wise choice to make enemies with Ji Zuner. After putting the bone spirit cold fire into a special container and putting the giant black ruler on Xiao Yan's back into the storage ring, he confirmed that there was nothing left on Xiao Yan that he could steal, so he put Xiao Yan into the storage space. He originally planned to let Ji Feng keep it, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not appropriate and finally decided to keep Xiao Yan with himself. Chapter 12. Turning to the burning technique, Ji Zuner comes to save Xiao Yan. Zhongxing had nothing to do at this time, so he planned to switch his skills first. He took out the burning technique that he had snatched from Xiao Yan, opened it, and began to read it slowly. After a long while, Zhongzhou finally finished reading the burning technique. After reading it, he couldn't help but sigh at the strangeness of this technique. It deserves to be called the most bizarre martial art in Douqi Continent. It is indeed magical. Generally speaking, a person can only devour one kind of strange fire. Unless he has great strength, he can forcibly devour multiple kinds of strange fires. For example, the powerful Xiao Zan and the Yan clan leader Yan Jin, who are good at playing with fire, both have many kinds of strange fire. The biggest function of the burning technique is to fuse the strange fires. Xiao Zan and Yan Jin swallowed many kinds of strange fires, but they only used their powerful strength to maintain the stability of the various strange fires and did not allow them to completely merge. After practicing the burning technique, one can devour multiple different kinds of strange fires, allowing them to merge with each other and separate at any time. For example, in the original work, after the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and the Fallen Heart Flame merged, it became the Glazed Lotus Heart Fire, and after adding the 3000 flames, it became the 3000 Lotus Heart Fire. And these three kinds of fire can be separated and retain their original characteristics. Without the burning technique, the fusion of different fires is just the fusion between different fires. The different fires devour each other's power and do not preserve each other's characteristics. It just became stronger by devouring other strange fires, and it did not form a new strange fire like Xiao Yan's strange fire. Of course, the most important thing is that in order to break through to the Do Emperor level, one needs to practice the burning technique to accept the inheritance of the strange fire from the ancient Emperor Nadish's cave. Zhongzhou, who had originally planned to practice the burning technique, did not hesitate. He sat cross-legged and began to transform his technique. After a night, Zhongzhou's transformation of martial arts was finally completed. The color of his fighting spirit also changed from the original heavenly gold to the yellowish light yellow of the yellow level. Zhongzhou's strength also shrank from the original Do Zong 1 star to Do Huang 6 stars. That's right, it's a reduction of 5 stars. Originally he was practicing a heaven-level technique, but now that he has switched to this low-level yellow-level burning technique, his realm will naturally drop rapidly. In the Douqi Continent, the transformation of skills is generally from low-level to high-level. With such a transformation, the realm will naturally not drop. However, when switching from a high-level to a low-level technique, the realm will fall because the low-level technique cannot fully accommodate the fighting spirit cultivated by the original high-level technique. It is like the heaven-level technique is a 1.5-liter cup, while the yellow-level technique is a 1-liter cup. The conversion technique is to pour the water in the 1.5-liter cup into the 1-liter cup, and the excess 0.5 liters of water will naturally overflow. Fortunately, Zhongzhou did not waste all the 0.5 liters of water. Instead, he took this opportunity to compress his Do Qi, making his Do Qi more solid. After the burning technique was successfully converted, Zhongzhou couldn't wait to take out the green lotus earth core fire and prepare to absorb it. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful presence approaching. This was obviously coming towards him. Feeling that something was wrong, Zhongzhou wanted to call Ji Feng. At this moment, the space next to them twisted, and Ji Feng appeared there. "Young master, there are several people coming towards us. One of them is stronger than me. Let's go." When Zhongzhou changed his martial arts, Ji Feng was outside protecting him, so he naturally felt that aura. Damn, this plot is wrong. When did the novice village have Do Zun? But there was no time for Zhongzhou to think, because the other party was about to arrive. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Okay, let's go. As soon as the two of them walked out of the room, they heard a loud voice. Haha, isn't it too late to leave now? Then, 3 people walked out from a space not far away and blocked the way of Zhongzhou and Ji Feng. Zhongzhou looked at the few people. The old man on the left had the strongest aura, and he should be the Do Zun that Ji Feng mentioned. The person on the right was a 1-star Do Zong, and the one standing in the middle was a girl who was only Do Ling in strength. Take a closer look at this girl. She is wearing a light green dress, and her temperament is cool and indifferent, like a green lotus in the secular world. She has a willow waist that can be held in one hand, and her long black hair is tied up with a piece of light purple satin ribbon, which flows smoothly along her beautiful curves to her waist. 2 small green bells are hung on her white wrists, just like a person in a painting. Damn, Ji Zuner. Zhongzhou looked at this iconic outfit and could not help but recognize that this was Ji Zuner. As for the purpose of Ji Zuner coming here, Zhongzhou knew without a doubt that she was here to save Xiao Yan. And Zhongzing's guess was correct, Ji Zuner did come to save Xiao Yan. Ever since Ji Zuner entered Canaan College, he sent his bodyguard Ling Ying to Xiao Yan to protect him and report Xiao Yan's situation to Ji Zuner regularly. When Xiao Yan was captured by Ji Feng, Ling Ying happened to return to Canaan College to report Xiao Yan's recent situation to Ji Zuner. He was very happy to learn that Xiao Yan had left the Monster Mountain range and had broken through to the Fighting Master level. But when Ling Ying was about to return to Xiao Yan, he couldn't find Xiao Yan. After quickly passing the news back to Ji Zuner learned that her brother Xiao Yan was missing and rushed over anxiously. After some investigation, Ji Zuner believed that Zhongzhou and Ji Feng, the two people who suddenly appeared in the Snake People clan, were the most suspicious, so Ji Zuner brought Ling Ying and Yun Lao, the 8-star Do Zun, here. Seeing the three people blocking the way, Zhongzhou asked, "What do you mean, sir?" At the same time, Zhongzhou did not forget to put his hands behind his back and quietly crushed the jade slip given to him by his grandfather. "Master Yun, catch them." Ji Zuner did not answer Zhongzing's question, but directly gave instructions to the Do Zun strongman on the left. "Yes, miss." The old man who received the order did not hesitate at all. He stretched out his big hand like a palm leaf fan and was about to grab Zhongzhou. Seeing that this Do Zun strongman was about to hurt the young master, Ji Feng hurriedly stood in front of Zhongzhou. "Young master, you go first. I'll stop them." Although Ji Feng knew that he was no match for the old man, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight this Do Zun. Seeing that Ji Feng temporarily stopped the Do Zun, Zhongzhou wanted to run. But how could Ji Zuner let Zhongzhou get away like that? She immediately ordered Ling Ying beside her to stop Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou originally did not take Ling Ying seriously, but when Ling Ying attacked him and he used fighting skills to fight back, he realized that he had just switched to practicing the burning technique, and his realm dropped to the 6-star Do Huang. In addition, the capacity of the low-level yellow-grade fighting chi was very small, so he did not dare to use high-level fighting skills at all. As soon as he faced Ling Ying, a 1-star Do Zong, Zhongzhou felt the strain. Oh my god, when did Ling Ying break through to Do Zong? I should have known not to change my skills first. Being pestered by Ling Ying, Zhongzhou kept cursing in his heart. Now he was entangled and couldn't get rid of Ling Ying at all. As for Ji Feng, his situation was even worse than his. Facing head-on against an 8-star Do Zun, Ji Feng was already injured and at a disadvantage. If they continue like this, they won't survive until Grandpa arrives. What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, Zhongzing's mind was working rapidly, hoping to find a solution. Chapter 13. Grandpa arrives. The distance between Zhongzhou and the northwestern continent is not short. Even if Zhongcheng, a 6-star Dousheng, wants to come, it will take some time. We need to delay a little longer. After Zhongzhou repelled Ling Ying with one palm, he released Xiao Yan from the storage ring and strangled him. "Stop, or I'll kill him." Seeing Xiao Yan being carried by Zhongzhou, Ji Zuner was furious. "Brother Xiao Yan is indeed in your hands." Zhongzhou tightened his grip on Xiao Yan's neck and said in a deep voice, "I'll say it one last time, tell your men to stop." Zuner originally wanted to capture Zhongzhou first while he was unaware of her purpose and then torture him to find out Xiao Yan's whereabouts. But when she saw Zhongzhou pinching Xiao Yan's neck, she hurriedly asked old Yun to stop. "Master Yun, stop it now. Don't hurt brother Xiao Yan. What do you want? I can give it to you. Just don't hurt brother Xiao Yan." Zhongzhou breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that this trick was indeed effective. Seeing Ji Zuner's pitiful look of begging to spare Xiao Yan's life, Zhongzhou had no intention of showing any sympathy to her. Since she had captured Xiao Yan, this woman must have wanted to kill him. When Zhongzhou read novels in his previous life, he thought the most brainless character was Ji Zuner. This woman is just obsessed with love. Zhongzhou feels that except for Xiao Yan, other people's affairs seem to have nothing to do with her. When Ji Zuner was a child, she was sent to the Xiao family by Ji Yuan, in order to obtain the ancient jade of the Xiao family. After being seen naked by Xiao Yan on the pretext of warming her meridians, she fell deeply in love with Xiao Yan. She even forgot the mission assigned to her by the Jiyu clan because of Xiao Yan. What's even more outrageous is that Jiyu Zuner also gave Xiao Yan the Jiyu clan's secret family fighting skill, Emperor Seal. Isn't this a complete ungrateful person? For Xiao Yan's safety, Jiyu Zuner quickly asked Zhongzhou to make conditions in exchange for Xiao Yan. Zhongzhou would not fall for her trick. Who knows if this woman would attack Xiao Yan again after saving him? So before his grandfather came, he would never let Xiao Yan go. If the strength of both parties is not equal, then the transaction is a joke. After a while, Zhongzhou arrived, and Zhongzhou finally felt confident. However, Jiyu Zuner and Yunlao were no longer calm because they recognized that Zhongzhou was using an ability that only a 6-star Dousheng could possess, spatial displacement. Xinger, are you okay? As soon as Zhongzhou arrived, he hurried to check on Zhongzing's physical condition. I'm fine, Grandpa. Seeing that Zhongzhou was a little embarrassed but not seriously injured, he first breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Zuner and the others, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Xinger, are these the people who hurt you? Saint, please calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. We are from the ancient tribe. Zhongzhou didn't want to listen to these people's explanations, so he prepared to kill all three of them. Zhongzhou was shocked to see that his grandfather seemed to be planning to kill Jiyu Zuner and the others, and hurriedly grabbed his grandfather. Jiyu Zuner is the little princess of the Jiyu clan, and she also has a divine bloodline. If they kill her, the Jiyu clan will never let them go. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so Zhongzhou decided to endure it for the time being. Seeing his grandson stopping him, Grandpa Zhong was a little puzzled. Zhongzhou was not afraid because he treated Jiyu Zuner and the others as ordinary members of the Jiyu clan. He believed that the Jiyu clan would not offend him, a 6-star Dousheng, just because of a Do Zun, a Do Huang, and a Do Ling. Grandpa, she is Jiyu Yuan's daughter. When Zhongzhou heard that Jiyu Zuner was Jiyu Yuan's daughter, he was stunned and immediately calmed down. Zhongzhou was not afraid of the ancient clan. If he was alone, he could do whatever he wanted, but he was not like that. He had concerns. He had a son and a grandson. Grandpa, you see I'm not injured, just stand by and support me while I talk to them. Zhongzhou opened his mouth, but finally nodded. Miss Zuner, I have no intention of becoming your enemy. I captured Xiao Yan because he wanted to steal my strange fire. Today, for your sake, I will let Xiao Yan go. But if he comes to provoke me again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Although he didn't want to make enemies with the ancient clan, he still had to say something ugly here. After saying that, Zhongzhou threw Xiao Yan towards Jiyu Zuner. Zuner quickly caught her brother Xiao Yan. Thank you very much. After thanking him, Mr. Yun left with Zuner and Ling Ying. After such a big thing happened, old Yun didn't dare to leave Jiyu Zuner outside and prepared to take Zuner back. After Xiao Yan woke up, Zuner left the Emperor Seal and some cultivation resources to Xiao Yan and told Xiao Yan not to provoke Zhongzhou. Then Jiyu Zuner followed old Yun back to the clan. In the ancient world, Jiyu Yuan was very happy to hear that Jiyu Zuner had returned. After all, he hadn't seen Zuner for a long time, and the old father still missed his daughter very much. But when Elder Yun told Jiyu Yuan everything that had happened and everything about Xiao Yan, Jiyu Yuan almost couldn't help but beat Xiao Yan to death. At the same time, he was very disappointed with his daughter. There were so many geniuses in the ancient clan, but she looked down on them. Why did she like a waste from the defeated Xiao clan? And she was so deeply in love with him. That's right, compared to offending the 6-star Dousheng, Jiyu Yuan was more concerned about the fact that Zuner actually liked Xiao Yan. There are so many powerful people in the ancient clan, they don't have to take a 6-star Dousheng seriously. He immediately called Zuner over and said angrily, I asked you to get the ancient jade. It's fine if you haven't gotten it for so long, but why are you still so concerned about it? You have the divine bloodline of the ancient clan, and he is just a member of the impoverished Xiao clan. You two are not suitable for each other. Listen to your father and stop associating with him in the future. No, father, I like brother Xiao Yan. I only like brother Xiao Yan. Seeing Zuner crying so sadly, Jiyu Yuan felt as if his daughter had suddenly brought back a yellow-haired boy. He felt disappointed and distressed at the same time. He could only persuade Jiyu Zuner earnestly to give up this relationship, saying that they are not suitable for each other. And even if he agreed, the elders of the tribe would never agree. Not to mention that those elders also wanted their descendants to marry Ji sooner. Just because Xiao Yan was from the impoverished Xiao clan, they would never agree. What they thought was, even if their own descendants could not marry Ji sooner, they could not let outsiders get the chance. Finally, seeing Ji sooner so sad, as a father he really couldn't bear it. If Xiao Yan's talent is really as good as what you said, and if Xiao Yan can break through to the Dousheng level, your father will not object to your relationship. In the end, Ji Yuan had to take a step back. As long as Xiao Yan could break through to the Dousheng level, he would not object to Ji sooner and Xiao Yan being together. However, in Ji Yuan's opinion, the Xiao clan now does not even have a trace of the Dou Emperor bloodline. It is already the limit for Xiao Yan to break through to the Dou Zun level, and the possibility of breaking through to the Dousheng level is very slim. Ji sooner also knew that this was the best result she could achieve. As for the other elders, although Ji Yuan did not say it explicitly, Ji sooner knew that Ji Yuan would not help the elders, so she had to solve the problem. As for how to get the elders to agree, as long as Ji sooner is stronger than them, then that group of elders will definitely not be able to say anything. During the years she lived in the Xiao family, she had never practiced properly. You should know that several tribesmen of her age have basically cultivated to the level of Dou Wang, but she, who has a divine bloodline, has only reached the level of Dou Ling now. Realizing the importance of strength, Ji sooner made up her mind to practice well and plunged into it. Chapter 14. Absorbing the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Shinger, didn't you break through to Dou Zong before your training? What's the situation with your realm now? Master Zhong asked worriedly, having been aware of Zhong Xing's realm. Zhong Xing signaled to Master Zhong not to worry and took out the burning decree from his ring, handing it to Master Zhong. Grandpa, my realm dropped because I switched to this technique. Hiding things from loved ones is very foolish. Change your cultivation method. Zhong Cheng didn't react at first, wondering if his level regressed after changing his cultivation technique. But he immediately reacted and looked at Zhong Xing. You switched to practicing a low-level technique. This was no small matter. If something went wrong, Zhong Cheng quickly took the burning decree handed over by Zhong Xing. When he opened the first page and saw the low-level yellow-level words, he frowned but still patiently read on. Only when he saw that the level of this technique could be upgraded did he feel slightly relieved. After a while, Zhong Cheng finished reading it and had a general understanding of the burning decree. The technique that can help fuse multiple different fires for upgrading is truly magical. It's not like Zhong Cheng hasn't seen martial arts that can evolve, but those martial arts basically have their limits, which means that they can only evolve to the advanced earth level at most. Zhong Cheng was a little worried about the evolution of the level of this technique. Can this burning technique evolve to the heavenly stage? Grandpa, this burning technique can evolve infinitely by absorbing strange fire. If there is enough strange fire for me to absorb, I can even surpass the heavenly rank, Zhong Xing explained. Zhong Cheng was silent. What he wanted to say was, how could the strange fire be so easy to find? He only knew of 10 strange fires, and some of them were in the Doudi family. In addition to the strange fire in the Doudi family, there is the 9-dragon thunder fire in the Fenyan Valley and the bone spirit cold fire in the hands of Yao Chen, who won the Danta Alchemist Conference Championship. By the way, there is a 3000 flames fire in the Danta Star Field. He was not afraid of the current 1-star Dousheng ancestor of Fenyan Valley, but he had heard that the 9-dragon thunder fire had been reinforced with restrictions by each generation of sect masters, so even he was not sure he could break the restrictions. As for the alchemist Yao Chen, there has been no news about him for decades. Although Danta has a 3000 flames, Danta's ancestor is also a 6-star Dousheng like him, so it is not easy for him to rob it. At this time, the fact that old man Shenong possesses the flame of life is not known to anyone. Some blamed Zhong Xing for changing his martial arts without consulting him, but since his grandson had already made the switch successfully, Grandpa Zhong didn't say anything more. He secretly made up his mind to do his best to help his grandson find the strange fire. Zhong Xing knew what Zhong Cheng was worried about and didn't want his grandfather to worry about his upgrade. So he took out the bone spirit cold fire and the blue lotus earth core fire. Grandpa, don't worry, although strange fire is rare, it is not impossible to find. I found 2 strange fires in the northwest continent this time. Bone spirit cold fire. He was not surprised that there was the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, but what caught his attention was the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, which was ranked 11th. Isn't this strange fire on Yao Chen? How did it appear in this northwest continent? Zhongxing didn't intend to hide it from his grandfather and simply told Zhongcheng about how he found Yao Chen from Xiao Yan. Finally, in order to make Zhongcheng completely at ease, Zhongxing specially called Zhongcheng to absorb the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire for him. The level of Bone Spirit Cold Fire is a bit high, and Zhongxing doesn't plan to take the risk now. He decided to keep the Bone Spirit Cold Fire for now and absorb it later. In the secret room, Zhongxing was sitting cross-legged. In front of him was a lotus platform containing the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire. The first time Zhongxing absorbed the strange fire, he was still a little nervous. He took out the things needed to absorb the strange fire from the ring. Blood Lotus Pill, Ice Spirit Cold Spring, and a thumb-sized piece of Na Ling. After adjusting his mentality, Zhongxing nodded slightly at his grandfather. Let's get started. After swallowing the Blood Lotus Pill, the cold energy quickly penetrated into Zhongxing's meridians and finally condensed into a layer of blood-colored stratum corneum on his body. He used the power of his soul to separate the lotus pedestal from the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire. Without the restraint of the lotus pedestal, the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire suddenly increased by nearly several times, emitting a temperature even more terrifying than before. Although his palm was already covered by a layer of bloody stratum corneum, Zhongxing still felt unsafe and wrapped his palm with his fighting spirit again. He grabbed the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire directly in his hand and let it jump wildly in his hand without any intention of letting go. Staring at the green flame in his hand, Zhongxing found the right position, decisively stretched his palm into the green flame, and directly grabbed the original fire in the center of the strange fire. Feeling the terrifyingly high temperature blue magma strip emanating from his hand, Zhongxing did not hesitate and directly put it into his mouth and swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the strange fire, Zhongxing felt the strange fire burning in his body, and his face turned pale in an instant. Damn it, I'm already a Dohuang, why do I still feel so much pain? He endured the burning pain and sank his mind into his body. Feeling that the green color did not travel through his body, Zhongxing grabbed the jade bottle containing the Ice Spirit Cold Spring and drank it. Then he drove it to circulate in the meridians of his body. After it was completed, he wrapped the strange fire with his fighting spirit and drove it to circulate the root of the burning technique. As time went by, the refining of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and the evolution of the burning technique came to an end, and Zhongxing's strength began to increase rapidly. In the end, Zhongxing's realm remained at the 8-star Duhuang, and the burning decree evolved from the low-level Huang level to the low-level Zan level. Zhongcheng saw that the level of this martial art could indeed be improved, and after checking Zhongxing's body to see if he found anything abnormal, he was finally relieved. After what happened to Ji Yuzuner, Zhongcheng was worried that his grandson might be in danger here, so he spent a day opening up a space channel connecting to the eastern part of Zhongzhou with the snake people. With this channel, Zhongcheng will be able to get here faster in the future. Not only that, before leaving, Zhongcheng also said that he would send a stronger guard to Zhongxing. Zhongxing originally wanted to refuse. Zhongxing believed that Ji Yuzuner would not bother him again after knowing that he had a grandfather who was a 6-star Dosheng. Ji Yuzuner is brainless, but the Ji Yu clan is not. If the people of the Ji Yu clan knew that their young lady fell in love with a loser from the poor Xiao clan, they would probably want to kill Xiao Yan. Moreover, Zhongxing believed that the Ji Yu clan would not be so stupid as to provoke a 6-star Dosheng for the sake of a person from the Xiao clan. But he was prepared for the worst. What if someone came to attack him tomorrow? He was a cautious man. Would he risk his life to make others dare not provoke him? This was definitely not an option. As for why Zhongcheng was not allowed to stay, it was because Zhongxing knew that his parents needed their grandfather to look after them. For his own safety and to reassure his grandfather, Zhongxing agreed. With this space channel, the semi-saint called by Zhongcheng to protect Zhongxing arrived quickly. Chapter 15. Flame Lizard. The semi-saint sent by Zhongcheng to protect Zhongxing is called Lin Shan. He is a high-level semi-saint with extremely powerful strength. In the past, Ji Feng protected him, so he didn't dare to go to Canaan College to snatch the strange fire. He remembered that the second elder of Canaan Academy seemed to be at the half-step Dozun realm, and he was unsure if Ji Feng could bring him in quietly. Fearing they would be discovered, They called the dean of Canaan College, Mang Qianqi, but that would be dangerous. When Mang Qianqi appeared in the original novel, he was a high-level semi-saint, and now he is at least a mid-level semi-saint. Half-saint is between Do Zun and Do Saint. From the word, saint, in the title, you can tell how strong he is. It can be described by this sentence: entering the saint realm for the first time is far superior to the Zun realm. It is definitely not something that Ji Feng, a 5-star Do Zun, can deal with. Now, with Lin Shan, a high-level semi-saint, even if we encounter Mang Qianqi and cannot defeat him when we go to steal the strange fire, I believe Lin Shan can take him away. Well, it's stable. So, on the second day after the semi-saint arrived, Zhongzhou took the semi-saint towards Canaan College. In the inner courtyard of Canaan College, in front of Zhongzhou was a sunken terrain. Inside the depression was an extremely large black tower, but it was buried deep underground. Only a portion of the tower top and a dark entrance were visible above. Seeing that the Tianfan refining Qi Tower had such a shape, Zhongzhou was very curious about who designed such a strange structure. The space around the tower seemed to be slightly distorted and wrinkled. I remember Xiao Yan in the original book said that to set up defense in this twisted space, one needs at least Do Zun level strength. However, this defense should only work against strange fire because when Zhongzhou and Lin Shan came in, this defense did not stop them. Lin Shan and Zhongzhou easily avoided the Do Wang and Do Huang elders who were guarding the Tianfan refining Qi Tower and came to the bottom of the tower. As soon as he arrived at the bottom of the tower, Zhongzhou felt the air was filled with violent fire energy. The fire energy here is particularly pure, and it is a good place for fire practitioners to practice. Puff! Suddenly, a fire python whose entire body could not be seen, whose body was almost transparent, whose head was several feet tall, and whose body was covered with flames, broke out from the magma. As soon as Zhongzhou entered the bottom of the tower, the aura of the green lotus earth core fire on his body was detected by the fire python transformed from the fallen heart flame. The fallen heart flame already had some intelligence. It sensed the aura of a strange fire that was weaker than its own and became extremely excited. It couldn't wait to rush out of the magma and devour the strange fire. But as soon as it came out and sensed Lin Shan's breath, it became timid and quickly drilled back into the magma. Lin Shan originally wanted to take direct action to capture the fallen heart flame, but was stopped by Zhongzhou. We will collect this strange fire last and then run away. Collecting at the end, isn't our goal this fallen heart flame? Lin Shan was a little curious. I feel like there's something I want down there. Let's go down and take a look. Zhongzhou couldn't reveal that he already knew what was going on below, so he gave a vague answer. At the same time, Zhongzhou suddenly felt that Ji Feng was more useful. Although Ji Feng is not as strong as Lin Shan, his advantage is that he never asks too many questions about what Zhongzhou tells him to do, which makes Zhongzhou feel very comfortable using him. In Young Master, the strongest people in Canaan Academy are only 2 9-star Dozongs. Even if we snatch them away directly, they can't do anything to us, right? Look, Lin Shan started to dig deeper again. This Canaan Academy was founded by the Thunder Tribe's semi-saint elder Mang Qianqi. It's better not to offend him unless absolutely necessary. Keep a low profile. Thunder Clan. When Lin Shan heard about the Thunder Clan, which had the most violent temper among the 8 ancient clans, he shuddered. Then let's go down and look for what you need, young master. Zhongzhou and Lin Shan plunged into the magma. In the boundless magma, all red, Zhongzhou instinctively used his soul to explore the surrounding situation and vaguely felt that there was a group of living creatures deeper in the magma. Young master, there is a group of red creatures deeper down. Lin Shan is a high-level semi-saint, and his soul realm has reached the late spiritual realm. Naturally, he has discovered more things than Zhongzhou. Let's dive down. The deeper he dived, the clearer Zhongzhou could sense. There was a group of red figures wandering in the magma. The figures were red all over, the same color as the surrounding magma. Their red bodies were covered with red scales, and their red scaly tails were swinging slightly. Those figures were all standing on their feet. Zhongzhou also discovered that their feet were unusually wide, and their heads were round. They had a pair of small eyes that revealed a hint of ferocity. Their large mouths were slightly open, revealing densely packed sharp teeth. The whole thing looked like a lizard that could walk upright. If I had to describe them in one word, it would be ugly. If I had to use 2 words, it would be extremely ugly. Zhongzhou knew that these creatures were fire lizards, and one of the purposes of his coming here was to catch them. Zhongzhou remembered that killing these fire lizards would produce a bead containing rich fire energy. This bead is a good thing for people who practice fire-attributed skills, so Zhongzhou plans to collect all the crystals of these fire lizards and take them back to absorb them slowly. At this time, Zhongzhou and Lin Shan were very close to the group of fire lizards. There were about 50 fire lizards in this group. Most of them had an aura of Do Wang and Do Huang levels, a small number were Do Zong level, and there were 3 whose auras even Zhongzhou couldn't see through. Zhongzhou guessed that the strength of these 3 fire lizards might have reached Do Zun level. Seeing this scene, Zhongzhou was very excited. If he encountered a group of fire lizards, there would be 3 Do Zun level fire lizards. If he collected all the lizards in the magma, Zhongzhou couldn't even imagine what realm he could reach if he refined all these crystals. However, Zhongzhou didn't want to let these fire lizards run away, so he quickly ordered Lin Shan to kill them. Lin Shan, there is a red bead inside these lizards. Go and kill them all. Okay, young master. After receiving the order, Lin Shan rushed towards the group of fire lizards. Seeing Lin Shan rushing forward, Zhongzhou swam upstream quickly, keeping a safe distance from these fire lizards. These fire lizards are at the Do Zun level. If he goes up, Lin Shan will have to distract himself to protect him. It would be better to stay at a distance and watch. Lin Shan launched a sneak attack on the fire lizards, killing nearly 10 Duhuang level and 1 Duzun level fire lizard at once. When the other fire lizards saw their companions die suddenly, they stared at Lin Shan with ferocious eyes, then let out a shrill scream and pounced on Lin Shan at the same time. Lin Shan was naturally not afraid and went forward to meet them. Lin Shan's strength is much stronger than these fire lizards. Every time he attacked, several fire lizards would be blown up, and a red bead would fall out of the body of the blown fire lizard. After a while, Lin Shan killed all the fire lizards and harvested more than 50 red beads. Chapter 16. Larval Bodies Fall in Heart Flame. After killing this group of fire lizards, Zhongzhou and Lin Shan conducted a thorough search for more fire lizards in the magma. However, Zhongzhou later felt it was too dangerous, so he left the lava directly and let Lin Shan search for them himself. After finding any, Lin Shan would kill them and take the beads. These fire lizards can only live in magma. Leaving the magma is like a fish leaving water, and they will die immediately. So when Lin Shan's fighting spirit was almost consumed, he would come up to recover his fighting spirit, and then go down again after recovering. Even though Lin Shan was already a high-level semi-saint, it still took him 2 days to kill all the lizards under the lava. Finally, Zhongzhou took inventory and found that he had more than 10 Do Zun level beads, 1 semi-saint level bead, and as many as 400 beads below Do Zong level. There was 1 half-saint, more than 10 Do Zuns, and nearly 100 Do Zongs. If this lineup were placed in the beast domain, except for the 3 major magical beast families, there would probably be few who could match them. Fortunately, these fire lizards are not particularly united, and the largest group had only 100 individuals. Otherwise, if they united, even Lin Shan would not dare to provoke them easily. Zhongzhou was very happy to get these beads. These beads contained very strong fire energy, and they were particularly violent. Others might not dare to take them, but he was different. He practiced the burning technique and absorbed the strange fire. Could the energy of these beads be more violent than the strange fire? Refining these beads was a piece of cake. Zhongzhou couldn't wait to refine them and try the effect. So, Zhongzhou picked out a Do Ling level bead from these beads and swallowed it into his stomach. That's right, it's Do Ling level, this is more stable. As soon as the bead was taken, it was like a ball of fire, suddenly drilling into Zhongzhou's body along his throat, and then Zhongzhou's skin began to gradually turn red. When he first took it, he felt some burning pain, but as Zhongzhou refined it, the fire energy in the bead was gradually absorbed by Zhongzhou until the energy was completely refined. It was quite fast to completely refine a Do Ling level bead, and it only took Zhongzhou 5 minutes. Zhongzhou was particularly excited as he felt his body becoming filled with more fighting spirit. Just refining this bead is equivalent to the fighting spirit he has cultivated for half a day. This is just a Do Ling level bead. The Duhuang, Duzong, Duzun, and the semi-saint level bead will definitely be more effective. Zhongzhou estimated that even if he did not absorb the strange fire, just refining these beads would be enough for him to break through to the 5-star Duzun. This made Zhongzhou feel for the first time that he had the aura of a protagonist. After dealing with these lava lizards, Zhongzhou and his companion came to a transparent circle of light under the lava. Zhongzhou and Lin Shan discovered this aperture when they were searching for fire lizards. There was a space inside the aperture. Zhongzhou guessed that this should be the location of the soul of Skyfire Master Yao Tianwo. Zhongzhou would never forget that this Yao Tian fire also contained a juvenile fallen heart flame. Zhongzhou wanted to leave the larval form of the fallen heart flame in Canaan College. One reason is that the fallen heart flame is still in its infancy. Even if he absorbs it, it will not bring much improvement to him. Another reason was that if he took both fallen heart flames away, Zhongzhou was afraid that Mang Qianqi would find out about him. Although the status of the half-saint rogue Qianqi in the Thunder clan was not high, and he could not do anything to Zhongzhou, who had a 6-star Dousheng grandfather, Zhongzhou did not want to attract the attention of the ancient Dou emperor family so early, and the wretched development was the kingly way. Entering the light circle with Lin Shan, this was a fairly wide space, in the center of which was suspended a skeleton, and an invisible flame was attached to the skeleton. Zhongzhou could feel that the energy contained in this flame was much weaker than that of the mature fallen heart flame. Not all strange fires are unique. Only the top 3 strange fires are unique in the Douqi Continent. As long as other strange fires have enough energy from heaven and earth, are in the right environment, and then after a long period of sedimentation, they can give birth to such wonders of heaven and earth. For example, the first strange fire that Zhongzhou subdued, the green lotus earth core fire, would give birth to another similar strange fire as long as the root system of the fire lotus was not damaged, but the gestation period would take thousands of years. This is how the fallen heart flame of the larva in front of us was formed, but now it is still in its juvenile stage. The previous owner of the fallen heart flame above was the Skyfire Lord. When Venerable Skyfire came here to travel, he accidentally discovered the second fallen heart flame and wanted to take it for himself. However, after the 2 different fires merged into the body, not only did they fail to merge perfectly, but they repelled each other like enemies, causing Yao Tianwo to be seriously injured. He was then attacked by the fire lizard, and finally led to the death of Lord Tianwo, leaving only a trace of his soul remaining in this space. Lin Shan noticed something strange about the skeleton at first sight and shouted in its direction. "Seeing me coming, but not showing up, are you planning to attack us by surprise?" Venerable Tianwo was startled by Lin Shan's voice. He knew that he could not escape Lin Shan's detection. He was afraid that Lin Shan would attack him directly, so he quickly showed up. Suddenly, the skeleton emitted a dazzling white light, which slowly moved and finally turned into an illusory old man in a white robe with white hair and beard. Seeing Venerable Skyfire appear, Zhongzhou immediately threatened Venerable Skyfire. "Robbery! Hand over everything you have. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you and find it myself. Before I kill you, I will use strange fire to slowly burn your soul." Yao Tianwo shuddered as he listened to Zhongzhou's words. After waiting for a long time, someone finally came, but he turned out to be the king of hell. "Don't kill me, I'll give it up. I'll give it up." Although his current state could not be maintained for long, who would want to die if they could live? So, the Skyfire Venerable gave Zhongzhou the fallen heart flame of the young body and a snow-white storage ring. After Zhongzhou got the storage ring, he probed his soul power into it and found the pale white scroll with the words, 5 Wheels Fire Separation Method, written on it. After putting away the fallen heart flame and the storage ring, Zhongzhou nodded with satisfaction and left this space with Lin Shan. Venerable Tianwo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the 2 men did not kill him. After leaving that space, Zhongzhou pointed at the transparent halo and spoke. "Lin Shan, use all your strength to blast that space." This Skyfire Venerable survived by attaching his soul to the strange fire. After so many years, his soul can no longer hold on for much longer. Now that he has lost the strange fire, it will probably completely dissipate within a year. In this case, it would be better to let Lin Shan send him off to avoid any accidents that would cause Venerable Skyfire to help Xiao Yan again. "Okay, young master." Although Lin Shan was surprised to hear Zhongzhou's order, he still did as he was told. After concentrating all his fighting spirit, he smashed it hard at the transparent halo. The transparent aperture could not block Lin Shan's attack at all and exploded the moment it came into contact. Seeing the aperture explode, Zhongzhou nodded with satisfaction. "Well, it's stable." Chapter 17. Saving Yan. After obtaining the larval form of the Fallen Heart Flame, the next target was the mature Fallen Heart Flame. After staying here for 2 days, Zhongzhou and Lin Shan had become familiar with the location of the strange fire. When the fire python, transformed from the mature Fallen Heart Flame, saw the two humans, Zhongzhou and Lin Shan, again, it instinctively tried to escape. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was too great. Lin Shan quickly caught up with it, striking it with a palm that knocked it back to its original form, transforming it into a colorless flame. Zhongzhou first placed the Fallen Heart Flame into a special container, then threw the larval Fallen Heart Flame into the magma before having Lin Shan take him away. In the original novel, Canaan Academy struggled to control the Fallen Heart Flame, and Han Feng took advantage of its riot to steal the strange fire. Xiao Yan eventually absorbed the strange fire, which saved the students of Canaan Academy and gained him favor with Elder Su Qian, who didn't blame him much. However, with the mature Fallen Heart Flame replaced by the more controllable juvenile version, Canaan Academy would likely be able to control it. Zhongzhou was curious about what Xiao Yan would do. Would he rob the academy that had trained him, or would he give up? The thought made Zhongzhou suddenly feel that he was becoming more and more like a villain. Not long after Zhongzhou took the Fallen Heart Flame away, the elder guarding the Tianfan refining Qi Tower sensed something was wrong. At first, they noticed that the tower's accelerated training effect had suddenly weakened. They assumed it was due to the unstable energy of the Fallen Heart Flame and expected it to stabilize after a while. However, after waiting for some time without improvement, they grew concerned. One of the elders hurriedly called for Chief Elder Su Qian. Upon arrival, Su Qian sensed something amiss. Why has the energy of this strange fire weakened so much? The Tianfan refining Qi Tower was the foundation of Canaan Academy and could not be lost, so Su Qian, along with several elders, descended to the bottom of the tower. As soon as they reached the bottom, they saw the juvenile Fallen Heart Flame, and exchanged surprised glances. "Where is my huge fire python?" Su Qian exclaimed. After acquiring the mature Fallen Heart Flame, Zhongzhou initially planned to return directly to the Serpent People, but he suddenly remembered that there was an opportunity for Xiao Yan in the mountains near Canaan Academy, the Earth Core Tempering Milk. The Heart-Tempering Body Milk was known as a spiritual object of the Earth. It was condensed over centuries, with the Earth's core mist forming in 100 years, which had miraculous solidifying effects. After 1,000 years, it condensed into Earth's core liquid, capable of cleansing the marrow and strengthening bones. The Earth's core tempering body milk, the best of these liquids, could also help people break through barriers, comparable in effect to top-grade elixirs. The snow demon Sky Ape, possessing it, could even speak human language upon reaching the 5th level. This object had provided significant help to Xiao Yan in the early stages. With the Earth core tempering milk, Xiao Yan broke through from an 8-star Great Doshi to a Douling. Although with Zhongzhou's current strength, the Earth core tempering milk was no longer useful to him, he figured it could be saved for Qing Lin when she broke through to the Douling level. Thus, Zhongzhou flew in that direction. Zhongzhou didn't remember the exact location of the mountain range, but it didn't matter. 6th-level monsters could already speak, so Zhongzhou and Lin Shan found a bear-like monster and threatened it into leading the way. With the beast guiding them, Zhongzhou and the others headed toward the residence of the snow demon ape. When they were almost there, Zhongzhou suddenly sensed energy fluctuations from the direction of the snow demon ape. When he arrived near the snow demon ape's residence, Zhongzhou saw a little girl fighting with the snow demon ape. The little girl had purple hair, was wearing a purple dress, and had a delicate appearance. Yan, Zhongzhou thought. The little girl was very strong. Her fists were small but packed with tremendous energy. When she collided with the snow demon ape's huge fist, she only took a step back, while the snow demon ape was knocked back 3 steps. How could I forget about her? Zhongzhou realized. Seeing the little girl with such terrifying brute force, Zhongzhou confirmed that she was indeed Yan. In the original novel, Yan's father, the Taishu ancient dragon emperor Zhu Kun, was trapped in a trap designed by Tuosh ancient emperor due to his greed for the ancient emperor's cave mansion, causing Yan to be lost. After accidentally consuming the transformation grass, she took on a human form and was taken back to the inner courtyard by the Grand Elder of Canaan Academy. With Xiao Yan's help, she eventually returned to Dragon Island for training. After absorbing the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, her cultivation reached the early 4-star Dousheng. Yan was practically a cheat character. If Zhongzhou could win her over and help the ancient dragon island unify, he could not only gain the support of the Taishu ancient dragon clan but also have Zhu Kun's assistance when opening the ancient emperor cave mansion. Tisk tisk tisk, how could I have forgotten about her in the first place? After being repelled by Yan again, the snow demon ape roared, pounded its chest, and began to awaken its violent bloodline, causing its momentum to surge. The snow demon sky ape was a magical beast that guarded the earth core tempering milk. Its strength was comparable to that of a Do Wong. In its violent state, its power could reach the level of a 5-star Do Wong. However, like any method of instant power increase, the snow demon sky ape's violent bloodline had its drawbacks, leaving it weakened at night. The fact that the snow demon ape was forced to activate its violent bloodline showed how enraged it was. At this moment, with its violent bloodline awakened, the snow demon ape had reached the level of a 5-star Do Wong. It roared and charged at Yan. Yan was taken aback by the sudden surge in the snow demon ape's strength. Her expression changed drastically as she spread her fighting spirit wings, preparing to flee. However, the snow demon ape, now much faster in its berserk state, quickly closed the distance between them and swung its massive fist at Yan. The snow demon ape was too fast. By the time Yan realized it, the fist was nearly upon her. Knowing she couldn't dodge in time, Yan hastily swung her fist to block it. Their fists collided, but Yan's hurried strike couldn't fully counter the snow demon ape's power. The beast's fist landed heavily on her, sending her flying dozens of meters. As Yan was thrown back, the snow demon ape wasn't ready to let her go. Roaring excitedly, it charged towards Yan again, leaping up to deliver another powerful blow aimed at her head. Lying on the ground, Yan felt the force behind the approaching punch. Her face paled in fear, and she closed her eyes, bracing for impact. Bang! Suddenly, a figure flashed over, appearing in front of Yan. The figure also swung a fist, intercepting the blow that was intended for her. Hearing the sound of fists colliding, Yan slowly opened her tightly shut eyes. Chapter 18. Kidnapping Yan. When the snow demon sky ape was about to hit Yan's head with its fist, a force blocked it, preventing the blow from landing. Yan opened her eyes and saw Zhongzhou standing in front of her. After exchanging punches with the snow demon sky ape, Zhongzhou saw it being knocked back a few steps, and then he used his Do techniques to attack it. The snow demon sky ape's strength was only that of a 5-star Do king, so it was naturally no match for Zhongzhou. After being hit by 2 earth-level Do skills performed by Zhongzhou, its entire body was burned black, and it lay on the ground, unable to move. Zhongzhou approached and hit it twice more, stopping only when he was sure it was dead. Yan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this man kill the snow demon sky ape so easily. "Thank you," she said. At this moment, Zhongzhou had already figured out how to win Yan over. "You're welcome, we're all human." Are you a magical beast? How do you know? Yan asked, confused. She hadn't transformed into her true form, so how did this person know? Zhongzhou stared at Yan for a long time, then his face showed a shocked expression. "My soul power is quite special, so I can see your true form," Zhongzhou explained. "Oh, I see." As soon as Yan finished speaking, she suddenly reacted and stared at Zhongzhou with wide eyes. She grabbed his hand in excitement. "You can see my true form. Then what is my true form?" Zhongzhou pretended to be surprised and said, "You don't even know your true self." Yan explained, "I don't know. When I was a child, I accidentally ate a transformation grass. After I transformed, I couldn't change back. I don't remember what my original form is. I have some guesses about your true identity, but I'm not sure. Please answer 2 questions for me first. Are you good at spatial abilities, such as being able to ignore some spatial restrictions? And do you have a special connection with treasures, being able to sense the location of genius and earth treasures?" Zhongzhou directly pointed out Yan's 2 biggest characteristics. Hearing Zhongzhou mention these abilities, Yan was both surprised and delighted. Since Zhongzhou knew about her special abilities, he must know what her true form was. She nodded rapidly in response. With enough preparation, Zhongzhou could finally give the answer. "I have seen your fellow tribesmen in Zhongzhou before, so I guess your true form should be the ancient Taishu dragon." "The ancient Taishu dragon, Zhongzhou," Yan murmured. Zhongzhou asked curiously, "Do you want to go back and meet your people?" Yan replied angrily and stubbornly, I want to ask why they abandoned me. Then come with me. My home is in Zhongzhou. I can take you to find your people. Are you willing to come with me? Yes, I'm willing to go, but wait a moment. I need to write a letter to that old fellow Su Qian first. Yan was afraid that if she suddenly disappeared, Su Qian would be worried. As for why she didn't go back and tell Su Qian in person, it was because Yan feared that Su Qian would not let her go. Okay, you write the letter first. While Yan was writing the letter, Zhongzhou took the opportunity to gather all the Earth's core tempering milk in the Snow Demon Sky Ape's cave and destroyed the place to prevent it from producing new Earth's core tempering milk. If this place wasn't destroyed, it would produce a steady supply of Earth's core tempering milk. Well, it can't be left to Xiao Yan. After finishing all this, Yan had just finished writing the letter. Zhongzhou glanced at the crooked letter spelling, Yan, on the envelope and found it a little amusing. Your name is Yan. Yeah, what's your name? My name is Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou then took out some Earth's core tempering milk and gave it to Yan. Since Zhongzhou had killed the Snow Demon Sky Ape and saved her, Yan originally thought that she would not have a chance to get the Earth's core tempering milk. But she didn't expect Zhongzhou to share it with her. She felt a little embarrassed, but knowing she needed energy to grow, she accepted it and thought about how to repay Zhongzhou in the future. After taking it, feeling the energy contained in the Earth's core tempering milk, Yan picked up a bottle and drank it directly. It's really hard to drink, she muttered, showing a disgusted expression. I have some pills here that should taste better than this, Zhongzhou said as he took out a bottle of 6th grade elixir from his storage ring and handed it to Yan. Oh, by the way, this bottle is a healing pill that can heal your injuries, Zhongzhou added, remembering how Yan had been injured by the Snow Demon Sky Ape. He took out another bottle of pills and handed it to her. Yan happily took it and then asked curiously, why are you so nice to me? I feel a special connection with you, so I can't help but want to be nice to you. Zhongzhou replied. Yan felt a little embarrassed by what Zhongzhou said. Then let's go. Good. The three of them first returned to Canaan College and handed the letter to a classmate, with Yan threatening him to give it to the Great Elder. Zhongzhou found it amusing to see Yan's fierce expression, thinking she was a bit like a little gangster girl from his previous life. After delivering the letter, Zhongzhou asked Lin Shan to take them back to the Snake People. Originally, he wanted to go to the Black Horn region to snatch Han Feng's Sea Heart Flame, but then he thought it would be a bit inappropriate to take Yan to snatch the strange fire after just tricking her here. It's better to take Yan back and let Ji Feng come to get her. Zhongzhou, where are we going? Yan asked. We're going to the Snake People of the Gamma Empire. Oh, Yan had thought Zhongzhou was going to take her to Zhongzhou right away and was a little disappointed when she heard it wasn't the case. The little girl was not good at hiding her expression, and Zhongzhou noticed it. I have some things to do here first. I'll take you to meet your people when I'm done. Also, my grandfather built a space channel there that goes directly to Zhongzhou. It's faster to go there by taking that space channel. Good. With Lin Shan's guidance, Zhongzhou and the others quickly returned to the snake tribe. When Qing Lin heard that Zhongzhou had returned, she hurried out to greet him. Master, you're back, Qing Lin said happily. Since Qing Lin had been brought back and started practicing, her once timid character had gradually changed. She no longer spoke as cautiously as before and seemed much more confident. Yeah, I'm back, Zhongzhou smiled and nodded at Qing Lin. Noticing that Qing Lin's strength had reached the 6th level of Douqi, Zhongzhou reached out and patted her head. Good job, it seems you've been practicing very hard and have already reached the 6th level of Douqi. Qing Lin really enjoyed Zhongzhou's touch on her head. It's thanks to the foundation building spiritual liquid that you gave me, young master, that I was able to break through so quickly, Qing Lin said, feeling a bit embarrassed by Zhongzhou's compliment. That's right, after Zhongzhou robbed Yao Chen, he obtained the recipe for the foundation building spiritual liquid and had an alchemist refine it for him. The foundation building spiritual liquid was originally created by Yao Lao and is specifically designed to assist people in the Douji stage in their cultivation. It is a 2nd grade elixir. Practitioners at the Douji stage can increase their cultivation speed through medicinal baths. The reason why Qing Lin could cultivate so fast was partly because of her special physique and partly because of this foundation building spiritual liquid. Zhongzhou then introduced Qing Lin and Xiao Yan to each other. After the introduction, Qing Lin was very happy to learn that Xiao Yan would be staying here, as she would now have a playmate of the same age. Chapter 19. The Jama royal family and the Yunlin sect join forces. Jama Imperial Palace. A tall, pretty-faced, and cold-tempered woman dressed in luxurious brocade robes sat on the throne. Beneath her cold demeanor, she exuded a dignified temperament, and her entire presence radiated a cool and mature elegance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a captivating allure. This was none other than Princess Yao Yi of the Jama Empire, the heir to the empire. "How's it going? Any news about Jia Lao?" Yao Yi sat on the throne, appearing calm on the surface. However, beneath her brocade robes, where the ministers kneeling below couldn't see, her hands were clenched with sweat staining her palms. It was clear she was far less composed than she appeared. Jia Xingtian was her great-grandfather, and she knew that he had been called by Ji Yuhi to help seize the strange fire. Initially, she wasn't too worried, as her great-grandfather's strength had reached the peak of the Dohuang realm. Even if he were defeated, Yao Yi believed that not even the snake woman Queen Medusa could prevent his escape. But days had passed, and Jia Xingtian still hadn't returned. Seizing the strange fire shouldn't take this long, should it? Anxiety mounting, she quickly sent someone to gather information. The ministers below, trembling, replied, "Princess, Jia Lao, he was killed by the snake people." Boom! The words struck Yao Yi like a heavy blow. Her eyes filled with sorrow, and it felt as if the entire world had turned bleak. "You may leave now." Sensing the princess's darkening mood, the ministers hurriedly retreated, fearful that her anger might turn on them. Once alone in the hall, Yao Yi could no longer hold back. She wrapped her arms around her knees, and tears streamed down her face like a torrential downpour. In this moment, all of her usual dignity vanished, leaving behind only a sorrowful and helpless young girl. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yao Yi finally raised her head, wiping away her tears. The sadness in her eyes had been replaced by a blazing fury. "Snake people, I will see you all dead." Her words dripped with unending resentment. Soon, news of the event spread, causing an uproar across the Jia Empire. Yunlin sect. The Yunlin sect was quick to receive the news. The sect's chief elder, Yun Leng, rushed to awaken the former sect leader, Yun Shan. When Yun Shan learned from Yun Leng that his disciple had been killed, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had raised Yun since she was a child, and in Yun Shan's heart, she was like his own daughter. Hearing that Yun had been killed by the snake people, Yun Shan was overwhelmed with grief and fury. Had he not feared a counterattack from the powerful snake people, he would have sought revenge immediately. After calming himself for a moment, Yun Shan crushed the jade slip that summoned the Soul Palace Guardian. Though he had previously refused the Soul Palace Guardian's request, the death of his disciple left him willing to do whatever was necessary to seek vengeance. After discussion, the Yunlin sect decided to contact the royal family, proposing a joint attack on the snake people. Yao Yi, now consumed by her vow to wipe out the snake people and avenge her great-grandfather, agreed without hesitation. Despite the past friction between the Yunlin sect and the royal family, things were different now. The top leaders of both factions had been killed by the snake people. This common enemy united them, overriding any previous conflicts. Zhongzhou, who had returned to the snake people, was unaware that the Yunlin sect and the royal family had joined forces to attack them. Even if he had known, Zhongzhou likely wouldn't have cared. Ji Feng could easily defeat the Yunlin sect and the royal family without Lin Shan needing to get involved. It had been 2 days since the last time the colorful snake was fed. The companion amethyst source he provided last time had been fully absorbed, so Zhongzhou took out another for the colorful snake to eat. The queen has absorbed so much amethyst source by now, why hasn't she woken up yet? Since the colorful little snake had followed him, Zhongzhou had been feeding it a bottle of companion amethyst source every 2 or 3 days. The stockpile he brought from home was nearly depleted, but Medusa still showed no signs of awakening. Zhongzhou found this absurd. In the original novel, Xiao Yan had also fed the companion amethyst source to the colorful little snake, though likely in smaller amounts than what Zhongzhou had provided. Medusa had awakened soon after Xiao Yan fed the colorful little snake, so why hadn't she woken up now? In the original novel, Xiao Yan had been unable to absorb the energy of the fire lotus seeds, which were then absorbed by the colorful little snake, prompting her awakening. But now, Even after feeding the colorful little snake the fire lotus seeds directly, Medusa still didn't wake up. Though Medusa looked quite impressive after evolving into a 7-colored swallowing python, Zhongzhou had no desire to see a snake every day. He preferred Medusa in her human form. Returning to the snake people's territory, Zhongzhou found himself with little to do. He decided to spend a few days adjusting his condition to its peak before absorbing the strange fire. He also ordered Ji Feng to go to the Black Corner region to seize Han Feng's Sea Heart Flame and to visit all the auctions there, using both threats and inducements to acquire all the maps up for auction. Zhongzhou hadn't forgotten that the third piece of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire Remnant map would be auctioned at the Black Seal City auction in the Black Corner region. To be thorough, he instructed Ji Feng to visit every auction in the region. Ji Feng didn't disappoint. Within 2 days, he completed the task and brought back the Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th on the Strange Fire list, along with the incomplete map. Now, Zhongzhou possessed 3 strange fires: the Fallen Heart Flame, ranked 14th, the Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th, and the Bone-Chilling Flame, ranked 11th. Though the rankings of the Fallen Heart Flame and the Sea Heart Flame were close, with the Fallen Heart Flame ranked higher, Zhongzhou decided to absorb it first. His reasoning was simple: the Fallen Heart Flame could help with cultivation, making it advantageous to absorb it as soon as possible. The Fallen Heart Flame, ranked 14th on the Strange Fire list, was a flame born from the heart, capable of tempering qi and refining bones. Known as a cultivation cheat, it could accelerate cultivation. Once refined, the flame would continuously generate a type of heart fire within the body, burning fighting spirit without requiring control and keeping the practitioner in a perpetual state of cultivation. Hence, its moniker is a cultivation cheat. Zhongzhou was very interested in this strange fire that could cultivate automatically. With his current strength, absorbing the Fallen Heart Flame would not be difficult. The challenge lay in fusing it with the Green Lotus Core Flame. That was why Zhongzhou took a few days to adjust his condition before proceeding with the absorption. Chapter 20. Fusion of Strange Fire. In the training room, Zhongzhou, with the experience of devouring the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire, easily separated the original flame of the Fallen Heart Flame. He poured the Earth Spirit Pill from the jade bottle and swallowed it without hesitation. The Earth Spirit Pill is a 6th-grade elixir that helps protect one's mind and eliminates fire poison. When devouring the Fallen Heart Flame, it generates heart fire characteristics. The Earth Spirit Pill can help refine the Fallen Heart Flame to the greatest extent. As expected, after taking the Earth Spirit Pill, Zhongzhou's previous worries were swept away. He let go of all distractions and became calm. Zhongzhou then swallowed the Fallen Heart Flame he had just extracted. As soon as the Fallen Heart Flame entered his body, Zhongzhou felt a familiar burning sensation. Although it was stronger than when he swallowed the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire, it wasn't the first time he had felt it, so he could bear it. After entering his body, the Fallen Heart Flame tried to run wild. Zhongzhou condensed several nets of Douqi within himself, attempting to trap the flame, but he overestimated his fighting spirit and underestimated the terrifying power of the Fallen Heart Flame. The high temperature emitted by the flame instantly burned the Douqi nets into nothingness as soon as they got close. This Fallen Heart Flame was fierce. Zhongzhou had no choice but to condense his Douqi again. However, this time, he didn't try to form the Douqi nets again. Instead, he decided to form a thick wall and drive the Fallen Heart Flame toward it. After continuous effort, Zhongzhou finally managed to drive the Fallen Heart Flame to the designated location. Fusing the different fires required erasing the intelligence of the flames, so Zhongzhou controlled the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire to attack the Fallen Heart Flame. Although the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire ranked lower than the Fallen Heart Flame, Zhongzhou's fighting spirit replenished its energy, giving it an advantage. One flame had a supply of energy while the other didn't. The outcome was predictable. After considerable effort, the intelligence of the Fallen Heart Flame was finally dispersed by the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire. The Fallen Heart Flame, now devoid of intelligence, calmed down and stopped running wild like before. Zhongzhou used his fighting spirit to push the Fallen Heart Flame into his meridians and began circulating the burning technique to refine it. Refining the Fallen Heart Flame was not particularly dangerous, so Zhongzhou quickly completed the process. The next step was the most important and dangerous, the fusion of the different fires. However, Zhongzhou did not start immediately. He had consumed a lot of his fighting spirit while driving the fallen heart flame into his meridians, so he needed to recover. Facing this difficult and dangerous step, Zhongzhou had to be in the best possible condition. He took out a 6th grade Qi recovering pill from his storage ring. The pill worked similarly to Xiao Yan's Qi recovering pill, accelerating the recovery of fighting spirit in a short time. However, the quality of Zhongzhou's pill was higher, so its effects were more potent. After taking the Qi recovering pill, Zhongzhou's consumed fighting spirit quickly recovered. Once he felt ready, Zhongzhou focused his mind on his body. The fallen heart flame was now suspended above his cyclone, and Zhongzhou summoned the green lotus earth core fire. As soon as the green lotus earth core fire appeared, the fallen heart flame began to boil. Different fires are natural enemies. When they meet, they instinctively want to devour each other, absorbing the other's energy to strengthen themselves. Zhongzhou controlled the green lotus earth core fire to approach the fallen heart flame and activated the burning technique. As the green lotus earth core fire drew closer, the fallen heart flame boiled even more violently. Zhongzhou tried to stabilize the two fires by inputting his fighting spirit, but it didn't work. The closer the fires got, the more violent they became. With no other choice, Zhongzhou increased his fighting spirit input. Fortunately, this had an effect, and Zhongzhou finally managed to bring the two fires together. When the two different fires came into contact, there was a crackling sound like firecrackers, followed by waves of pain. Despite the pain, Zhongzhou knew he couldn't afford to be distracted. This was the critical moment of fusing the fires. Zhongzhou activated the burning technique's Douqi, inputting it into both flames. With the Douqi's coordination, the explosions weakened, but the fires still did not fully merge. He continued increasing the input of fighting spirit until he noticed that the two differently colored flames were slowly beginning to merge. However, when Zhongzhou reduced the input of Douqi, the point of contact between the flames began to explode again. Panicked, Zhongzhou quickly increased the input of Douqi, and the flames began to merge once more. The process consumed a tremendous amount of Douqi, forcing Zhongzhou to take Qi recovering pills to keep up. As time passed, Zhongzhou lost track of how long he had been fusing the flames. The blue flame and the colorless flame, which had been in opposition, were now fully merged, forming an emerald green flame. Seeing the new strange fire formed by the fusion of the green lotus earth core fire and the fallen heart flame, Zhongzhou let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, it finally worked. The successful fusion of the strange fires filled Zhongzhou with joy and relief. Perhaps because of his relatively strong constitution, Zhongzhou did not experience the aftereffects that Xiao Yan had after fusing strange fires in the original novel. After absorbing the strange fire, Zhongzhou's cultivation level returned to the 1-star Douzong level. Additionally, the burning technique broke through from the lower level of the profound realm to the higher level. Zhongzhou couldn't help but complain, this burning technique evolves a bit too slowly. It took absorbing two strange fires to break through to the advanced level of the profound realm. He had considered absorbing beast fire first to increase the burning technique's level before absorbing strange fire, but he ultimately decided against it. Absorbing beast fire could indeed increase the burning technique's level, and Xiao Yan had done so in the original novel. However, after Xiao Yan absorbed the amethyst-winged Lion King's beast fire, he never absorbed any other strange fire. Was it because beast fire was weaker? Clearly not. The beast fire of a Douzun level monster is as powerful as or even surpasses some of the lower-ranked strange fires. If Xiao Yan couldn't find other strange fires, why didn't he use a large amount of beast fire to increase the burning technique's level? Zhongzhou suspected that there might be side effects to absorbing beast fire, so he hesitated, fearing it might ruin him. Moreover, beast fire isn't a strange fire. To truly enhance the burning technique's power, strange fire is needed. However, Zhongzhou's suspicions were misplaced this time. In reality, practicing the burning technique could also involve absorbing beast fire without any side effects. The reason Xiao Yan didn't absorb beast fire to improve the burning technique later on was that, after practicing the burning technique for a long time, absorbing beast fire no longer caused it to evolve. It wasn't due to any side effects. I wonder how long it took to fuse the strange fire. I don't know if the queen has woken up yet. Before absorbing the strange fire, Zhongzhou had handed the colorful little snake to the snake tribe's chief elder, asking her to take care of it. Zhongzhou stood up and left the training room. After leaving his residence, Zhongzhou headed towards the chief elder's residence to check if the queen had woken up during the time he was refining the fallen heart flame. However, before he got there, he saw Qing Lin approaching him. Qing Lin, upon seeing Zhongzhou, ran over happily and said, "Master, you're out of seclusion." Qing Lin was still dressed in her usual light green outfit, but she had grown taller, and her once slim figure had become fuller and more mature. Zhongzhou smiled and nodded at Qing Lin, asking, "Qing Lin, how long have I been in seclusion?" "Master, you have been in seclusion for a month." Zhongzhou murmured, "Has it been a month?" Chapter 21. Is the queen about to wake up? Zhongzhou didn't expect that fusing the strange fire would take so long. After sighing, he checked Qing Lin's cultivation level. Then he patted Qing Lin's head and praised, "Well done. You've already broken through to the fighter level." During the month that Zhongzhou was in seclusion, Qing Lin had managed to break through to the fighter level with the help of the foundation building spiritual liquid. Now, she had reached the level of a 2-star fighter. Qing Lin was thrilled by Zhongzhou's praise and instantly felt full of confidence and motivation to continue cultivating. "Oh, by the way, you haven't chosen any techniques after breaking through to the fighter level, have you?" Zhongzhou asked. "No, sir," Qing Lin replied. The reason Zhongzhou asked was because he had just thought of the Heavenly Snake Mansion. The Heavenly Snake Mansion was located in the Heavenly Snake Empire, in the central area of the northwestern continent. In the original novel, they were the ones who discovered Qing Lin's 3-flowered green snake pupils and sent 2 Donghua, Lu Man and Bai Ya, to take her away. The Heavenly Snake Mansion had the most knowledge about the research and cultivation of the green snake's 3-flower pupils. They had a unique martial arts technique passed down from the ancient Heavenly Snake, which was also the most powerful technique in the Heavenly Snake Mansion. Practicing it could help Qing Lin advance more quickly. However, Zhongzhou did not want to send Qing Lin to the Heavenly Snake Mansion for training because he felt uneasy about her being trained by anyone other than himself. So, he planned to have Jifeng directly steal the cultivation method of the green snake's 3-flower pupils from the Heavenly Snake Mansion. That way, they could just ask the Heavenly Snake Mansion to send someone to guide Qing Lin, without having to send her there. Thinking of this, Zhongzhou said, "All right, I'll give you a set of techniques suitable for you in a few days." "Really? Thank you, young master." Qing Lin was overjoyed. After parting with Qing Lin, Zhongzhou went to the residence of the Great Elder and knocked on the door. When the Great Elder opened the door and saw Zhongzhou, he was delighted. "Sir, you've come out of seclusion." Zhongzhou couldn't understand why the Great Elder had such an expression when he saw him, but he didn't dwell on it. Zhongzhou nodded and asked, "Yes, I have. Has the queen woken up during my retreat? I followed your instructions and gave the queen a bottle every 2 days, but 5 days ago, the queen seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and hasn't woken up since." The Great Elder's words, mentioning both the queen and her true form, immediately made Zhongzhou feel dizzy. "Wait a minute, what are you saying? The queen hasn't woken up, and the 7-colored sky-swallowing python fell asleep 5 days ago." Realizing that his words were a bit confusing, the Great Elder organized his thoughts before speaking again. At the same time, he took out the little colorful snake and showed it to Zhongzhou. "The 7-colored sky-swallowing python has fallen asleep." Zhongzhou took the little colorful snake, shook it, and poked it, but the snake didn't respond. The Great Elder, with some concern, asked, "Sir, is the queen all right? Could it be that she—" Zhongzhou reassured him, "I don't think so. I'll take it back and have a look. I'll let you know if there's any change." Zhongzhou didn't know why the little colorful snake was asleep, but he suspected that it might be a sign that Medusa was about to wake up. "Okay, I'll leave it to you, sir." The Great Elder naturally wouldn't refuse. Even with the queen in her care, she couldn't wake her up, but Zhongzhou might have a way. Just as Zhongzhou was about to leave, the Great Elder suddenly called out, "Sir." Zhongzhou turned around, looking at the Great Elder with some confusion. The Great Elder had heard that the Jia royal family and the Young Lan sect had joined forces to prepare for an attack, so she wanted to ask Zhongzhou for help. But considering how much Zhongzhou had already done for the snake people, she felt a little embarrassed to ask. "Sir, after we killed Jia Xingtian and Yun Yun, the Jia royal family and the Young Lan sect have been making moves. I suspect they are planning to attack the snake people, and with the queen still not awake. With the queen still asleep, the snake people would be in danger without Zhongzhou's help. For the sake of her people, the Great Elder had to swallow her pride and ask for his assistance. It's all right, don't worry. I'll have Jifeng take action when the time comes, Zhongxing replied. Zhongxing wasn't surprised to hear that the Jia royal family was planning to attack the snake people. After killing Yun Yun and Jia Xingtian, he had anticipated this day would come. Yun Yun was the leader of the Yunlan sect, and Jia Xingtian was the guardian of the Jia royal family, as well as Yao Yi's great-grandfather. It would be strange if they didn't retaliate. The Great Elder was overjoyed to hear that Zhongxing would send Jifeng to help them. She knelt down and said, "Thank you, sir." After leaving the Great Elder's residence, Zhongxing found Jifeng and instructed him to go to the Heavenly Snake Mansion to take care of Qing Lin's matter. He remembered that the leader of the Heavenly Snake Mansion was at the Douzong level, but he wasn't sure how many stars the leader had. However, it didn't matter. Even if the leader was a 9-star Douzong, Jifeng could easily handle him. After giving instructions to Jifeng, Zhongxing headed towards Ziyan's residence. After bringing Ziyan back, Zhongxing had only given her a bottle of elixir before going into seclusion to absorb the fallen heart flame. He wondered how Ziyan was doing now. However, when he arrived at Ziyan's residence, he didn't find her and was puzzled about where she had gone. At that moment, Qing Lin came out of the neighboring room and, seeing Zhongxing, called out in surprise, "Young master." Zhongxing looked over and saw Qing Lin. He then asked, "Qing Lin, where is Ziyan?" When Qing Lin heard Zhongxing asking about Ziyan, she replied in confusion, "Sister Ziyan. Didn't she go to find you, young master?" Zhongxing was speechless. He had gone to the Great Elder's residence and found nothing there. Just as he was about to turn back to search for Ziyan, he saw her running towards him, shouting, "Zhongxing! Zhongxing!" Unlike Qing Lin, Ziyan had accidentally eaten a transformation herb when she was young, causing her to always retain her lowly appearance. Ziyan came up to him and said unhappily, "Zhongxing, you lied to me." Zhongxing looked at Ziyan and found it a little amusing. He asked, "Oh, how did I lie to you? You said you would take me to find my people, but instead, you went into seclusion." Ziyan pointed at Zhongxing angrily, but her small stature made her posture look a bit funny. Zhongxing chuckled and said, "Didn't I also say that I would take you after I finished my business?" Ziyan thought back and realized that Zhongxing had indeed said that. "Are you done now?" she asked. Zhongxing looked at the little lowly Ziyan and suddenly felt like teasing her. "Zhongxing. No." Ziyan. Seeing Ziyan's face turn red with anger, Zhongxing finally relented. "Haha, I was just kidding. Don't worry, it will be done soon. I'll definitely take you to meet your people when the time comes." Ziyan was still furious and continued to ignore Zhongxing. Chapter 22. Studying the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Zhongxing was not in a hurry. He took out a bottle of pills and said, "I wanted to give a bottle of pills to someone, but that person doesn't seem to like me or pills very much." Ziyan, who was still angry, suddenly saw Zhongxing take out a bottle of pills, licked her lips, and wanted to eat them very much. But she was too embarrassed to ask, so she could only stand there, staring at the bottle of pills in Zhongxing's hand. Zhongxing was also observing Ziyan and was somewhat surprised to see that she actually resisted the temptation of the elixir. Then Zhongxing pretended to put the pill away. Ziyan, who had been staring at the pill, became anxious when she saw Zhongxing was going to take it back, and quickly snatched the pill from his hand. "No, you lied to me, so this bottle of pills is an apology to me," Ziyan said confidently after snatching the pill. Finally, Ziyan calmed down after Zhongxing took out a few more bottles of pills, and she no longer clamored to meet her tribesmen. After absorbing the two strange fires, Zhongxing began to study the Buddha's Fury Lotus technique created by Xiao Yan. The Buddha's Fury Lotus generates powerful destructive force through the fusion of multiple flames. The power of the fire lotus varies with the number and strength of the fused flames. It has unlimited potential and is almost Xiao Yan's most powerful technique. The first time he used the two-color fire lotus, blue lotus earth fire plus bone spirit cold fire, he seriously injured the 6-star Duhuang level monster, the 8-winged black snake king. As a peak Do Wang, he used the 3-colored fire lotus to directly and seriously injure the 3-star Do Zong Yunshan. The 9-star Do Zong used the 4-colored fire lotus to seriously injure the 5-star Do Zun, Jiashing Old Ghost of the Soul Palace. When he was at the 8-star Douzun level, he used the 4-colored half-fire lotus, 4 kinds of strange fire plus the fire of transformation, to blast the human scorpion at the peak of the 6th turn Douzun level into pieces. A late-stage 1-star Duluo used a 4-color half-fire lotus, 4 kinds of strange fire plus a transformed fire, to severely injure the 3 dragon kings of the Taishu Ancient Dragon, who were in the late-stage 3-star Duluo. The late 5-star Fighting Saint used the 8-colored fire lotus to severely injure the late 7-star Fighting Saint, Hun Yan, and broke the space sealed by the early 9-star Fighting Saint, Void Devouring Flame. Zhongzhou felt that if the Buddha's Fury Lotus were to be classified into levels, it should be: the power of the 4-color Fire Lotus is comparable to the low-level Heavenly rank, the power of the 5-color Fire Lotus is comparable to the mid-level Heavenly rank, and the power of the 6-color Fire Lotus is comparable to the high-level Heavenly rank. Of course, the strange fire cannot all be ranked at the bottom. Even Zhongzhou, who possessed many heavenly-level fighting skills, felt envious at the thought of it. So Zhongzhou had been studying this Buddha's Fury Lotus technique these days. Zhongzhou originally thought that the Buddha's Fury Lotus was just a matter of separating the strange fire, and then using the fighting spirit to regulate the energy of the two and maintain them in a stable state. But only when he actually tried it did he realize how difficult it was. Although the ranking difference between the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and the Fallen Heart Flame was not that big, in order to merge the two and stabilize them, one needs not only powerful soul power but also the precise input of fighting spirit into the Fire Lotus. Only by inputting enough fighting spirit into the Fire Lotus to increase the repulsive force of the strange fire inside can the power of the released Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus be stronger. During these few days, Zhongzhou fused the Fire Lotus, blasting and refining it countless times, and finally succeeded. After Zhongzhou asked Lin Shan to test the power, Lin Shan estimated that it was about the level of a 5-star Dozong. Zhongzhou felt that the power was okay. After all, it was just a 2-colored Fire Lotus. Plus, he was not very proficient yet, and the amount of fighting spirit he input was relatively small, so the power did not seem that great. But Zhongzhou was not in a hurry. Every fighting skill needed time to be mastered slowly, and no one could become proficient overnight. In the royal city of Gama, Yao Yi had been very upset these days because she had clearly formed an alliance with the Yunlin sect to attack the Snake people, and they had already assembled the army. But suddenly, Yun Leng informed her that the Yunlin sect's old leader, Yunshan, was in seclusion. Yao Yi was very confused about Yunshan's behavior. Your disciple Yun was killed, shouldn't you be eager to take revenge right now? Yao Yi frowned and looked at Yunlin sect's great elder, Yun Leng, below and said, why did your old sect leader choose to retreat at this time? The old sect leader said he wanted to challenge Dozong. Yun Leng was also helpless. When the old sect leader heard that the sect leader was killed, he wanted to take action immediately. But 2 days later, the old sect leader suddenly called him over. Yun Leng thought that the old sect leader was preparing for a war, but Yunshan said that he wanted to go into seclusion to break through to the Dozong level. Yao Yi thought, your old sect leader has been stuck at the 9-star Do Huang for many years, how could he break through in such a short time? She thought so but couldn't say it out loud, so she could only ask, when will the old sect leader Yunshan come out of seclusion? Yun Leng couldn't give a precise time either, so he could only vaguely say, I don't know, but it should be soon. After Yun Leng left, Yao Yi could no longer hold back her anger and crushed the teacup in her hand. But even though Yao Yi was angry, she did not impulsively go to war with the Snake people alone. This was not only because they did not have a 9-star Do Huang. Even if a 9-star Do Huang is powerful, they can still be defeated by outnumbering him through a numerical advantage. What Yao Yi was worried about was that if they went to war with the Snake people alone, then their Gama Empire would definitely suffer a heavy blow. If the Yunlin sect attacked them at that time, they would have no way to resist. She is not only the great-granddaughter of Jia Xingtian but also the ruler of the Jia Ma Empire. Others may be able to act impulsively, but she cannot because every impulsive decision she makes may push the empire to destruction. A month passed, and there was still no movement from the Yunlin sect. Yao Yi even began to wonder if the Yunlin sect had no intention of taking any action. However, this time it was really Yao Yi who misunderstood the Yunlin sect. Yunshan was indeed in seclusion at this time, and he was indeed trying to break through to the Dozong level. After learning that Yun Yun was killed, Yunshin did have the urge to take revenge directly, but he held back in the end. Jia Xingtian was about the same strength as him, and he was killed. Yunshin was afraid that Queen Medusa had broken through to the Douzong level. So in order to seek revenge, Yunshin contacted the Soul Palace's protector Wu. The Soul Palace is the most powerful force in the Douqi Continent. It was founded by the Soul Clan, one of the 8 ancient clans. Because of the deal between Emperor Soul and Void Devouring Flame, the Soul Clan needs to collect souls for Void Devouring Flame to absorb, to help Void Devouring Flame break through its soul power to the Emperor realm. Therefore, the main task of the Soul Palace is to collect souls. What souls are easiest to collect? Dead souls, of course. Where do the most people die? On the battlefield, of course. In order to search for more souls, Protector Wu changed his previous requirements this time and requested that the Yunlin sect join forces with the Jia Ma royal family to attack the snake people with all their strength. This was originally Yunshin's idea, so Yunshin readily agreed to Protector Wu's request, and Yunshin also obtained a Pozong pill as a result. Chapter 23. The war begins. After obtaining the Pozong Dan, Yunshin gave Yun Leng some instructions and then retreated to the back mountain to go into seclusion, aiming to break through to the Douzong level. After a month of seclusion, Yunshin, who had been stuck at the 9-star Do Huang realm for many years, finally broke through to the Douzong realm with the help of the Pozong pill. The news of Yunshin's breakthrough to the Douzong level was not kept secret, so it quickly spread throughout the Jia Ma Empire. When Yao Yi learned that Yunshin had indeed broken through to the Douzong level, she was genuinely surprised. She never imagined that Yunshin, who had remained at the 9-star Do Huang level for many years like her great-grandfather, would actually break through to the Douzong level just 1 month after her great-grandfather's death. Her feelings were very complicated. She didn't know whether she should be happy or unhappy. On one hand, she was happy because Yunshin's breakthrough to the Douzong level strengthened the alliance between the Yunlin sect and the royal family, increasing their chances of quickly winning the battle against the snake people, which would greatly reduce the casualties of their soldiers. On the other hand, she was unhappy because Yunshin's breakthrough to the Douzong level meant that, after the war, the Yunlin sect would pose an even greater threat to the Jia Ma royal family, especially since Jia Xingtian, the guardian of the royal family, had died. Yao Yi had always believed that they could win the war against the snake people even without the Yunlin sect's involvement. But now that Yunshin had broken through to the Douzong level, there was no reason to delay any further. Yunshin quickly gathered the elders and disciples of the Yunlin sect to prepare for war with the snake people. 3 days later, under the command of Yunshin and Yao Yi, the army appeared in the Tager Desert in a mighty formation, and they stationed themselves 20 miles outside the snake people's city walls. The snake people had already begun preparing for this war, and their tribal leaders and strong warriors had gathered in the city. On top of the tall, towering city walls, the elders of the snake people and the leaders of the 8 tribes, all of whom were powerful warriors above the level of Do Wang, stood watching the allied army of the Yunlin sect and the royal family. One of the tribal leaders looked at the forces gathered outside the city wall and asked worriedly, "Great Elder, will Wang Fu really take action? If the queen were here, they might not be so worried." Although Zhongzhou was set to marry the queen and become their future king, he was a foreigner, and this made them feel somewhat uneasy. Moreover, Zhongzhou had not shown up until now. "Yes, Mr. Wang promised me some time ago, and he will not break his word." The Great Elder had had many interactions with Zhongzhou and knew that Zhongzhou was not the type to break promises lightly. Additionally, the Great Elder had met Lin Shan, the powerful individual who had recently appeared beside Zhongzhou. Originally, Ji Feng had been the one protecting Zhongzhou, but since Lin Shan arrived, he had taken over that role. Given Ji Feng's attitude towards Lin Shan, the Great Elder was certain that Lin Shan was even stronger than Ji Feng. With 2 Dozuns protecting him and such a powerful background, Zhongzhou had no reason to deceive them. Indeed, the Great Elder had concluded that Lin Shan was a Dozun more powerful than Ji Feng. In his mind, Dozun was already the peak of power in the Douqi Continent. He had never considered, nor dared to consider, a realm beyond Dozun. The tribal leaders were relieved after hearing the Great Elder's confident response. They knew that there was a Dozun by the king's side. As long as the king agreed to take action, they had nothing to worry about. The next day, in the vast desert, yellow sand raged. After a loud and urgent horn sounded, the allied army, which had been stationed outside the city for a day, began to march. Normally, the two armies should negotiate before engaging in battle. If an agreement could be reached, fighting might be avoided. However, the snake people had killed not just a few ordinary Douwangs, but their clan leader and the royal guardian. There was no point in negotiating this matter. Without any negotiations, the two armies faced each other directly in the Tager Desert. The snake people's Douwang and Douhuang warriors transformed their Douqi into wings and hovered above the city walls. Counting them, there were 15 warriors flying in the sky. The snake people had survived in the Tager Desert for so long without being destroyed by the Jia Ma royal family, so their strength was certainly formidable. The 8 tribal leaders were all Douwangs, plus Hua Sheye of the temple and a promising young Douwang warrior of the snake people, along with the 4 Douhuang elders of the snake people clan. Although 3 of the elders, apart from the great elder, were too old to fight effectively, they still came out to boost morale. The last person was not using Douqi to form wings but was instead floating in the sky. That person was Ji Feng. Zhongzhou had promised the great elder that he would let Ji Feng take action, but Ji Feng, who hadn't fought in a long time, felt the itch to get involved. The snake people on the city walls felt a surge in morale when they saw Zhongzhou stepping into the air. The powerful snake people warriors, armed with spears, stood ready on the city walls, prepared to attack as soon as the allied army approached and they received the order. On the side of the allied army, 19 strong warriors and a dragon led the charge. Among them were 18 Douwang masters and 1 Douzong master. That dragon was the guardian beast of the royal family of the Jia Ma Empire, the Dark Sea Flood Dragon. The Dark Sea Flood Dragon was the Jia Ma Empire's royal family's guardian beast, originating from the Dark Sea. It was a dragon that had lived for hundreds of years, and its strength had reached the level of a 7-star Douhuang. The Jia Ma Empire's royal family had maintained its power for so many years not only because of Jia Xingtian but also because of this dragon's presence. The Dark Sea Flood Dragon had followed Jia Xingtian on his conquests since he was a young man and had made great contributions to the Jia Ma Empire. However, it had also suffered from a serious hidden injury during those conquests. Yao Yi had initially not planned to let it join the battle, but the Dark Sea Flood Dragon insisted on coming, saying that it wanted to avenge Jia Xingtian. As the allied army approached, the Great Elder in the sky immediately issued an order. Spearmen, prepare to throw. Following the Great Elder's command, the snake people on the city walls quickly threw their venom-coated spears toward the approaching allied army. Even though the strong warriors flying in front of the allied army used fighting skills to block these flying spears, some spears still penetrated their defenses and killed nearly 100 soldiers behind them. As the defenders, the snake people had a significant advantage, so they stayed on the city walls and attacked the approaching allied army with spears, bows and arrows, and long-range fighting skills. After several rounds of attacks with flying spears, bows and arrows, and fighting skills, the allied army had already lost more than 1,000 soldiers before they even reached the city walls. Seeing their comrades fall, countless soldiers roared in anger and charged forward with determination. Chapter 24, Killing Yunshan. Under the long-range attacks of the snake people, the Alliance army suffered heavy losses. Yunshan realized this approach was futile and decided to minimize casualties by having the strong men above the level of Douwang transform their Douqi into wings and join him in attacking the snake people on the city wall. After a brief discussion, Yunshan took the lead, stepping into the void and flying up. Other Douwang powerhouses followed closely behind, including the Yuhai Jiao beast, which also transformed its Douqi into wings. As they approached the city wall, they prepared to attack the snake people who were launching projectiles. However, the strong men of the snake clan were ready for this and immediately moved to intercept. Zhongxing, being a Douzong, naturally engaged Yunshan. The Great Elder faced off against the Yuhai Jiao beast and another human Douwang, while the other snake Douwangs chose their targets and launched their attacks. After the snakemen chose their opponents, 7 Douwang warriors from the alliance remained, but the snake people had no more Douwang warriors to send. Fortunately for the snake people, they were defending the city wall, preventing other strong men from the alliance army from joining the fight. The 20 snake people's fighting spirits could temporarily hold off the 7 human Douwangs. Old dog Yunshan, do you know who killed Yun Yun? Zhongxing taunted. Yunshan's eyes filled with rage. Could it be you? That's right, not only did I kill Yun Yun, but you will also die by my hand today. Yuner, your master will avenge you right now. Yunshin roared in fury, his murderous intent almost palpable. "Give me your life, you little brat." Yunshin charged at Zhongzhou, unleashing his strongest fighting skill, Wind Extreme, Meteoric Kill. Yunshin had noticed Zhongzhou, a Dozong, and was surprised that the snake people had such a young Dozong. However, Yunshin wasn't afraid. He assumed Zhongzhou had reached this level by using drugs, which often resulted in weaker strength compared to others in the same realm. Yunshin was confident his strongest attack would overpower Zhongzhou. But Yunshin seemed to have forgotten how he had reached the Dozong level himself. Facing Yunshin's attack, Zhongzhou remained calm, almost amused. He could easily break a profound level fighting skill released by a one-star Dozong. Despite underestimating Yunshin, Zhongzhou was cautious, knowing even a lion uses all its strength against a rabbit. He quickly condensed his Douqi into a palm covered with flames and gently pushed it forward. The flaming palm collided with the sword energy Yunshin had unleashed. This skill, called Fire Refining Palm, was an intermediate earth-level fighting skill, the most powerful one Zhongzhou could effectively use after breaking through to the Dozong level. Although Zhongzhou possessed higher-level skills, using them would consume too much energy and fail to reach their full potential. Therefore, it's often better to use a skill suited to one's current realm. When the flaming palm collided with the sword energy, it only paused momentarily before dispersing the green sword energy and continuing its trajectory toward Yunshin with undiminished power. Yunshin was shocked. He had assumed this young Dozong had reached his level through artificial means. But he didn't expect the flaming palm to be so powerful, easily breaking his strongest fighting skill. Seeing the flaming palm closing in, Yunshin quickly retreated, condensing a transparent shield in front of him and frantically pouring his Douqi into it. When the shield reached its limit, Yunshin's expression eased slightly. The defensive fighting skill he used, Wind Shield, was left by Yun Potion, the founder of their Yunlin sect. It was even higher in level than Wind Extreme, Meteoric Kill, reaching the lower Earth rank, with extremely powerful defensive capabilities. He believed that the shield would withstand the flaming palm, especially since the palm had been partially consumed by his previous attack. But when the flaming palm touched Yunshin's shield, his expression changed drastically. Only now, in close contact with the flaming palm, did Yunshin realize how terrifying it was. Cracks began appearing on the shield shortly after the palm made contact. Yunshin, now terrified, continued to pour his Douqi into the shield, trying to repair it. Unfortunately, the flaming palm didn't allow him enough time to repair the shield. After a brief stalemate, it shattered the shield and struck Yunshin. Yunshin was sent flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth. However, most of the palm's energy had been consumed by Yunshin's two fighting skills, so it didn't kill him outright, nor was it considered a serious injury. As Yunshin flew back, he used the momentum to retreat to a safe distance. He was shaken by the impact, realizing that he was no match for Zhongzhou. If he continued the fight, he would likely die. But Zhongzhou had no intention of letting Yunshin escape. He pursued him relentlessly. Zhongzhou's body movement and fighting skills allowed him to move far faster than Yunshin, and he quickly caught up. Yunshin, panicked and desperate, shouted, "Wu Protector, save me." Zhongzhou smirked. He had already sensed the presence of a Dozong nearby and had asked Lin Shan to deal with him. He guessed that this was the Wu Protector Yunshin was calling for. Without a word, Zhongzhou gathered his Douqi and unleashed another attack, a raging fire that blasted toward Yunshin. This skill, Fiery Kill, was a low-level Earth rank fighting skill. Although it was slightly less powerful than Fire Refining Palm, its advantage lay in its speed and the fact that it required no charging time. Yunshin hurriedly conjured another Wind Shield, but there wasn't enough time to strengthen it. The shield was noticeably thinner and more transparent than before. The raging fire exploded as it touched Yunshin's shield. As the shield shattered, Yunshin was struck hard by the fire. His eyes filled with unwillingness and confusion before he finally lost consciousness and his body plummeted to the ground. Zhongzhou played it safe, checking Yunshin's condition again to ensure he was truly dead before returning to the battlefield. Zhongzhou had killed Yunshin in a flash, and the Alliance army hadn't even had time to cheer for Yunshin before he was defeated. Seeing Yunshin's body fall from the sky and crash into the ground, the human warriors still battling the snake people were horrified. What did they see? Yunshin, a Dozong, was killed by this young man in just 2 moves. Chapter 25. The battle is over. When the human warriors saw Zhongzhou kill Yunshin with just 2 moves, they were shocked and immediately lost their fighting spirit. If a Douzong warrior like Yunshin from Lian Yunshin was defeated in 2 moves, how could they survive even one? At that moment, these powerful humans had only one thought in their minds: run. And they didn't just think it, they acted on it. The human warriors broke away from their battles with the snake men and fled as fast as they could, using their fighting spirit to form wings to speed their escape. Seeing their king kill the enemy's Douzong master so quickly and frighten the remaining humans into retreat, the snake people were ecstatic. They shouted in unison, "The king is mighty! The king is mighty!" For a moment, the morale of the snake people surged. When the great elder witnessed Zhongzhou kill Yunshin and saw the morale boost among the snake people, she decisively ordered her forces to go out of the city and meet the enemy head-on. The Alliance army's morale was shattered by Yunshin's death, and they were unable to withstand the fierce assault of the snake people. With the tribal leaders of the snake people joining the battlefield, the situation quickly became one-sided. The Alliance army suffered heavy casualties. After killing Yunshin, Zhongzhou swiftly approached the 7 human Do Wang. The 7 Do Wangs were horrified when they saw Zhongzhou flying towards them. If Yunshin, a Do Zong, was killed in 2 moves by this young Do Zong, how could they, mere Do Wangs, hope to survive even one? Without hesitation, the 7 Do Wangs fled in different directions, silently agreeing to split up. Zhongzhou was speechless. Why did they scatter again? With no other choice, Zhongzhou chased after the closest Do Wang. It didn't take long for him to catch up. When the Do Wang felt Zhongzhou approaching, an indescribable fear surged in his heart. Before he could react, Zhongzhou struck him with a lightning-fast fire attack. Do Wang number 1, dead. After killing this Do Wang, Zhongzhou chased after another and killed him in the same manner. Do Wang number 2, dead. By the time he had finished off the second Do Wang, the remaining Do Wangs had already run a considerable distance away. Zhongzhou considered whether to pursue them but decided against it. Instead, he returned to help the snake men deal with the remaining humans. As he turned back, he noticed that the Do Wang warriors, who had been fighting the snake people, were also fleeing in different directions. Zhongzhou was stunned. What the hell? How could they run so fast? I'm just a 1-star Do Zong. Did they really need to be so afraid? Maybe they could beat me together. If those warriors knew what Zhongzhou was thinking, they would have surely replied, "You killed Yunshin, also a 1-star Do Zong, in 2 moves and then killed 2 Do Wangs with 1 strike each. Why on earth would we fight you?" Zhongzhou had originally intended to go back and instantly kill the Duhuang level Yuhaijiao beast, but he found that it had already retreated back to the Alliance army. Zhongzhou didn't feel threatened by the Alliance army, he just thought it was too far away and unnecessary to pursue. So, Zhongzhou rushed towards the nearest Do Wang again. The Yuhaijiao beast had sensed something was wrong when Yunshin was killed, so it quickly retreated. It went to Yao Yi, saying anxiously, "Princess, the snake people have a very powerful Do Zong. We are no match for him. Let's go." Yao Yi watched from a distance as Zhongzhou chased down a Do Wang warrior from their Jia Empire and killed him instantly with 1 strike. Her body felt weak, and she almost couldn't stand. Lost. How could we lose? Seeing that Yao Yi was in bad shape and sensing the urgency of the situation, the Yuhaijiao beast grabbed Yao Yi onto its back and fled. The Yuhaijiao flew for a while, and just as they were about to leave the army, Yao Yi suddenly jumped off its back and turned back. "Princess, where are you going?" "Princess," the Yuhaijiao shouted, but Yao Yi was determined to return. Yao Yi could not endure such humiliation. Even if she died on the battlefield, she was unwilling to be a deserter. "No, I can't run away and disgrace the honor of the royal family. If the Gamma Empire is truly to perish, I am willing to be the first to die for my country." Hearing Yao Yi's impassioned words, the Yuhaijiao beast had no choice but to follow her and protect her. When they returned to the battlefield, they found that the elders of the Yunlin sect had either been killed or had fled after seeing Yunshin's death. Now, only 2 Do Wang warriors from the Jia Ma royal family were still holding on. The situation was dire, and Yao Yi had returned only to command the remaining forces to retreat and minimize losses. Yao Yi took command at the front of the army, organizing a retreat with herself as the rear guard. Thanks to her efforts, the Alliance army stopped panicking and began a more orderly retreat, fighting as they withdrew. After killing the Do Wangs who had escaped, Zhongzhou returned to see Yao Yi commanding the scene. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, thinking, "What a wonderful woman. Perhaps this is what it means for women to be as strong as men. Then, Zhongzhou rushed down and killed her. In an attempt to protect Yao Yi, the Yuhai Jiao beast and the remaining two Do Wangs stood in front of her, but they couldn't stop Zhongzing's attack and were soon killed by him. With all three of her protectors dead, Yao Yi couldn't escape her fate either. As long as Yao Yi was killed, victory in this war would be assured. Zhongzhou admired her, but admiration was just that, it couldn't be a reason not to kill her. Seeing the eldest princess dead, the soldiers of the Alliance army completely lost hope and fled in despair. The Snake people, who had won a decisive victory, didn't let the opportunity slip by. The Great Elder immediately ordered a pursuit to capitalize on their triumph. With no one left in the Alliance army strong enough to resist the Snake people's tribal leaders, the battle was soon over. The survivors were either killed or fled, and those who escaped posed no further threat. The Great Elder was thrilled. She had expected to win, but she hadn't anticipated it would be this easy. The Great Elder understood the significance of their success. The Snake people lived in harsh conditions, whereas the Gama Empire offered good living conditions and fertile land. After this war, with the strongest members of the Yunlin sect and the Jia Ma royal family dead, the Gama Empire would no longer be able to resist the Snake people. The Snake people could now find land suitable for their survival in the Gama Empire, or even rule the empire. Zhongzhou also guessed what the Great Elder was thinking and said, "Great Elder, I promised your queen that I would find you a habitat suitable for your survival. Where do you think is the best place for the Snake people to settle?" Zhongzing's meaning was clear. Since the royal family of the Gama Empire and its most powerful sect had been destroyed, this was the perfect time to fulfill his promise to the queen. The Great Elder hesitated for a moment and then said, "The Yunlin sect." Chapter 26. The Snake people moved to Yunlin Mountain. The Yunlin sect was built on Yunlin Mountain, just a few dozen miles away from the imperial capital. The two locations were very close to each other, like two massive beasts facing one another. Zhongzhou and the Great Elder, along with several Do Wang warriors, arrived at the Yunlin sect. This place, which countless young practitioners in the empire had dreamed of joining, was now deserted. Zhongzhou knew that these people had already fled. In the past, as the strongest sect in the Jia Ma Empire, the Yunlin sect naturally had many enemies. However, the Yunlin sect was stronger than its adversaries, so they dared not retaliate. But now, with all the strong men of the Yunlin sect having died in that battle, the saying, "When the wall falls, everyone pushes it," became reality. Those enemies would not let the Yunlin sect off the hook. The disciples of the Yunlin sect understood this and did not dare to stay any longer, so they left one after another. Afterward, to eradicate the threat completely, Zhongzhou and his men went to the imperial palace. The Snake people not only killed Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi but also countless soldiers during the war. The hatred between the Gama royal family and the Snake people was irreconcilable. Given this, why not eliminate the threat completely? Zhongzhou and the Great Elder killed all the members of the Gama royal family, looted the palace treasury, and then left. That's right, they left. The Great Elder had initially wanted to rule the empire but later abandoned the idea. Humans would never allow Snake people to rule the empire. Moreover, the deal between Zhongzhou and the queen was merely to provide the Snake people with a suitable habitat, with no mention of ruling an empire. After 3 days of relocation, the Snake people finally moved to Yunlin Mountain. However, one thing gave Zhongzhou a headache: the Snake people had moved, but the space channel built by his grandfather couldn't be moved. Oh well, the Tager Desert isn't far from here anyway. At this time, Ji Feng also returned with the skills and people needed to teach Qing Lin from the Tianxi mansion. The woman Ji Feng brought back to teach Qing Lin was named Yi Qing, a 2-star Do Huang. Zhongzhou then called Qing Lin over. In the past few days, Qing Lin had broken through from a 2-star fighter to a 3-star fighter through practice. Her talent was indeed terrifying. If Qing Lin's current strength could only control the 2-headed fire snake, Zhongzhou would have asked Ji Feng to take her to control more snake monsters. When Qing Lin arrived, Zhongzhou first gave her the technique to cultivate the green snake 3-flower pupils, then informed her that this female Do Huang would be responsible for her training from now on. Qing Lin naturally agreed to Zhongzing's arrangement. Having been bullied since childhood, Qing Lin was very grateful to Zhongzhou, who had ensured no one bullied her since they met. She practiced hard, hoping to assist Zhongzhou in the future. Zhongzhou reminded Qing Lin to practice well with Yi Qing and then dismissed her. After Qing Lin left, Zhongzhou summoned Xiao Yan, gave her some pills, and then prepared to enter seclusion. Because Zhongzhou feared he couldn't fully control the strange fire he absorbed, he always waited a while after each absorption to become proficient in controlling it. It had been many days since he last absorbed a strange fire, and now he could proceed. He currently had 2 strange fires in his possession, the Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th on the strange fire list, and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, ranked 11th. Zhongzhou took out the Sea Heart Flame. This Sea Heart Flame was a deep blue flame that looked extremely mysterious. As it rose, it spread out like clear seawater, with faint ripples resembling waves. The Sea Heart Flame was born in the depths of the sea, and its flame flowed like seawater, allowing it to blend with water. It was very magical. In the original novel, Xiao Yan didn't use any elixir when absorbing the Sea Heart Flame. However, to be safe, Zhongzhou asked the alchemist in his family to refine a Shueqing pill, specifically taken when absorbing the Sea Heart Flame. After adjusting his state, Zhongzhou first swallowed the Shueqing pill, then skillfully separated the original fire of the Sea Heart Flame and swallowed it in one gulp. He focused his mind on his body and felt the familiar burning pain again. But perhaps due to the Shueqing pill or because his strength had increased, the burning pain this time was much lighter than when he absorbed the fallen heart flame. This Sea Heart Flame was separated from Han Feng's body, so it had no intelligence, sparing Zhongzhou the trouble of destroying it. This was Zhongzhou's 3rd time refining a strange fire, and his operation was smooth and seamless. He used his fighting spirit to push the Sea Heart Flame's original fire through his meridians and directly practiced the burning technique. After letting the Sea Heart Flame circulate through the meridians for a week, he quickly refined it. The next step was the process of fusing the strange fire. Although fusing strange fire is challenging, Zhongzhou had some experience. Following the same steps as when he fused the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and the Fallen Heart Flame, he didn't encounter any problems. Zhongzhou controlled the burning decision fighting chi and input it into the Emerald Green Flame and the Dark Blue Flame, finally beginning the fusion. Time flew by, passing silently. A month later, Zhongzhou's fusion of the strange fire was finally successful. The original Emerald Green Flame and Dark Blue Flame had merged into a Cyan Flame. After the fusion was complete, Zhongzhou's realm barely broke through from a 1-star Dozong to a 3-star Dozong, and the level of the Burning Decree advanced from the High Zon level to the Mid-D level. Hai Xinyan's ranking on the list of strange fires was relatively low, but a 2-star realm increase and a 2-level Burning Decree increase were within Zhongzhou's expectations. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire in his possession had a higher ranking. In the original novel, it allowed Xiao Yan to break through from a 2-star Dozun to a 4-star Dozun, but Zhongzhou didn't dare to absorb it. With his current 3-star Dozong strength, absorbing the Bone Spirit Cold Fire was too risky. One mistake could be fatal. To be safe, Zhongzhou decided to keep the Bone Spirit Cold Fire and absorb it after breaking through to the Dozun level. Alas, I have the strange fire in my hand, but I can't absorb it. How can I quickly improve my strength? In the original book, he absorbed all the strange fires he could, and the others were either unobtainable or impossible to absorb. Zhongzhou kept recalling what opportunities and treasures existed in the original book. Tianshan Blood Pool, it wouldn't be of much use to him. Void Thunder Pool, he had neither a thunder attribute nor a devouring attribute. Heavenly Tomb, forget it, the 8 tribes would never allow an outsider in. What else? Suddenly, Zhongzhou remembered, doesn't the Yunlin sect have a gate of life and death? There wasn't much description of the gate of life and death in the original novel. He only knew that the gate of life and death was where successive leaders of the Yunlin sect trained before ascending to their positions. It seemed Yun had passed through this gate of life and death, quickly raising her realm to Do Huang, and then directly taking over as leader of the Yunlin sect. Perhaps this gate of life and death could also help him quickly improve his realm. Chapter 27, Gate of Life and Death. In order to enter the Gate of Life and Death, one needed to resonate with it. Zhongzhou wasn't sure if he could, but he had to try. Upon arriving at the Gate of Life and Death, he noticed a palm-shaped groove on the massive stone door. Zhongzhou guessed this was where he should input his fighting spirit. He placed his palm on the groove and slowly injected his fighting spirit. As soon as he did, the Gate of Life and Death began to experience violent spatial fluctuations, and a powerful suction force emerged, attempting to pull Zhongzhou in. Caught off guard, Zhongzhou panicked and shouted, "Lin Shan, save me." The protectors around him also realized something was wrong and rushed to pull him away. However, the suction force was too strong. Before Lin Shan could reach him, Zhongzhou was sucked into the space within the Gate of Life and Death. Zhongzhou also noticed that the seven-colored sky-swallowing python, which was with him, didn't get sucked in and remained outside, isolated by the space. Inside the Gate of Life and Death, a barren scene greeted him. The ground was covered with weathered stones, with no greenery in sight. There was no sign of life, only the howling wind breaking the silence. As soon as Zhongzhou entered, the space channel that had drawn him in closed behind him, leaving him with no way to return. Zhongzhou began using his soul power to explore his surroundings. He found no living creatures nearby, but the air was filled with strong wind energy. With such concentrated wind energy, one could certainly practice here, speeding up cultivation considerably. Knowing there was no immediate danger, Zhongzhou flew south. His investigation had revealed that the wind energy in the south was the most concentrated. Treasures are often found where energy is most dense, and his instincts told him that this Gate of Life and Death was not simple. After flying for a quarter of an hour, he found the wind attribute energy nearly twice as strong as when he first entered, and the air was filled with sharp, cutting winds. Zhongzhou was surprised. This place seemed perfect for cultivation, not only speeding up his progress but also strengthening his body. However, he still couldn't see an end to the path ahead. After a while, Zhongzhou decided to walk. By this time, the wind energy was 3 times denser than at the beginning, and the strong winds had become even sharper. Even without using his fighting spirit to protect his body, Zhongzhou could feel a slight pain from the force of the wind. An ordinary Do Wang might not last long in such conditions. But for Zhongzhou, the wind's intensity was just right. It didn't harm him but would help strengthen his body. Zhongzhou decided to stay and train here for a while, moving forward only when his body had grown stronger. With that decision made, he sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Outside the Gate of Life and Death, Lin Shan stood anxiously. He had been alarmed when Zhongzhou was suddenly sucked into the gate space and had tried to follow him, but the space closed too quickly, leaving no chance to enter. Lin Shan attempted to replicate Zhongzhou's actions by placing his palm on the groove and injecting his fighting spirit, but nothing happened. The Gate of Life and Death remained unresponsive. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lin Shan tried using his fighting skills to attack the gate, hoping to blast it open, but his powerful strikes couldn't even leave a scratch. With no other options, Lin Shan crushed the jade slip used for summoning Zhongzhou. Soon, the space beside Lin Shan distorted, forming a wormhole, and a figure emerged, Zhongzhou. Before Zhongzhou could ask what was happening, Lin Shan spoke anxiously. "Master, the young master just input his fighting spirit into this door and was sucked in." "What? Then why didn't you follow him? I entrusted Xinger to your care, and this is how you protect him." Zhongzhou was furious upon hearing that his grandson had been sucked into the gate. "Master, I also tried to input my fighting spirit, but the gate did not respond. Moreover, the gate is extremely solid, I couldn't even shake it with a full-strength attack." Zhongzhou approached the Gate of Life and Death, placed his hand on it, and let his fighting spirit surge into the gate. Immediately, a powerful suction force emerged, trying to pull him in. Realizing that this must have been what happened to Zhongzhou didn't resist and allowed himself to be drawn into the gate. Inside, Zhongzhou felt the unusual nature of the Gate of Life and Death but didn't pay much attention to it. What mattered to him was that he could sense Zhongzhou's presence. Worried that his grandson might be in danger, Zhongzhou used his spatial displacement ability to move towards Zhongzhou. This ability, possessed only by 6-star Duoluo, was akin to teleportation, allowing Zhongzhou to reach the place that had taken Zhongzhou an hour to traverse in just moments. When he arrived, he saw Zhongzhou sitting cross-legged, cultivating with steady breathing. Relieved, Zhongzhou didn't disturb his grandson but kept a distance, protecting him while surveying the surroundings. Now that he wasn't rushing, Zhongzhou observed the area more carefully. With his vast experience, he quickly realized that this place, with its concentrated wind energy and strong winds, was ideal for cultivation. If the conditions weren't natural, then rare treasures must lie deep in the south. Half a day passed, and Zhongzhou finally emerged from his cultivation state. Just as he was about to explore further, he noticed Zhongzhou watching over him from a distance. Surprised, Zhongzhou asked, "Grandpa, why are you here?" Zhongzhou, seeing that Zhongzhou had finished cultivating, walked over to him. "Lin Shan told me you were trapped here. I was worried, so I followed you in." "I'm sorry for making you worry, Grandpa," Zhongzhou said, feeling both guilty and touched. Zhongzhou had come twice from Zhongzhou to look after him during his training. How could Zhongzhou not feel responsible? Seeing his grandson's guilt, Zhongzhou patted Zhongzing's head to comfort him. It's all right, it's all right." Zhongzhou then said, "Grandpa, this seems to be a secret place. The deeper you go, the stronger the wind energy becomes. If we practice here, it might help you break through to the next realm." Chapter 28, Life and Death Gate Training. Zhongzhou said, "Grandpa, this seems to be a secret place. The wind attribute energy here is very rich. You should stay and practice. Maybe it could help you break through to the next realm." The wind energy in this place was indeed extremely concentrated, making it an ideal location for Zhongzhou's cultivation. "Haha, it's not easy to improve your realm after becoming a Dousheng, but the wind attribute energy here is certainly rich, so I'll practice beside you," Zhongzhou replied with a bright smile, not refusing the suggestion. Zhongzhou then added, "Grandpa, the wind attribute and the strong winds here are just right for me, but they may not be enough for you. You should go deeper into the area." The wind energy here was already 3 times stronger than outside. Looking ahead, the area still seemed endless, and Zhongzhou couldn't imagine how intense the energy must be deeper within the gate of life and death. He wanted his grandfather to train where the energy was even stronger. "But how can I feel at ease if no one is protecting you?" Zhongzhou hesitated. "Grandpa, you can see there's no living thing here, so I'll be safe. Even if there's danger, I'll crush the jade slip immediately. With such a short distance between us, you'll be able to save me in time," Zhongzhou continued to persuade. "That may be true, but I'm still a bit worried," Zhongzhou replied. "Grandpa, the wind attribute energy ahead will definitely be more concentrated. It might even help you break through. Although we let Xiao Yan go last time, we still offended Ji Yu Yuan's daughter. If you can break through here, Ji Yu Zuner won't dare to act rashly." Zhongzhou thought for a moment and then agreed. "Well, all right, you practice well here, and I'll go on ahead." Zhongzhou originally wanted to stay with Zhongzhou to protect him, but after hearing his grandson's reasoning and checking the area to confirm there was no danger, he decided to move forward. After convincing his grandfather to go deeper, Zhongzhou returned to his practice. He followed a stop-and-go approach. After tempering his body to adapt to the strong wind, he would walk further before stopping to practice again. A year and a half passed in this manner. During this time, Zhongzhou focused on his cultivation without absorbing any strange fires, relying solely on the rich wind attribute energy. His realm advanced to 9-star Dozong, a full 6 small realms higher. This progress was impressive, considering he had spent half of his time on physical training. The powerful winds within the gate of life and death provided excellent conditions for physical training, which Zhongzhou took full advantage of. By the end of this period, his physical strength had improved significantly. Although he hadn't tested it in combat, Zhongzhou believed that his current physical body was on par with monsters of the same level. Human practitioners typically focus solely on cultivating their Douqi to quickly improve their realm, often neglecting physical training. As a result, their physical strength is usually inferior to that of monsters. However, Zhongzhou felt confident that even a typical Duhuang expert wouldn't be able to harm him now. Satisfied with his progress, Zhongzhou continued his stop-and-go cultivation. 2 months later, Zhongzhou broke through to the Dozun level, swelling with pride. A 20-year-old Dozun. Across the entire Douqi Continent, there couldn't be many who could match him. Curious about his grandfather's progress, Zhongzhou wondered if Zhongzhou had managed to break through to the mid-stage of 6-star Dousheng. The wind energy in this place was 7 times denser than outside, and the energy density where his grandfather was training must have been even more intense. When one reaches the Dousheng level, breakthroughs can no longer be achieved through ordinary cultivation alone, a truth his grandfather had shared with him. Zhongzhou could only hope that this place would help Zhongzhou achieve a breakthrough. After another 4 months of stop-and-go practice, Zhongzing's realm reached the peak of 2-star Dozun. He felt confident that a breakthrough to 3-star Dozun was just around the corner. Just as Zhongzhou was about to move forward again, a powerful suction force appeared, pulling him out of the area before he could react. Shortly afterward, Zhongzhou also appeared beside him. As soon as Zhongzhou appeared, Zhongzhou noticed a change in his grandfather's aura. Previously, Zhongzhou had exuded a powerful and domineering presence, but now he seemed more restrained and steady. As a time traveler, Zhongzhou could guess that his grandfather had made a significant breakthrough. Excitedly, Zhongzhou asked, "Grandpa, did you break through?" "Haha, that's right, the wind energy deep within the gate of life and death is indeed rich. I trained inside and was fortunate enough to break through to the late stage of 6-star Dousheng," Zhongzhou answered with a smile, clearly pleased with himself. This time, Zhongzhou didn't roll his eyes at his grandfather's humblebrag. Instead, he was filled with excitement. Although they only had 2 years inside, it was already remarkable that Zhongzhou managed to break through one small realm. But to his amazement, his grandfather had broken through 2 small realms, reaching the late stage of 6-star Dousheng. A late-stage 6-star Dousheng. Zhongzhou remembered that the patriarchs of the Stone Clan and Spirit Clan were also at this level. Even within the ancient clans, only 5 people could surpass his grandfather, Jiyu Yuan, Jiyu Lai, and the 3 immortals of the Jiyu clan. Zhongzhou's admiring gaze made Zhongzhou feel a bit proud, but after calming down, Zhongzhou turned his attention to his grandson. Seeing that Zhongzhou had broken through to Douzun, Zhongzhou was very pleased. "Not bad, not bad. You've also broken through to 2-star Douzun." Zhongzhou grinned at his grandfather's praise. Then Zhongzhou asked, "Grandpa, how long until father and mother are released from seclusion?" The wind energy here was incredibly dense, and Zhongzhou naturally thought of his father. His father was at the peak of 9 revolutions Douzun, specializing in the wind attribute. If he could enter the gate of life and death, he might break through to the semi-saint level. It was unfortunate that Zhongzhou's mother did not have the wind attribute and likely couldn't enter the gate of life and death. Zhongzhou, who had watched Zhongzhou grow up, could easily guess his grandson's thoughts. "You want your father to enter the gate of life and death as well?" "That's right, if father can enter, he should be able to break through to the semi-saint level," Zhongzhou replied. "Before I came, your parents were still in seclusion. Now that 2 years have passed, I think they will come out soon," Zhongzhou said with a laugh. "Besides, your father might not need the gate of life and death to break through to the semi-saint level." Zhongzhou was surprised and asked, "Grandpa, do you mean that father will be able to break through to the semi-saint level after he comes out of seclusion?" Chapter 29, Queen Medusa. After emerging from the gate of life and death, Zhongzhou returned, while Zhongzhou went to find Lin Shan. Having spent 2 years inside the gate of life and death, he was eager to know if Medusa had awakened. Before entering the gate, the 7-colored sky-swallowing python had already fallen asleep. Zhongzhou suspected that the 7-colored sky-swallowing python and Medusa were battling for control over the body. When he learned from Lin Shan that he had entered the gate of life and death, Lin Shan had handed the 7-colored sky-swallowing python over to the care of the Great Elder. The python had awakened 2 months after Zhongzhou entered the gate. Zhongzhou was overjoyed to know that Medusa was indeed awake. How could he not be? He hadn't seen Medusa for 2.5 years. Thinking of her enchanting face and her voluptuous, mature body. Tisk, 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 Zhongzhou felt a familiar heat rise within him. From a passing snake, Zhongzhou learned that Medusa was handling official business in the main hall, so he made his way there. As he walked towards the main hall, Zhongzhou observed the changes in the Yunlin sect. The roads were filled with snake people with tails, and it was clear that the Yunlin sect was indeed a suitable place for them to live. When Zhongzhou arrived at the main hall, the guards outside saw him and greeted him with respect. "Hello, Madam Wang." In the last war with the Gama royal family and the Yunlin sect, Zhongzhou had single-handedly taken down most of the alliance's top warriors, allowing the snake people to secure an easy victory. He also helped them leave the Nottinger Desert and migrate to Yunlin Mountain, a place more suitable for their survival. Since then, the snake people had completely accepted Zhongzhou as the king's husband. Zhongzhou nodded at the guards, then asked, "Is the queen inside?" The guard quickly replied, "Yes, the queen is attending to official business." Hearing the guard's confirmation, Zhongzhou strode into the hall. Medusa, who was handling official business at the time, heard the guards outside and suddenly looked up towards the entrance of the hall. A man with delicate and handsome features, a purple headband on his silver-white hair adorned with gold edges, and luxurious clothing of gold and blue, walked in. "Zhongzhou, you're out," Medusa exclaimed, rising from the throne upon seeing him. After Medusa had awakened and learned that Zhongzhou had been sucked into the gate of life and death, she had tried to enter the gate herself, but it had not responded to her input of fighting spirit. She had been worried when Zhongzhou didn't return, but now that he stood before her, she was at a loss. Zhongzhou's feelings weren't as complicated as Medusa's. Seeing Medusa again after 2.5 years, he walked up to her and embraced her delicate body. Medusa was stunned. She hadn't expected Zhongzhou to hug her so directly upon their reunion, and she was momentarily unsure whether to pull away or simply let him hold her. In that moment, she heard Zhongzhou's voice in her ear, "I missed you so much over the past 2 years." Medusa thought, "Forget it, I've already agreed to marry him, so it's okay to let him hug me." After a long embrace, Zhongzhou finally let Medusa go. "I've made you worry over the past 2 years, Zhongzhou said slowly, gazing at Medusa's peerless beauty. "I wasn't worried about you," Medusa replied, though her tone was more sunere than fearful, a change Zhongzhou noted with some amusement. Zhongzhou didn't argue with her. Instead, he asked, "Has your soul completely merged with the 7-colored sky-swallowing python?" Medusa was a bit surprised that Zhongzhou knew about this, but she answered truthfully, "No, it will take some time. I have a soul-merging pill here that can help fully merge your souls," Zhongzhou said, taking out a small jade bottle from his ring and handing it to her. Hearing that this was the elixir that could help her soul merge, Medusa hesitated for a moment before accepting it. "Zhongzhou, thank you." At that moment, Medusa was truly moved. Even when the 7-colored sky-swallowing python had taken control of her body after her evolution, she had still been aware of what was happening outside. Zhongzhou had protected her from those who sought to harm her during her evolution, helped the snake tribe defeat the alliance between the Jiama royal family and the Yunlin sect, taken care of her after she transformed into the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, and even found a suitable habitat for her people. Now, he was giving her a pill to help merge her soul. All of Zhongzhou's deeds flashed through Medusa's mind, and she finally understood her feelings. In an uncharacteristic move, Medusa wrapped her arms around Zhongzhou's neck and kissed him on the lips. Zhongzhou was stunned by her sudden action. Before he could react, Medusa's soft red lips were already on his. As soon as Zhongzhou came to his senses, Medusa quickly pulled away. Zhongzhou's heart raced from Medusa's kiss. When he looked at her again, her face was flushed, and her smooth skin had turned a shade of red. Zhongzhou cupped Medusa's face in his hands and kissed her deeply, pouring all his emotions into the kiss. Medusa, though momentarily overwhelmed, closed her eyes and let herself be lost in the moment. As they kissed, Medusa's fingers gently scratched at Zhongzhou's skin, sending shivers down his spine. The sweetness of her lips and the warmth of her breath intoxicated him. Their tongues intertwined, and the sensation of her smooth, sweet saliva mingling with his own left Medusa's mind blank. She obediently surrendered to the kiss, forgetting everything else. After what felt like an eternity, their lips finally parted. Medusa's face was alluringly flushed, her skin white and rosy, and her charming eyes were hazy and drunk with emotion. Zhongzhou gazed at Medusa in his arms, the scent of her body filling his senses. The desire he had been holding back erupted uncontrollably. He lifted Medusa by the waist and used his spatial power to teleport her to a room. Seeing this, Medusa asked in surprise, "Have you broken through to Dousheng?" Zhongzhou smiled slightly, "Is this really the time to ask that?" He gently laid Medusa on the bed, leaned over, and sat beside her. With trembling hands, he slowly began unbuttoning her purple brocade robe. Chapter 30. Medusa's soul completely fuses. The next day. Early in the morning, Zhongzhou was full of energy. Just as he was about to get up, he felt Medusa's hand still holding onto his. He thought for a moment, then decided it was nothing to worry about. After all, they had been intimate the previous night, and it would be awkward if she woke up and he wasn't there. So, Zhongzhou continued to lie there, quietly admiring Medusa as she slept in his arms. As he looked at her, Zhongzhou began to think about how he could help improve her cultivation level. After all, Medusa was currently only at the 3-star Dousheng level, which was relatively weak. Medusa had already completed her first evolution, successfully transforming into a 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Although this ancient demonic beast had a powerful physique, its potential was still limited. If she didn't evolve into a 9-colored sky-swallowing python, her growth would be capped at the low-level Dousheng stage. The 9-colored sky-swallowing python was far superior to the 7-colored variant. It was said that the 9-colored sky-swallowing python could rival the Dou Emperor, whereas the 7-colored version was not even comparable to the Taishu ancient dragon or the heavenly demon phoenix, let alone the higher dragons and phoenixes. For Medusa to evolve into a 9-colored sky-swallowing python, she would need the 9-colored raw stone. With that stone, Zhongzhou could take her to the 9 nether yellow springs of the 9 nether earth python clan, where the extreme cold could stimulate the 9-colored sky-swallowing python's bloodline. Moreover, Zhongzhou remembered that beneath the 9 nether yellow springs lay the remnants of 7-colored sky-swallowing python souls, where Medusa could receive their inheritance. There was also the yellow spring essence blood, another key to Medusa's breakthrough. In the original story, Medusa, after soaking in the 9 nether yellow springs for over 2 years, emerged as a 4-star Dousheng from a 9-star Douzun. Now, with the resources Zhongzhou had provided, Medusa could potentially reach a 6-star Dousheng level. However, the 9-colored raw stone and the last piece of the demon fire fragment would only appear at the space auction, which was still a few years away. Even if Zhongzhou wanted them now, he had to be patient. While Zhongzhou was lost in thoughts of how to help Medusa advance, she woke up in his arms. Medusa opened her eyes and found Zhongzhou staring at her. Embarrassment flashed across her face as she realized she was still naked from the night before. Noticing her discomfort, Zhongzhou stopped staring. He got up, picked up Medusa's clothes from the floor, tidied them up, and placed them beside her. "Please, get dressed first," he said, turning around to give her some privacy. After a short while, Medusa finished dressing, though her face remained slightly flushed. She hadn't expected that their kiss from the previous day would lead to such intimacy. Recalling the spatial power Zhongzhou had used the night before, Medusa asked, "Have you broken through to Douzun?" "Yes, I'm now a 2-star Douzun," Zhongzhou replied. Although Medusa had suspected it, hearing it confirmed still shocked her. "Can you tell me about your family?" Medusa inquired, realizing she knew very little about the man she had become so intimately involved with. Zhongzhou, seeing no reason to hide the truth from Medusa, who had now become his woman, told her about his background. "My family resides in the eastern part of Zhongzhou. My father is a 9-turn Douzun, my mother is a 9-star Douzong, and my grandfather is even stronger, he's a 6-star Dousheng." Medusa wasn't too surprised to hear about his father being a 9-star Douzun, but the revelation that his grandfather was a 6-star Dousheng left her stunned. It took her a moment to process the information. Seeing her silent, Zhongzhou changed the subject. "You should refine the soul-merging pill now. I'll be here to protect you." "Okay," Medusa agreed, sitting cross-legged to begin refining the soul-merging pill. An hour later, Medusa opened her beautiful eyes, having successfully refined the pill. Zhongzhou asked, "How do you feel? Have you completely merged with the soul of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python?" "Yes, the fusion is complete," Medusa replied, a hint of gratitude in her voice. "Zhongzhou, thank you," she added. "There's no need to be so formal with me," Zhongzhou smiled. "I have some matters to attend to. You should rest well." He kissed Medusa on the forehead before leaving. Zhongzhou couldn't tell if Medusa's feelings for him were born out of love or gratitude, but he believed that love was an inner resonance and recognition. Being moved or grateful meant some level of recognition and affection. After leaving the room, Zhongzhou decided to check on how Qing Lin and Xian had been progressing in their cultivation over the past 2 years. He arrived at Qing Lin's residence and knocked on the door. After a short while, Qing Lin opened the door and was immediately overcome with emotion, surprise, joy, and excitement all at once. Without hesitation, Qing Lin threw herself into Zhongzhou's arms, her voice trembling with tears. "Master, you're back," I thought. It was clear that Qing Lin had been deeply worried after learning that Zhongzhou had been sucked into the gate of life and death. She had even tried, like Medusa, to enter the gate by channeling her fighting spirit into it, but the gate had remained unresponsive. With no other options, Qing Lin had gone to the gate of life and death every day, praying for Zhongzhou's safe return. Seeing Qing Lin in tears, Zhongzhou felt a pang of sorrow. "It's okay, I'm fine," he soothed, gently stroking her back in a comforting gesture. After a while, Qing Lin stopped crying, and Zhongzhou wiped away the remaining tears on her face. Not wanting her to dwell on the past, he changed the subject. Qing Lin, how have you been practicing these past 2 years? Is your teacher treating you well? If not, I can find someone better for you. Master, I've reached the level of a 2-star Do Wang. Qing Lin responded, a hint of pride in her voice, like a child seeking approval from an adult. She quickly added, Master, teacher Yi Qing has been very good to me. Please don't replace her. Qing Lin's progress to the 2-star Do Wang level was largely thanks to Yi Qing and Ji Feng. Although Yi Qing was only a Do Huang and not the most powerful in the Heavenly Snake Mansion, he was an excellent teacher. He had taught Qing Lin everything about the green snake 3-flower pupils without holding anything back. Ji Feng, on the other hand, had gone to great lengths to capture snake monsters for Qing Lin, helping her accelerate her cultivation. Even though Qing Lin was only at the Do Wang level, she could easily overpower a Do Huang. She now controlled 5 Do Huangs and more than a dozen Do Wangs, allowing her to overwhelm opponents by sheer numbers in battle. Zhongzhou felt that training Qing Lin, who possessed the rare green snake 3-flower pupils, in the Heavenly Snake Mansion would be a waste of her potential. Chapter 31. Xiao Yan has 2 strange fires. Before Qing Lin breaks through to the Do Huang level, the Heavenly Snake Palace can barely manage to capture some Do Huang level snake monsters. However, once Qing Lin advances to the Do Queen level, the Heavenly Snake Palace will no longer be able to catch higher level snake beasts for her. Right now, Qing Lin's strength is still relatively weak, so it's possible to capture suitable monsters nearby. But after she breaks through to the Queen level, it will be much harder to find higher level snake monsters. Zhongzhou realizes that in the future, he may have to go to the 9 Netherworld Python clan to catch snakes for Qing Lin. The 9 Netherworld Python clan has a very strong reproductive capacity. Some elders of the clan have even predicted that if they continue to reproduce at this rate, their ancient bloodline may become completely diluted in a few hundred years. Despite the thinning bloodline, the clan's large numbers could still produce hundreds of Do Zuns. Tisk tisk tisk, Zhongzhou thought. If Qing Lin were to absorb the Do Qi of hundreds of Do Zuns. After chatting with Qing Lin for a while, he advised her to continue her cultivation before heading off to find Xian. It had been 2 years since they last met, and Xian must have finished the pills by now, so Zhongzhou needed to feed her more. Xian was crucial to gaining the support of the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan in the future, so letting her slip away was not an option. If he didn't give her the elixirs and she ran off, it would be a huge loss. Besides, since Xian was still young, feeding her could help build their relationship more quickly. But suddenly, Qing Lin said, Master, Sister Xian isn't here. She went out. Out. Zhongzhou's mind raced. Could Xian have really run away? Qing Lin continued, yes, the young master finished eating the pills that Sister Xian gave her, so Sister Xian often goes out to find food. Oh, just out to find something to eat. Zhongzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Qing Lin's explanation. As long as she hadn't run away, it was fine. At the same time, Zhongzhou thought it might be time to take Xian to Ancient Dragon Island. It wasn't fair to keep her waiting for so long. Since Xian wasn't around, Zhongzhou left and crushed the jade slip that summoned Ji Feng. 2 years ago, Zhongzhou had asked Ji Feng to look for the remaining map of the demon fire at the auction in the Blackhorn region. He wondered if Ji Feng had found it. In the original novel, Xiao Yan seemed to have obtained the incomplete map as a 4 or 5-star great fighting master. Logically, he should have it by now. After a while, Ji Feng appeared in front of him. Noticing Ji Feng's increased strength, Zhongzhou asked, Ji Feng, have you broken through to the 6-star Do Zun? Yes, young master, I just broke through some time ago. Following Zhongzhou, Ji Feng had access to ample cultivation resources. After 2 years of practice, he had finally advanced to a 6-star Do Zun. A 1-star breakthrough in 2 years was quite good. However, Zhongzhou's current realm had already reached the 2-star Do Zun level, so he no longer needed Ji Feng's protection. Although Ji Feng was still several realms higher, Zhongzhou was confident that he could defeat him in a fight. It seemed Ji Feng's role would be reduced to running errands. Ji Feng, did you find the map fragment I asked you to look for in the Blackhorn region? Zhongzhou asked directly, sensing Ji Feng's unease. We found it, young master. Hearing this, Ji Feng handed over the incomplete map from his ring to Zhongzhou. After confirming it was the correct map, Zhongzhou nodded to Ji Feng. Just as Zhongzhou was about to leave to find Xiao Yan, Ji Feng spoke up. Young master, when I went to the Black Horn region, I saw someone. Who? Zhongzhou didn't immediately catch on. Ji Feng clarified, it's the one I caught last time. Xiao Yan. Zhongzhou immediately understood who Ji Feng was referring to. Zhongzhou then asked, is he still in the Black Horn region? Ji Feng answered truthfully, he was still there when I went 2 months ago, but I'm not sure about now. What is his strength now? Zhongzhou was curious. After robbing Xiao Yan of so many opportunities and even detaining Yao Chen, he wondered what realm Xiao Yan had reached. At that time, his realm was a 2-star Douling, Ji Feng replied. Zhongzhou thought to himself, something feels off. Xiao Yan shouldn't have broken through to the Douling level yet. Seeing Zhongzhou deep in thought, Ji Feng continued, and he has a Douzong level strongman protecting him. A Douzong protecting him? Zhongzhou guessed that Ji Yuzuner must have sent someone. Also, there seems to be a strange fire on Xiao Yan's body, Ji Feng added, knowing that Zhongzhou's martial arts required strange fire to improve his strength. Strange fire? How do you know this? Zhongzhou was puzzled. Didn't he already take the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and the Falling Heart Flame? Could it be a small Falling Heart Flame? Ji Feng explained, when I returned from the auction in Black Seal City after retrieving this map fragment, I saw Xiao Yan snatching the ranking item from the Blood Sect's young sect master, Fan Ling. Xiao Yan used the strange fire during the fight. What kind of strange fire was it? Zhongzhou asked directly. Ji Feng recalled, it was somewhat similar to Wind Fury Dragon Flame, but it wasn't exactly the same. Somewhat similar, but not exactly. Zhongzhou immediately thought of strange fire fusion. No way, is the luck aura that strong? He had already taken the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, the Fallen Heart Flame, the Sea Heart Flame, and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. How could Xiao Yan still manage to find the Wind Fury Dragon Flame and another unknown strange fire? Zhongzhou had been about to dismiss Xiao Yan, thinking he had already robbed him of enough opportunities. But now, he was hearing that Xiao Yan might have obtained 2 more strange fires. It seemed he had underestimated Xiao Yan. Zhongzhou started contemplating whether to rob Xiao Yan again. However, if he did, Ji Yuzuner would definitely suspect him. But if he didn't, he would miss out on 2 strange fires. As Zhongzhou pondered, a brilliant idea came to him. How could he forget about the Soul Palace? He could just disguise himself as a member of the Soul Palace to rob Xiao Yan. The Soul Palace, backed by the Soul Clan, had been after the ancient jade of the Xiao family. It would make perfect sense for them to send someone to rob the young patriarch of the Xiao clan. Totally reasonable. Zhongzhou took out the ring of the Guardian Wu, searched through it, and pulled out a scroll of fighting skills and a set of black clothes. When he opened the scroll, the words, Soul Chain, appeared in front of him. After confirming he could practice it, Zhongzhou laughed. When the time comes, I'll be dressed in black, using Soul Palace fighting skills. Who could tell I'm not from the Soul Palace? Oh, and I should also make a he sound when I laugh. That's crucial, I need to remember that. Zhongzhou admired his own cunning. Disguising himself as a member of the Soul Palace to rob Xiao Yan would not only avoid Ji Yuzuner's suspicion but also escalate the conflict between Xiao Yan, Ji Yuzuner, and the Soul Palace. Moreover, in the future, if he ever needed to do something inconvenient under his own identity, he could just pretend to be someone from the Soul Palace and shift the blame onto them. Chapter 32 Xiao Yan, Die. When Zhongzhou returned to his room, Medusa was nowhere to be found. Assuming that Medusa was handling official business again, Zhongzhou ignored her absence. He entered the attached training room to practice the Soul Palace's fighting skill, Soul Chain. There was no need to master it completely, as long as he could use it effectively, that would suffice. The Soul Chain fighting skill was only at the advanced Zon level, so it was relatively simple for Zhongzhou, who had studied many Earth-level fighting skills. In less than 4 hours, Zhongzhou was able to use it. Although its power seemed weak compared to his 2-star Dozun level, it was sufficient to deal with Xiao Yan and a Dozong from the ancient clan. After finishing his training, Zhongzhou stood up and realized it was already dark outside. Time had passed quickly while he was studying. Suddenly, the memory of being with Medusa the previous night flashed through his mind, igniting a new wave of desire in him. So, Zhongzhou left his room and headed towards the queen's residence. When he arrived at the queen's residence, he knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened, and Medusa, dressed in a graceful brocade robe, appeared. Zhongzhou, what are you doing here? Medusa was still in her usual attire, indicating that she had spent the night practicing rather than sleeping. Queen, I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to talk about it here. Please let me in. Seeing that Medusa was holding the door and had no intention of letting him in, Zhongzhou spoke seriously. If you have something to say, just say it here. The queen, however, did not fall for his trick and spoke directly. Zhongzhou looked around. When Medusa noticed Zhongzhou's demeanor, she realized he might have something important to discuss. She wondered if she had misunderstood him. Suddenly, Zhongzhou's lips met hers, and he pushed her into the room. Medusa, Zhongzhou, greater than less than p greater than. Then, there was another exciting practice. The next morning, Zhongzhou got up early, picked up Medusa's clothes from the floor, and placed them next to his pillow. Medusa, roused by Zhongzhou's actions, opened her slightly tired eyes. Seeing Zhongzhou about to leave, Medusa asked softly, "Where are you going?" Zhongzhou walked over, kissed her on the forehead, and said, "You should rest. I have something to do." Zhongzhou did not tell Medusa that he was going to Canaan College to deal with Xiao Yan. Although Medusa would not betray him, it was better if fewer people knew about his plans. Zhongzhou returned to his room, changed into Soul Palace clothing, and then tore open a space passage to step through. This time, Zhongzhou decided not to take Jifeng and Lin Shan with him. Even though he trusted them not to betray him, he wanted to ensure maximum security. Jifeng had informed him that Xiao Yan had killed the Blood Sect's young master, Fan Ling, in the Black Horn region 2 months ago. Given this, Xiao Yan should have returned to Canaan College by now. Zhongzhou feared that if he delayed any longer, Xiao Yan might enter the inner courtyard of Canaan College, which would complicate matters. So, after mastering the soul chain, Zhongzhou hurried over. Canaan College is divided into the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. The inner courtyard has 2 9-star dozong, which poses a bit of a risk, though nothing insurmountable. In the outer courtyard, however, the strongest person is only a Do Huang. Even if Zhongzhou captured Xiao Yan, they would not detect it. Zhongzhou easily sneaked into Canaan College, grabbed a student at random, and inquired about Xiao Yan's location. Xiao Yan, the one who won first place in the inner court selection competition. Yes. Has Xiao Yan entered the inner courtyard yet? No, the inner courtyard trials just ended recently. There are still a few days before he can enter. Lucky I arrived in time. Zhongzhou secretly felt relieved to have arrived before Xiao Yan entered the inner courtyard. He then asked the student for Xiao Yan's residence and hurried there. As for that student, Zhongzhou had no choice but to kill him. Sorry, but you know too much. The fewer people who know about Zhongzhou's visit, the better. Even if he was dressed as a Soul Palace member, it wouldn't matter. Upon reaching Xiao Yan's residence, the Dozong protecting him noticed Zhongzhou first. Seeing Zhongzhou's outfit, the Dozong asked in surprise, "Soul Palace?" Zhongzhou replied, I'm conducting business for the Soul Palace. You outsiders, please step aside." Without further conversation, Zhongzhou used the soul chain technique he had just learned. Upon hearing Zhongzhou's eerie laughter and seeing the soul chain in action, the Dozong quickly recognized him as a Soul Palace member. After feeling the power of Zhongzhou's soul chain, he immediately countered with his own fighting skills. Despite his efforts, the Dozong was quickly overwhelmed by Zhongzhou's superior strength and was knocked unconscious. Zhongzhou did not kill this ancient clan Dozong because he wanted to pass on false information that Soul Palace members had robbed Xiao Yan, which would be useful for Ji Yuzuner. Killing him would only increase the risk of Zhongzhou being discovered. Xiao Yan, who was practicing, heard the sounds of fighting outside his door. Curious, he opened it. What he saw was a shocking scene. The Dozong sent by Zuner to protect him was lying on the ground, and a man in black holding chains stood nearby. Soul Palace. Xiao Yan recognized Zhongzhou's outfit. Realizing that the Dozong protecting him was no match for Zhongzhou, Xiao Yan attempted to flee. However, Zhongzhou's target was Xiao Yan, so he wasn't about to let him escape. With a sneer, Zhongzhou used the soul chain to attack Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan felt the attack from behind, causing the hairs on his body to stand up. He quickly turned around and used his fighting skills to defend himself. But the Zon-level fighting skill was incredibly powerful when used by Zhongzhou, a Do Zun, and was far beyond what Xiao Yan, a Do Wang, could resist. Soon, the soul chain shattered Xiao Yan's defenses and struck him hard in the chest. The impact caused Xiao Yan to vomit blood and collapse. He fell to the ground, unconscious. Zhongzhou stepped forward, took off Xiao Yan's storage ring, and placed him into a storage ring designed to hold living things. After completing his task, Zhongzhou left the scene as quickly as possible. He went to a secluded place, where he removed the strange fire from Xiao Yan's body. After some thought, he decided to kill Xiao Yan. As Xiao Yan's soul tried to escape from his body, Zhongzhou quickly captured and crushed it. Xiao Yan was dead. Chapter 33, Blaming the Soul Palace. After killing Xiao Yan, Zhongzhou first stored Xiao Yan's body in his storage ring and then probed his soul power into Xiao Yan's storage ring. He wanted to see what other valuable items might be inside. As his soul power delved into the ring, Zhongzhou began his search. After a while, he indeed found several items. First and foremost, what caught Zhongzhou's attention was a piece of ancient jade with a light green hue. Fragment of the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade. That's right, this was a fragment of the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade. Zhongzhou recognized it because one side of the ancient jade was clearly different from the others, showing marks of a forced cut. This fragment of the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade is connected to the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Cave beneath Nakanon Academy. Inside the cave lies an Emperor-grade embryo pill, along with the inheritance of a strange fire on the strange fire square. Both of these items can allow a peak Do Saint to ascend to the rank of Do Emperor. However, to open the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Cave, a complete Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade is required. Each fragment of the jade is worth a fortune, and one piece is held by each of the 8 ancient clans. Zhongzhou wasn't sure why the jade was divided into 8 pieces, but he knew that Emperor Hun Tian had spent 1,000 years scheming to obtain the fragments from the other clans. Holding the ancient jade, Zhongzhou hesitated. This piece of jade was a hot potato. Without sufficient strength, possessing it would only bring disaster. The fate of the Spirit Clan, Stone Clan, and Medicine Clan were clear examples. If even the ancient Doudi clans couldn't safeguard the jade, what chance did he have? Zhongzhou feared keeping the jade, but he also couldn't just hand it over to the Soul Clan or other ancient Doudi clans. If he gave it to the Soul Clan, they would gather all the fragments ahead of schedule and open the cave. If he handed it to another clan, his secret, killing Xiao Yan, would likely be exposed, and those clans might not be able to protect the jade either. Zhongzhou couldn't understand why the ancient Doudi clans didn't have their clan leaders carry such an important relic. Instead, they left it in ancestral halls guarded by Do Saint elders, wasting manpower and giving the Soul Clan's spies opportunities to steal it. Zhongzhou believed that if Ji Yuan, the ancient clan leader, personally safeguarded the jade, not even Emperor Hun Tian could steal it from him. With this in mind, Zhongzhou realized he couldn't keep the jade. He needed to find a place to dispose of it, somewhere it wouldn't be discovered by the ancient Doudi clans. Oh, right, the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Cave. Even the Soul Clan needed all 8 fragments to find the cave. If he threw this fragment there, it would remain hidden. Without all the fragments, even Emperor Hun Tian and Ji Yuan would be stuck at the late stage of 9-star Do Saint, giving Zhongzhou time to catch up. Ahahaha, I'm a genius. Zhongzhou couldn't help but admire his own intelligence. The second item he found was a broken piece of jade. Zhongzhou suspected it contained the first volume of the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. However, it wasn't convenient to take it out now, so Zhongzhou decided to set it aside for later examination. The third item was 2 volumes of a fighting skill called the Emperor Seal, which Ji Zuner had given to Xiao Yan. The Emperor Seal was a secret fighting skill of the ancient clan, an advanced earth-level technique divided into 5 seals: the Mountain-Splitting Seal, Sea-Overturning Seal, Earth-Covering Seal, Sky-Annihilating Seal, and Ancient Emperor Seal. The combined power of the 5 seals was comparable to a heaven-level fighting skill. Zhongzhou's grandfather was a 6-star Do Saint. While he didn't have many heaven-level fighting skills, he certainly had a fair share. Moreover, Zhongzhou wasn't particularly interested in the Emperor Seal's power since only the first 2 volumes were present. What intrigued him was the potential to use the Emperor Seal to impersonate a member of the ancient clan, allowing him to commit deeds like the one he just carried out. Aside from these 3 items, everything else in the storage ring was useless to Zhongzhou. After finishing his search, Zhongzhou turned his attention to the strange fire separated from Xiao Yan's body. The flame was golden red, resembling the Wind Fury Dragon flame but not quite. After peeling away the outer flames, their true nature was revealed. In Zhongzhou's left hand was an ochre-colored flame, the Wind Fury Dragon flame. Ranked 18th among strange fires, the Wind Fury Dragon flame was a fusion of wind and fire, resembling a giant roaring fire dragon that turned everything in its path into a sea of flames. Its attributes matched Zhongzhou's perfectly, but its low ranking disappointed him. Zhongzhou doubted it would significantly enhance his power. In his right hand was a golden flame, which left Zhongzhou momentarily stunned. He recognized it as the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, or rather, a sub-fire of it. Without a doubt, this sub-fire had been given to Xiao Yan by Ji Yuzuner. "You're really devoted," Zhongzhou remarked. Even as a sub-fire, the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame's power surpassed that of the Wind Fury Dragon flame in his left hand. However, Zhongzhou couldn't and didn't dare to absorb it. Absorbing the flame would alert Ji Yuzuner, rendering his disguise useless. If Ji Yuzuner tracked him down, he'd be in grave danger. Additionally, he feared that using the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame against Ji Yuzuner's main flame would backfire. After storing the 2 flames, Zhongzhou made his way to the Soul Palace. He felt that framing the ancient clan's Douzong wasn't enough. He needed to forge more evidence to thoroughly incriminate the Soul Palace for Xiao Yan's murder and the theft of the ancient jade. Upon arriving at the Soul Palace's branch hall, Zhongzhou was met with a massive black palace. The enormous structure, dark gray in color, exuded an oppressive aura. Zhongzhou couldn't help but note how fitting the environment was for the Soul Palace, an organization known for its villainy. In such a bleak and eerie place, where outsiders rarely ventured, Zhongzhou tossed Xiao Yan's body near the entrance of the hall. He then placed the sub-fire of the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame beside the corpse. Now this is a perfect crime, Zhongzhou thought with satisfaction. Now, aside from the Soul Clan, other ancient families would believe that the ancient jade had fallen into the Soul Clan's hands. Zhongzhou recalled that each branch hall had an elder, and not wanting to be spotted, he quickly fled the scene. Chapter 34. 3 Mysterious Changes of Heavenly Fire. Zhongzhou rushed back to the Snake People tribe as quickly as possible, making it seem as though he had never left. Upon returning to his room, he began to carefully examine the broken jade piece that he suspected to be related to the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. The 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire was originally the treasure of Fenyan Valley. It was created by Xiaozan, the ancestor of Xiao Yan, and then passed down to the founder of Fenyan Valley, Ancestor Fenyan, thus becoming the valley's treasured secret technique. When the protagonist Xiao Yan was a 5-star Douzun, this secret method allowed his strength to reach nearly 8 stars. Finally, after meeting Xiaozan's soul in the ancient tomb, he successfully obtained the final mantra. Zhongzhou knew that the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire had 3 levels. Once this secret method was activated, the strange fire within the user's body would erupt, generating an incredibly potent energy that could temporarily enhance their strength. Of course, this secret method had its side effects. After using the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire, the energy generated would be too violent, causing damage to the meridians and body, leading to a period of weakness. Although Zhongzhou also possessed secret techniques, none suited him as well as the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire, which was specifically created by Xiaozan. Since he practiced the burning technique, he needed to possess multiple kinds of strange fire. If he acquired 3 types and used the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire, his strength could increase dramatically, 3 times in succession. By then, the increase in his power would surely be beyond Zhongzhou's imagination. Zhongzhou even suspected that the reason Xiaozan was known as the greatest person below the Dou Emperor was due to the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire, since it was a coincidence that Xiaozan happened to possess 3 kinds of strange fire. A flame surged out of Zhongzhou's palm as he controlled it to burn the jade piece. In the original novel, Xiao Yan used the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire to melt the jade piece and thereby obtained the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. However, Zhongzhou's fusion flame was much stronger than the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire. He feared that it might burn the jade directly, so he carefully controlled the flame, gradually increasing its temperature. As the temperature rose, the jade piece finally began to melt, turning into a pool of green liquid. Suddenly, a dazzling green light shot out from the liquid. The green light eventually formed a light curtain, upon which several large characters were written, 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. It is indeed the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. It was impossible to understand it merely by looking at the light curtain, so Zhongzhou directly inserted his finger into the green liquid. Upon doing so, Zhongzhou felt a vast amount of information about the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire flooding into his mind. Fortunately, Zhongzhou's spiritual power was strong, so he wasn't overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. After a while, all the information about the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire was finally fully absorbed by Zhongzhou's brain. As stated in the original book, this broken piece of jade contained only the first level of the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. The 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire had 3 levels of changes, so it seemed that Zhongzhou would have to visit Burning Flame Valley to acquire the remaining 2 levels. By the way, he also planned to steal the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire from Burning Flame Valley. The 9 Dragons Thunder Fire had been passed down in Fenyan Valley for hundreds of years, with powerful men from every generation leaving indelible marks of blood and soul in its origin. Only those who practiced the Qingming Yuanju, the foundational technique of Fenyan Valley, could refine the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire. Zhongzhou wasn't sure if his grandfather could erase the marks on the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire. However, what Zhongzhou was thinking was, even if the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire was restricted and couldn't be absorbed, it could still be used to fuse strange fires and create the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. It should be noted that he had already fused 3 strange fires, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, the Fallen Heart Flame, and the Sea Heart Flame. He also currently possessed the Wind Fury Dragon Flame and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. After refining the Wind Fury Dragon Flame and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, he would have 5 strange fires. When Xiao Yan was at the level of an 8-star Douzun, he could use the 4-colored half-fire lotus to blast a peak 6th level Douzun human scorpion into pieces. If he were to snatch the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire from Burning Flame Valley and then release the 6-colored fire lotus, its power would be so great that even a half-saint wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Zhongzhou couldn't wait to absorb the strange fire. Zhongzhou had the Bone Spirit Cold Fire and Wind Fury Dragon Flame in his possession. He decided to play it safe and absorb the Wind Fury Dragon Flame first. Although Ji Yu Zuner knew that Xiao Yan had the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, Zhongzhou wasn't worried. Since his strange fire was a fusion of multiple flames, its color would definitely change after fusion. Moreover, the aura of the lower-ranked Wind Fury Dragon Flame would be masked by the other higher-ranked strange fires. So Zhongzhou didn't have to worry about being discovered by Ji Yu Zuner. However, Zhongzhou didn't absorb it immediately. Although the Wind Fury Dragon Flame was only ranked 18th among the strange fires, it would still take several days to refine and fuse it, despite Zhongzhou's current strength having reached the Douzun level. Before Medusa woke up, Zhongzhou could absorb energy whenever he wanted. But now, things were different. Medusa had already awakened and confirmed her relationship with him. Zhongzhou felt that it would be a bit neglectful to go into seclusion without saying anything. So Zhongzhou left the room and walked towards the main hall. Medusa was a very responsible queen. Apart from cultivating, she was probably handling official business at this time. When he arrived at the main hall, the guards at the door saw Zhongzhou and respectfully called out, "Wang Fu." Zhongzhou smiled and nodded at them before heading straight into the hall. Upon entering the hall, Zhongzhou indeed saw the queen attending to official business on her throne. This time, when the queen noticed Zhongzhou's arrival, she didn't raise her head. Instead, she said, "Wait until I finish these." Hearing the queen's words, Zhongzhou found a seat and sat down. He didn't disturb the queen and quietly watched her handle her official duties. Zhongzhou had to admit, the queen looked truly captivating when she was serious and focused on her work. However, no matter how charming she was, Zhongzhou couldn't help but wonder, with so many official duties, wouldn't it affect the queen's cultivation? Zhongzhou didn't want these trivial matters to hinder the queen's practice. He began to think about how to persuade the queen to delegate some of her responsibilities so she could focus more on her cultivation. After a while, the queen put down her pen, having reviewed the last report. She looked up at Zhongzhou. You came here to see me. Is there something you need? The queen didn't refer to herself as this king when she spoke. Before, she had avoided doing so because she was afraid of Zhongzhou, but now it seemed unnecessary since they were more familiar with each other. However, Zhongzhou felt that it would be better for Medusa to call herself this king in certain situations. There's no other reason, it's just more exciting that way. Zhongzhou said, I plan to go into seclusion for a few days to refine the strange fire, so I came to inform you. Upon hearing Zhongzhou say he would be in seclusion for a few days, Medusa remained expressionless and responded lightly, all right, I understand. Zhongzhou was a bit speechless at the queen's cold response. He secretly complained in his heart, with our relationship, I'm about to absorb the strange fire, and you don't even show any concern. Chapter 35. Cure the queen's illness. Seeing that the queen was still so cold towards him, Zhongzhou decided to cure her of this problem. He stood up from his seat and slowly walked towards the queen. The queen was a little panicked when she saw Zhongzhou, who had been sitting, now walking towards her. What are you doing? Don't come over here. This is the main hall, someone might come in soon. Based on Medusa's understanding of Zhongzhou, she was genuinely afraid that he might do something rash. Zhongzhou ignored Medusa's protests and continued to approach her. Medusa wanted to retreat, but she was sitting on the throne, and there wasn't much room to back away. In no time, Zhongzhou's face was almost touching Medusa's. Seeing Medusa's nervous expression, Zhongzhou smiled and said, Queen, weren't you quite calm just now? What are you afraid of now? Medusa kept glancing towards the entrance of the hall, afraid that someone might walk in and see this scene. She reminded him, Zhongzhou, don't do this, we're in the hall. Zhongzhou smirked and said, so, the queen means it's fine as long as it's not in the main hall. No, not anywhere else either, Before Medusa could finish her sentence, her delicate lips were sealed by Zhongzhou's. Medusa's eyes widened in shock. This was the main hall, how dare he? She tried to push Zhongzhou away with both hands, but she wasn't strong enough to move him. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Medusa was filled with shame and anger. Zhongzhou knew very well this was the palace, yet he still did this. Fortunately, no one else had seen it, so Medusa felt a little relieved. Seeing Medusa's expression, Zhongzhou found the queen even more intriguing. But he knew he couldn't push his luck, so he refrained from any further actions. He picked up the reports sent by the tribal leaders from the table and started reading them. Since these reports weren't particularly important, Medusa didn't stop him. However, she was quite curious about why Zhongzhou was interested in them. After a while, Zhongzhou had finished reading all the reports. The contents were nothing more than trivial matters, such as conflicts between snake people and humans. 2 years ago, Zhongzhou and the Great Elder had eliminated all the royal family members. The Azumo Empire, neighboring the Gamma Empire, naturally didn't miss the opportunity and seized control of the Gamma Empire. However, the Azumo Empire knew that the snake people had a Douzong, so they didn't act against them. Although the royal family of the Azumo Empire didn't take any direct action, humans and snake people weren't the same, and they had more or less suppressed the snake people. Zhongzhou, Medusa. Medusa was slightly confused and a little wary when her name was suddenly called. Zhongzhou pointed at the thick pile of reports on the table and asked, do you usually handle these things? Yeah, what's wrong? Medusa was puzzled. She was the queen of the snake people, so wasn't it her duty to handle these matters? I think these small issues can be handed over to your subordinates. You should focus on your cultivation. Only when you're strong enough will the snake people not be bullied. Medusa knew this well, but she had been stuck at the peak of the 9-star Douhuang level and unable to break through, so she focused on managing the affairs of the snake people. Now that she had broken through to the Douzong level, she was caught off guard. Moreover, with her new strength, the snake people couldn't afford to provide her with the resources needed for cultivation. Training with resources was entirely different from training without them. Though Zhongzhou had the necessary resources, Medusa always felt that her people were indebted to him. How could she have the nerve to ask him for cultivation resources again? But then Medusa remembered what Zhongzhou had done to her the day before yesterday, and last night. Medusa thought, Zhongzhou did this to me, so it doesn't seem too much for me to take some of his cultivation resources. Zhongzhou, I want to become stronger. Zhongzhou was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, you can become stronger if you want. Why are you telling me? For the sake of her people, Medusa gritted her teeth and said, I want you to provide me with cultivation resources. Medusa was already his woman. Even if she didn't ask, Zhongzhou would provide her with resources. However, seeing Medusa like this, Zhongzhou suddenly felt like negotiating terms with her. What's so difficult about that? I can give you the cultivation resources, but... Medusa was delighted when she heard the first half of Zhongzhou's sentence. But then he stopped talking, his eyes fixated on a certain part of her. Medusa clearly understood what Zhongzhou meant. Medusa was furious when she saw the look in his eyes, but for the sake of her people, she decided to risk it. And she comforted herself in her heart. I'm already his, so it's just a promise now. As long as you provide me with cultivation resources and make me stronger, I'll agree to anything you want to do. Zhongzhou couldn't take his eyes off Medusa's delicate body. All right then, leave the door open for me tonight. Zhongzhou finally left the hall, having made the aloof Queen Medusa blush. I wonder if Xian is back. After obtaining the Tuosh ancient jade, Zhongzhou wanted to place it in the ancient emperor's cave. I promised Xian I'd take her to meet her tribesmen, so I can take her to meet her father, Zhu Kun, first. Thinking of this, Zhongzhou walked towards Xian's residence. When he arrived, he knocked on the door. After a moment, Xian opened it. She was holding a half-bitten green fruit in one hand, her cheeks bulging as she continued to chew. It was clear that this green fruit was a medicinal herb Xian had found outside. Xian had been expecting Qing Lin to come play with her, but when she opened the door, she saw it was Zhongzhou. She tossed the half-eaten fruit aside and said happily, Zhongzhou, you're finally back. Seeing Xian so cheerful, Zhongzhou touched her head, feeling relieved. Well, it wasn't in vain that I care for her. But then, Xian's true nature came through. Zhongzhou, give me the pills quickly. I'm starving without you around. Zhongzhou, give me back the warm feeling I just had. Seeing that Zhongzhou didn't take out the pills right away, Xian started using her usual excuse. You promised to help me find my tribesmen, but I haven't seen you in 2 years. You owe me at least 5, no, 10 bottles of pills to make up for it. Xian said this with complete confidence. If Zhongzhou didn't know Xian's greedy nature, he might have really believed her. But he didn't haggle with Xian and readily handed her the pills. Xian's eyes lit up as she took them. She quickly poured out a pill from the jade bottle and tossed it into her mouth, chewing with a satisfied expression. It looks like I'm really greedy. After Xian had devoured half a bottle of pills, Zhongzhou spoke up. Xian, how about I take you to see your father? Xian was stunned. My father. Chapter 36. Xian meets Zhu Kun. When Xian heard this unfamiliar name, she was stunned for a moment. After a while, her little face filled with stubbornness as she tried hard not to let the tears accumulating in her eyes fall. Let's go, I want to ask him why he left me behind. Xian had been bullied by magical beasts since she was a child. If she hadn't mistakenly eaten the shapeshifting grass and then been brought back to Canaan Academy by Su Qian, she might still be enduring that torment. This led to her deep resentment towards the parents who had seemingly abandoned her. She hated them for leaving her behind, for not caring about her, and this resentment became a knot in her heart. That's why Xian chose to follow Zhongzhou when he told her he knew where her people were. Seeing Xian, who was usually clever and quirky, now showing such a vulnerable expression, Zhongzhou felt a pang of sympathy and quickly comforted her. After calming her down, Zhongzhou called Lin Shan over. Lin Shan, Zhongzhou said, come with us to Canaan College again. Although Zhongzhou was now a 2-star Dozun and confident that he could evade the 1,002 elders of Canaan Academy to reach the bottom of the Tianfan refining Qi Tower, the importance of the task demanded absolute caution. He decided it was best to bring Lin Shan along. Lin Shan replied, yes, young master. Xian, still confused, asked, didn't you say you would take me to see him? Why are we going to Canaan College? The word, father, still felt foreign to her. Zhongzhou explained, he is right beneath Canaan Academy. Under Canaan Academy, Yan looked puzzled. You'll understand when we get there, Zhongxing reassured her, choosing to explain further when they arrived. When Yan eventually meets the father who abandoned her, Zhongxing anticipated her displeasure. He planned to act as a mediator, helping Zhu Kun explain himself, ensuring that Zhu Kun would feel obligated to assist him in return. Additionally, Zhongxing had another motive for bringing Yan. Zhu Kun, as the leader of the Taishu ancient dragon clan and a 9-star Dousheng, must have a wealth of knowledge. Zhongxing wanted Zhu Kun to pass on everything he knew to Yan to accelerate her growth. Nodding to Lin Shan, who understood the cue, Lin Shan tore open a space, and the three of them stepped in. After a short while, they arrived at Canaan College, easily avoiding the elders guarding the Tianfan refining Qi Tower, and made their way to the tower's bottom. When they reached the bottom, Zhongxing noticed the fallen heart flame that he had left behind. Nourished by Canaan Academy, it had grown much stronger compared to before. Additionally, this flame had become much easier to control, unlike the original fallen heart flame, which had been more volatile. In retrospect, Zhongxing realized he had actually done Canaan College a favor by taking away the larger fallen heart flame and leaving behind the smaller one. Lin Shan, wait for us here, Zhongxing instructed. Though he had brought Lin Shan along, Zhongxing did not intend for him to know about the ancient emperor's cave or the fact that he was about to place the Tushe ancient jade fragments there. Lin Shan asked, young master, don't you need me to accompany you down? Zhongxing responded, no, just wait here for me. Yes, young master. Yan, whose strength had just broken through to the Duhuang level, was not yet fully immune to the magma. Zhongxing cast a shield around her before leading her into the molten depths. As they descended, Zhongxing held the fragment of Tushe ancient jade in his hand. Recalling Xiao Yan, he noticed the fragment reacting. Finding the cave of the ancient emperor Tushe would not be difficult with the help of this fragment. Sure enough, after diving deeper, Zhongxing noticed the fragment glowing red. The deeper they went, the brighter the glow, guiding Zhongxing's direction. After a while, Zhongxing and Yan spotted a massive ancient stone gate in the distance. Seeing the stone gate, Zhongxing hesitated to move forward. He feared getting trapped in the Tushe ancient emperor cave like Zhu Kun and becoming a gatekeeper. When the stone gate showed no reaction, Zhongxing prepared to call out for Zhu Kun. Suddenly, the stone gate flickered, and a suffocating aura surged from within. A giant dragon covered in golden scales emerged, circled outside the cave, and then transformed into a middle-aged man with purple gold hair. The man began to shout, "Who dares to approach the ancient?" but stopped when his eyes fell on Yan standing beside Zhongxing. The man's once majestic golden eyes welled with tears. "Child, is that you?" The moment Zhu Kun saw Yan, he felt the familiar power of his bloodline within her. How could he not recognize his own child? At this point, Zhongxing said, "Yan, he is your father." In truth, when Zhu Kun had appeared, Yan had sensed a familiar aura from the man. Combined with Zhongxing's earlier words, she had already guessed that this man might be the father who had abandoned her. Now, with Zhongxing's confirmation, Yan's suspicions were affirmed. Seeing that Yan ignored him and looked at him with cold eyes, Zhu Kun stepped forward and repeated, "Child, I am your father." Clearly, years of entrapment had left Zhu Kun longing for his children, so much so that his body trembled slightly at the sight of Yan. Yan, however, didn't display the joy of a daughter reuniting with her father. Instead, she said coldly, "I've been an orphan since childhood. I have no parents." Though her words were cold, Zhongxing could sense the underlying grievance in her tone. Even after entering Canaan College, Yan had acted tough, a result of being abandoned among a pack of magical beasts and bullied since she was young. This toughness had become her protective shield. Deep down, she had always longed to be a little girl who grew up loved by her parents. Hearing Yan's cold words, even Zhu Kun, once the most powerful man on the continent, panicked. Only this situation could make him behave this way. "Child, I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted the ancient emperor's cave mansion. That's why I ended up trapped here." Seeing that Yan remained cold towards him, Zhu Kun continued to apologize, explaining that he had never intended to abandon her and had been trapped in the cave. Yan had come here to ask Zhu Kun why he had abandoned her, but hearing that he had been trapped and hadn't meant to leave her, she felt conflicted. Although Zhu Kun claimed he hadn't abandoned her intentionally, the fact remained that she had suffered and been bullied since childhood because of him. Chapter 37. Zhu Kun's Wealth. When you can't make up your mind, you often need others to give you advice. Ziyan looked at Zhongxing beside her with a questioning gaze. Zhongxing, she called softly. Zhu Kun, who had been paying close attention to Ziyan, naturally noticed her action. Understanding that Zhongxing must be very important to Ziyan and fearing that Zhong might say something unfavorable, Zhu Kun quickly cast a pleading look at Zhongxing. His eyes seemed to say, "Brother, please, help me out here." Seeing Zhu Kun's pleading expression, Zhongxing knew that his cooperation with Zhu Kun was on solid ground. All he needed to do was assist Zhu Kun. Surely, Zhu Kun would be more than willing to return the favor in the future. Zhongxing nodded at Zhu Kun, signaling that he would take care of it. So, Zhongxing said, "Ziyan, I don't think he did it on purpose. How about we give him a chance?" Hearing that Zhongxing was indeed pleading on his behalf, Zhu Kun immediately became excited and quickly made a promise. Yes, father didn't mean it. As long as you can forgive me, Ziyan, I will agree to whatever you ask me to do. Hearing Zhongxing call her Ziyan, Zhu Kun also addressed her as Ziyan directly. Zhu Kun was as humble as possible, and in front of Ziyan, he didn't act like the powerful 9-star Dousheng that he was. Hearing Zhongxing also pled for Zhu Kun, Ziyan felt a little less resentful towards him. However, though her resentment lessened, Ziyan still didn't say that she wanted to forgive Zhu Kun. Seeing Ziyan's silence, the inexperienced Zhu Kun didn't know what to do and just stood there anxiously. At this point, neither of them knew what to say, so Zhongxing naturally stepped in to smooth things over. "Senior, how should I address you?" Zhongxing asked politely. "You don't have to call me senior. My name is Zhu Kun. You and Ziyan are friends. Just call me uncle," Zhu Kun responded, his tone warm and approachable. Zhu Kun naturally had a good impression of Zhongxing, who had just pleaded for him. He didn't act like a strongman, but behaved very amiably. At the same time, Zhu Kun didn't forget to mention Ziyan, trying to get closer to her. "Uncle Zhu Kun, you see, although you didn't abandon Ziyan on purpose, it is undeniable that it was because of you that Ziyan was bullied as a child," Zhongxing pointed out. Zhu Kun didn't know how to coax Ziyan, and Ziyan had no way to express her feelings. At this time, Zhongxing fully played the role of a peacemaker. "I believe you must love Ziyan as well, so you must want to compensate her, right?" Zhongxing added. Zhongxing first pointed out Zhu Kun's mistake and then subtly hinted that Zhu Kun should offer something in return. "You left your daughter behind for so many years. How can you just apologize without giving her something worthwhile?" Zhu Kun, being the patriarch of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, had both emotional intelligence and IQ. He soon realized that Zhongxing was helping him. He looked at Zhongxing gratefully and said, "Yes, it's my fault. I have always regretted not being with Ziyan all these years. I couldn't make it up to her before, but now that Ziyan is here, I can finally start to make things right." Zhu Kun removed his storage ring and used his fighting spirit to control the ring, making it fly in front of Ziyan. At the same time, he didn't forget to apologize sincerely. "I'm sorry, Ziyan. I hope you can forgive your father for his sincerity." In truth, when Ziyan learned that Zhu Kun had been trapped and hadn't intended to abandon her, most of her hatred for him had already dissipated. Now that Zhu Kun was apologizing so sincerely, Ziyan's remaining resentment was almost gone. However, Ziyan didn't take the ring that Zhu Kun had sent her. It was clear that the girl was too embarrassed to accept it. If she took it directly, wouldn't that mean she forgave him because of these material things? She wasn't that kind of person. Seeing what Ziyan was thinking, Zhongxing took the ring for her. He then began to take out the items inside the ring. The contents were primarily scrolls. Yes, Zhu Kun had been trapped for so long that he must have consumed all the pills he had brought with him, leaving only these inedible items. After opening a scroll, Zhongxing took a deep breath. "Damn, any scroll I pick up is full of high-level heavenly fighting skills," he thought. Zhongxing was so shocked that he quickly went through the other scrolls. Only after Zhongxing had examined all the scrolls did he lower his chin, stunned. Holy shit, there are more than 40 books on heavenly grade martial arts and fighting skills, including 7 advanced heavenly grade ones. The Taishu Ancient Dragon clan is different from the Sky Demon Phoenix clan and the 9 Nether Earth Python clan. Their development has been uninterrupted. The Taishu Ancient Dragon clan was the overlord of the Warcraft world in ancient times. Even though Zhu Kun is now trapped in the Tushe Ancient Emperor Cave and the 4 major dragon islands are split, the other 2 Warcraft families still dare not offend them at all. Moreover, Zhongzhou guessed that the Dragon Kings of the 4 Dragon Islands were definitely not the strongest. The Taishu Ancient Dragon clan must have some stronger elders who, because they don't want to get involved in internal conflicts, practice in seclusion and ignore worldly affairs. As expected of the overlord of the Warcraft world, who wouldn't be amazed after seeing so many heaven-level martial arts fighting skills? With so many martial arts fighting skills, combined with those in Ancient Dragon Island, they could rival even the ancient Doudi families. Zhongzhou thought to himself, getting so many heaven-level martial arts fighting skills made this trip completely worth it. Although these fighting skills could only be used by the Taishu Ancient Dragons, Zhongzhou felt that as long as Xiao Yan and the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan grew stronger, he would have more confidence in his future endeavors. As for whether Xiao Yan would forget him, Zhongzhou didn't worry about that at all. Although Xiao Yan appeared carefree, she could definitely remember clearly who treated her well. What's more, it was Zhongzhou who helped her find her family and clansmen. Xiao Yan's gratitude towards Zhongzhou grew even more precious. Seeing Zhongzhou checking the scrolls and expressing surprise, Xiao Yan was a little confused. Is what he gave really that good? She wondered. After marveling at the magnitude of Zhu Kun's gift, Zhongzhou began to explain to the puzzled Xiao Yan. Zhu Kun felt a little uneasy when he saw Zhongzhou take the storage ring on Xiao Yan's behalf. But after Zhongzhou inspected the items and introduced them to Xiao Yan, Zhu Kun realized that he had been judging others by his own standards. If he hadn't been trapped in this designated area and Zhongzhou wasn't Xiao Yan's friend, Zhu Kun might have wanted to bow to Zhongzhou and become his sworn brother. Sure enough, after Zhongzhou introduced the fighting skills given by Zhu Kun, Xiao Yan was even more shocked than Zhongzhou had been. Zhongzhou had a 6-star Dousheng grandfather, so although he hadn't seen many heavenly level martial arts and fighting skills, he had definitely seen quite a few. But Xiao Yan was different. She grew up among monsters. Although she was eventually brought to Canaan College, the martial arts and fighting skills she had seen were at most Earth level. Now that she saw so many heavenly level martial arts and fighting skills she had never encountered before, how could she not be shocked? These are all these fighting techniques for me. Originally, she had thought that what Zhu Kun gave her were just some ordinary things, but she hadn't expected them to be so many heavenly level martial arts and fighting skills. Xiao Yan was utterly shocked at this point. Of course, Xiao Yan. These are just some of the compensation your father is offering you. When your father gets out, he'll definitely give you something even better. Zhu Kun thought that Xiao Yan was dissatisfied, so he continued to reassure her. Chapter 38. Confident Zhu Kun. Xiao Yan, since he is so sincere, why don't we forgive him temporarily? At this moment, Zhongzhou, who was standing beside Xiao Yan, suggested a way out for her. Zhu Kun looked at Xiao Yan with a hopeful expression, eagerly waiting for her to forgive him. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment and then said, "Okay then, I'll forgive you for now." Zhu Kun was overjoyed when Xiao Yan finally forgave him. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Zhongzhou with gratitude. If it weren't for Zhongzhou, he wouldn't have even had the chance to see his daughter, let alone receive her forgiveness. "Xiao Yan, can you come closer so Daddy can take a good look at you?" Zhu Kun asked, his voice filled with longing. Zhu Kun was standing at the farthest point he could manage from the cave. To get a better look at his daughter, he wanted Xiao Yan to come closer. However, Xiao Yan hesitated. "Xiao Yan, let's go," Zhongzhou said, not giving her time to waver, and pulled her towards Zhu Kun. Just as they were about to approach Zhu Kun, Zhongzhou suddenly stopped. Zhu Kun, who had been eagerly watching them approach, looked at Zhongzhou in confusion when they suddenly halted. Uncle Zhu Kun, if we get any closer, will we also be trapped here?" Zhongzhou asked, a sudden realization hitting him. He remembered that Zhu Kun was trapped because he lacked the ancient jade necessary to approach the ancient emperor's cave. He was genuinely worried that if they got too close, they might end up trapped there, just like Zhu Kun. Hearing Zhongzhou's concern, Zhu Kun remained silent. He couldn't guarantee that wouldn't happen. Finally seeing his daughter, but unable to get close to her, Zhu Kun's heart was heavy with regret. Seeing Zhu Kun's hesitation, Zhongzhou felt a jolt of fear. Damn, Zhu Kun is so unreliable. I almost got us both trapped, he thought. If we were locked up here with no way out, how long would it take for the Soul Clan to find this place? Even if Lin Shan came down and saw them locked up, it would be useless. Xiao Yan, let's just stay here and have a good chat with your father, Zhongzhou said quickly, taking a few steps back to what he thought was a safe distance. Hoo, that was close. Medusa almost became a widow. Zhongzhou thought, breathing a sigh of relief. Zhongzhou then gave the father and daughter some space to talk. But, as it turned out, Xiao Yan still found it difficult to accept that she suddenly had a father. During the conversation, it was mostly Zhu Kun doing the talking. Ah, how pitiful parents are, Zhongzhou thought to himself. After a while, Xiao Yan and Zhu Kun finished their conversation. Seeing the hesitant expression on Zhu Kun's face, Zhongzhou could understand the sadness he felt. But there was nothing Zhongzhou could do. It wasn't time to open the cave yet, and he didn't have the means to gather all 8 pieces of the Tuosh ancient jade. Now that Xiao Yan and Zhu Kun had finished their conversation, it was time for Zhongzhou to discuss serious matters with Zhu Kun. Uncle Zhu Kun, the Soul Clan is currently collecting the fragments of the Tuosh ancient jade. I believe you'll be able to get out soon, Zhongzhou said, offering Zhu Kun some comfort. Zhu Kun's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, really? But then he hesitated, asking, the Soul Clan? They don't seem to be a major clan, do they? Zhu Kun continued, it would take too long for them to gather all 8 pieces of the ancient jade. How about this? You pass along the message to the Taishu ancient dragon clan that the pieces of ancient jade need to be collected. I'm sure that with the strength of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, they could gather them all in no time. Zhu Kun's words were full of confidence, clearly still viewing the Taishu ancient dragon clan as the dominant force it once was. Uncle Zhu Kun, actually, Zhongzhou hesitated, unsure whether he should reveal the truth. Zhu Kun, sensing something wrong in Zhongzhou's tone, asked, has something happened to the Taishu ancient dragon clan? Zhongzhou felt he needed to be honest with Zhu Kun. Otherwise, he was afraid that when the cave was finally opened, Zhu Kun's ignorance about the current strength of the Taishu ancient dragon clan could lead to disaster. Moreover, he could use the situation of the ancient dragon island to his advantage, making Zhu Kun willingly serve as his ally. Uncle Zhu Kun, as far as I know, the Soul Clan is now the most powerful clan on the entire continent. The leader of the Soul Clan has not only reached the late stage of 9-star Dousheng, but also commands 4 8-star Doushengs and around 10 7-star Doushengs. As expected, Zhu Kun was stunned when he heard about the strength of the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan's lineup was as strong as the Taishu ancient dragon clan's peak strength. I never imagined that such a small clan could become so powerful. With a lineup like that, the Taishu ancient dragon clan is indeed slightly inferior, Zhu Kun admitted, though still with some confidence in his clan. Hearing Zhu Kun's assessment, Zhongzhou could only sigh internally. Slightly inferior to the Soul Clan. With the current strength of the ancient Taishu dragon, there's no chance against even the Flame and Thunder clan, let alone the Soul Clan. He thought. Although the ancient Taishu dragon might have a few Dousheng elders who avoided internal conflicts, Zhongzhou doubted that they could match the strength of the Flame and Thunder clan. Zhongzhou estimated that, given the strength of the Taishu ancient dragon's bloodline, there might be 2 or 3 7-star Doushengs among them, but no 8-star Doushengs. Their combined power might be comparable to the Medicine clan at best. Uncle Zhu Kun, actually, the 3 dragon islands of the Taishu ancient dragon clan are currently in a power struggle over the Dragon King position. The strongest member of the Taishu ancient dragon clan is only at the late stage of 4-star Dousheng. Zhongzhou had no choice but to break the news to Zhu Kun. What? Zhu Kun exclaimed, shocked by the current state of the ancient dragon island. He never expected that after his imprisonment, the Taishu ancient dragon clan would not only weaken so much but also engage in internal strife over the Dragon King position. Alright, when I get out, I'll skin them alive and pull out their tendons. Zhu Kun's anger was palpable. His rage aroused, it was now easier for Zhongzhou to negotiate with him. Uncle Zhu Kun, although the 3 dragon islands are fighting for the Dragon King position, there is still East Dragon Island. East Dragon Island is slightly stronger than any of the other 3 dragon islands and remains loyal, waiting for the Dragon King's return. Zhu Kun felt a bit of comfort knowing that there was still a Dragon Island loyal to him. However, hearing that East Dragon Island was only slightly stronger than the other three, Zhu Kun could imagine that this island was likely targeted by the other three. Could the decline of the Taishu ancient dragon clan really happen under my watch? Zhu Kun's face showed a deep sense of despair. At this point, Zhongxing knew it was time to offer some hope. Uncle Zhu Kun, the situation isn't as bad as it seems. Zhongxing began. Chapter 39, Meeting the Queen. Zhu Kun, who was on the verge of despair, suddenly raised his head when he heard Zhang Xing's offer. Could it be? Zhongxing didn't keep Zhu Kun in suspense and said directly, Uncle Zhu Kun, the strongest of the 3 Dragon Islands is only a 3-star Dosheng, while my grandfather is a 6-star Dosheng. I can ask my grandfather to help Donglong Island unify the Taishu ancient dragon clan and make Xiao Yan the Dragon Emperor. Really? Zhu Kun was overjoyed upon hearing that Zhongxing could help unify the Taishu ancient dragon clan. As for letting Xiao Yan become the new Dragon Emperor, Zhu Kun wasn't unhappy at all about losing his position. Instead, he was delighted. Of course, I've always regarded Xiao Yan as my own sister, so naturally, I'll help her unify Dragon Island and become the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Zhongxing didn't forget to win Xiao Yan's favor. Zhu Kun responded, okay, as long as you can help unify the Taishu ancient dragon clan, feel free to ask me for anything in the future. Uncle Zhu Kun, I actually have 2 things I would like to ask of you. Zhu Kun waved his hand cheerfully and said, you've helped me so much, whatever you need, just ask. I have a fragment of ancient Tuosh jade, and I would like you to keep it for me. Ah, since you have a piece of the Tuosh ancient jade fragment, why don't you give it to the Soul clan so they can collect all 8 pieces of the ancient jade? Zhu Kun suddenly felt confused. Uncle, I obtained this piece of Tuosh ancient jade by killing someone, but that person's lover is very powerful. I'm not strong enough yet, and I'm afraid to keep this ancient jade fragment on me in case that person finds out. So I want you to keep it for me temporarily. But if I keep this ancient jade, won't the Soul clan be unable to collect all 8 pieces? Zhu Kun immediately realized this and his originally friendly attitude vanished. You brat, are you trying to keep me trapped here? No, Uncle Zhu Kun, please don't misunderstand. I just feel that the ancient jade fragment isn't safe with me, so I want to store it here temporarily. When I'm strong enough, I'll come back, retrieve the ancient jade, and give it to the Soul clan. Zhongxing didn't want to lose Zhu Kun as an ally, so he quickly explained. After hearing Zhang Xing's explanation, Zhu Kun's expression finally softened, but he still asked, when will you take this ancient jade away and give it to the Soul clan? 15 years. Within 15 years, I will definitely retrieve the ancient jade fragment and give it to the Soul clan to help you escape. Zhongxing initially wanted to say 20 years because he thought that would be enough time to cultivate to a high-level Dosheng, enabling him to open the cave. However, seeing Zhu Kun's expression, Zhongxing guessed that 20 years might seem too long, so he reduced it to 15. But Zhongxing was overthinking it. Magical beasts and humans are different. Humans might think 20 years is a long time, but for magical beasts, who have very long lifespans, 20 years might feel like just a few naps. Sure enough, Zhu Kun agreed readily. Alright, I'll keep it for you for 15 years. I hope you can keep your promise. Don't worry, Uncle Zhu Kun, I, Zhongxing, am a man of my word. With that, Zhongxing tossed the Tuosh ancient jade fragment to Zhu Kun, who caught it firmly. And the second thing, when the Soul clan opens the cave, I hope Uncle Zhu Kun can assist me. That's no problem. Zhongxing had helped him so much, so Zhu Kun readily agreed. In that case, we'll take our leave now. After wrapping things up, Zhongxing naturally didn't want to linger with Zhu Kun any longer, so he took Xiao Yan and left. After they emerged from the lava, Zhongxing asked Lin Shan to escort them out of Canaan Academy and back to the Snake Tribe. Upon returning to the Snake Tribe, Zhongxing sent Xiao Yan and Lin Shan off before heading back to his room to cultivate. In the training room, Zhongxing took out the fire bead he had obtained from the underground magma. He had originally intended to refine the bead to break through to the Dozun level when he was still a Do Huang, but he hadn't expected to accidentally enter the Gate of Life and Death. The wind-attributed fighting spirit in the Gate of Life and Death was already strong enough, making the fire bead unnecessary at the time. Now that he had broken through to Dozun, Zhongxing wondered how much the fire bead could help him improve. Zhongxing swallowed a Douzong level fire bead. As soon as he did, the familiar burning sensation spread through his body from his throat, gradually turning his skin red. 5 minutes later, Zhongxing had completely refined the fire energy in the bead. The effect was impressive. Refining a Douhuang level fire bead was equivalent to an hour of cultivation. He still had over 100 Douhuang level fire beads, nearly 100 Douzong level fire beads, more than 10 Douzun level fire beads, and 1/2 Saint level fire bead. As for the fire beads below the Douhuang level, they no longer had much effect on Zhongxing's cultivation, so he simply ignored them. Zhongxing planned to give the lower level fire beads to Yan for refining. Given her original form as the Taishu ancient dragon, she should be able to refine these fire beads. With these fire beads, even without absorbing the strange fire, it would be enough for him to cultivate to the 9-star Douzun level. Seeing that it was still early, Zhongxing continued refining the fire beads. As for why he was checking the time, of course, it was because he had plans for tonight. Zhongxing hadn't forgotten that he had an appointment with Queen Medusa. Cultivation was important, but missing an appointment with the Queen was not an option. After refining 20 Douhuang level fire beads, Zhongxing finally broke through from 2-star Douzun to 3-star Douzun. Zhongxing wasn't surprised. After all, he had already reached the peak of 2-star Douzun in the Gate of Life and Death. It was within his expectations to break through after absorbing 20 Douhuang level fire beads. After reaching the 3-star Douzun level, Zhongxing stopped cultivating. It was getting late, it was time to keep his appointment. Not wanting to keep the queen waiting, he left his residence and headed toward Medusa's. Zhongxing didn't rush, instead, he walked slowly. "Master, where are you going?" A crisp voice called out from behind. Zhongxing turned around and saw Qing Lin. He greeted her, "Qing Lin, why are you still awake so late?" "No, I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk." "Master, couldn't you sleep either?" "Yes, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to visit the queen." Zhongxing wasn't lying, he genuinely couldn't sleep. "If you have insomnia, a chat with the queen should help you sleep." Qing Lin asked in confusion, looking for the queen. "Doesn't the queen sleep?" Zhongxing gently patted Qing Lin's head but didn't answer her question. Kids shouldn't know too much. "All right, you go on your walk, I'm leaving now." Humming a little tune, Zhongxing walked briskly to Medusa's residence and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 40. The Queen's Tenderness. After knocking on the door, Zhongxing stood there obediently, waiting for the queen to open it. He looked like a primary school student, feeling a bit nervous. Squeak. At that moment, the door opened. Medusa, wearing a purple slim dress, appeared before Zhongxing. His eyes lit up at the sight of her outfit, different from her usual look. This purple dress accentuated Medusa's curvaceous figure, making her appear even more tempting, beautiful, and inspiring. Medusa typically wore purple brocade robes that perfectly highlighted her queenly demeanor. Although her current attire lacked that regal air, it gave her a more intellectual older sister vibe, which made Zhongxing want to conquer her even more. For a moment, Zhongxing was so captivated by Medusa that he couldn't take his eyes off her. Seeing Zhongxing's reaction, Medusa couldn't help but feel a little proud. She had indeed worn this outfit specifically for Zhongxing, just to see him like this. "Zhongxing, what brings you here so late?" Medusa asked, still leaning against the door and pretending to be unaware. Zhongxing stared at the queen's breasts, which were pressed together as she leaned against the door, and swallowed hard. "Your Majesty, I need to discuss something with you. Let's go inside to talk," Zhongxing suggested, preparing to step into the room. However, Medusa extended her jade-like arm and blocked Zhongxing from entering, saying in a calm tone, "There's no one here, just say what you need to hear." Seeing Medusa's playful attitude, Zhongxing thought, is the queen really this mischievous? So he responded seriously, "Queen, this matter is of great importance. I'm afraid someone might overhear if I speak here." Medusa smiled slightly, amused by Zhongxing's excuse. "It's okay, I can put up a barrier so no one will hear." Zhongxing. Medusa was delighted to see Zhongxing looking so flustered. Knowing he couldn't outwit Medusa in words, Zhongxing didn't bother arguing and instead went straight to action. He picked up Medusa forcefully and carried her into the room. Medusa, suddenly lifted by Zhongxing, put on a show of resistance. "Zhongxing, what are you doing? Let me go." If Zhongzhou hadn't noticed Medusa's arms around his neck, he might have believed her. Inwardly, he sighed, I never expected the usually dignified queen to be so playful. Asterisk. I wanted to give the queen a surprise. Surprise. Medusa was stunned for a moment, then she thought of a certain homonym, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Zhongzhou carried Medusa to the bed, looking at her voluptuous figure, her half-closed eyes, and her seductive, blushing face. Her thin lips were tightly shut, releasing a temptation that made his mouth dry. Zhongzhou couldn't hold back any longer and pounced on the queen. After an intense encounter, Zhongzhou leaned against the bed, holding the rosy-cheeked Medusa in his arms. Stroking the queen's smooth belly, Zhongzhou whispered in her ear, Queen, when do you think we can have our baby? They had not taken any precautions during their time together, so Zhongzhou asked this question. Medusa, lying in Zhongzhou's arms, was shocked when she heard his words. She quickly sat up, looking at Zhongzhou in disbelief. Seeing Medusa so nervous, Zhongzhou reached out, pulled her back into his arms, kissed her on the cheek, and said gently, Don't be so nervous. If you get pregnant, just give birth to the baby. After being comforted by Zhongzhou, Medusa relaxed a little. Staring straight ahead, Medusa asked in a trembling voice, Zhongzhou, will you really marry me? Medusa hadn't forgotten what Zhongzhou had once said about his grandfather being a six-star Dousheng. Although she was the queen of the snake people and highly respected in the Gama Empire, this meant little in front of Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou was the first man to take her body. According to the rules of the snake people, she had to either kill him or follow him wholeheartedly. Medusa had chosen the latter and was terrified that Zhongzhou might be fickle toward her. Hearing Medusa's unease, Zhongzhou turned her to face him and said seriously, Of course, I said I would marry you, and I won't break my promise. It's just that my parents are still in seclusion right now, and they must be present for such a significant event as my marriage. After hearing Zhongzhou's explanation and seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Medusa finally felt reassured and lay back in his arms. Looking up at Zhongzhou, there was tenderness in her eyes, and her heart softened, as if all the previous emptiness, unease, and discomfort had been filled by him. Not only her body but also her heart was brimming with happiness. However, Zhongzhou misinterpreted Medusa's gentle look. He thought, has the queen recovered? Well, she was the one who started this. Then Zhongzhou's hands started to get naughty again. Feeling Zhongzhou's wandering hands, Medusa thought, forget it, if he wants it, let him have it. Asterisk. Thus, another round of passionate lovemaking, born from misunderstanding, began. The next morning, Zhongzhou was full of energy. Looking at the sleeping Medusa, he decided to wait until she woke up before telling her that he planned to go into seclusion to refine the strange fire. Although Zhongzhou enjoyed his time with Medusa, he knew that strength was the most important thing on the Douqi Continent. Once he had enough power, he would have plenty of time to enjoy life. As if she sensed Zhongzhou's gaze, Medusa slowly opened her beautiful eyes, hugged Zhongzhou, and murmured, sleep a little longer. After kissing her on the forehead, Zhongzhou said, go ahead and sleep. I'm going to refine the strange fire. Although Medusa was reluctant, she let Zhongzhou go. Freed, Zhongzhou found his clothes on the ground and put them on. He then tidied up Medusa's clothes, placed them beside the pillow, and left a ring and a piece of paper on the dressing table before quietly leaving. After Zhongzhou left the room, Medusa's eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. After a while, she got up, found a set of clothes in the closet, and put them on. As for the set Zhongzhou had placed on the bed, she had worn it specifically for him. Now that he was gone, she naturally wouldn't wear it again. When she came to the dressing table to do her makeup, she noticed the ring and note Zhongzhou had left. Medusa was curious. Why didn't Zhongzhou just say it directly? Why leave a note? Asterisk. So, out of curiosity, Medusa opened the note. Chapter 41. Refining the Wind Fury Dragon Flame. Zhongzhou's handwriting was neat and fluent, and the characters were beautiful and elegant. The note read, the things in the ring are cultivation resources for you. They were always meant for you. I would have given them to you even if you hadn't asked. You should practice well. It will take me a few days to refine the strange fire. Remember to think of me. Medusa, associating the note with Zhongzhou's mischievous expression, snorted arrogantly, Humph, I won't miss you. Then, she probed her soul power into the ring. What she saw inside was shocking. There were several shelves inside the ring, each filled with jade bottles of various sizes. At a rough glance, there were more than 100 bottles. Even though she knew that Zhongzhou would provide a considerable amount of cultivation resources and had mentally prepared herself, Medusa was still greatly shocked by the sheer volume of resources inside. Medusa estimated that the training resources Zhongzhou had given her were enough for her to cultivate to the level of Douzun. Meanwhile, Zhongzhou had returned to his training room. Zhongzhou's current burning decree level was only at the intermediate earth rank. Although his ability to absorb Douqi and his Douqi capacity were still somewhat lacking, Zhongzhou planned to absorb the Wind Fury Dragon Flame that had been stripped from Xiao Yan. The Wind Fury Dragon Flame was born in the eye of a fire tornado in the ancient desert. Unlike other strange fires, it had no fixed location, appearing randomly anywhere in the desert during the hottest days of each year. It ranked 18th on the list of strange fires, one place higher than the Green Lotus Earth Core Flame that Zhongzhou had previously absorbed. I wonder how much this strange fire, which ranked so low, will improve me. He mused. His realm was only 3-star Douzun, and he no longer needed the assistance of elixirs to refine the 18th ranked Wind Fury Dragon Flame. After adjusting his state, Zhongzhou took out the Wind Fury Dragon Flame from its special container, skillfully separated the original fire from the strange fire, and then swallowed it in one gulp. He immersed his mind into his body, feeling the familiar burning sensation, but Zhongzhou did not experience any pain, he even felt somewhat comfortable. Although he did not take any elixirs, his body had been tempered to be very strong in the gate of life and death, and the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, which was ranked low, could not harm him at all. The intelligence of the Wind Fury Dragon Flame had long been destroyed by Xiao Yan, so after Zhongzhou swallowed it, he directly used the burning technique to begin refining it. After completely refining the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, Zhongzhou controlled the burning technique's Douqi and channeled it into the green flame and the khaki flame, allowing the two colors of flame to slowly merge. At Canaan College, the ancient clan's Douzong who had been sent to protect Xiao Yan woke up and immediately went to check on Xiao Yan's condition. He discovered that Xiao Yan was missing. This Douzong knew how important Xiao Yan was to his young lady. Not only had he failed to protect Xiao Yan, but he had also allowed Xiao Yan to be captured by the Soul Palace. To make up for his failure, the Douzong of the ancient clan rushed back to his clan as quickly as possible. However, with the northwest continent so far away from Zhongzhou, how could a Douzong like him return in such a short time? Meanwhile, at the Soul Palace, a guardian who had completed his mission was about to take a soul back to the palace. Just as the guardian was about to enter the soul hall, he noticed a corpse not far from the hall. Initially, the guardian didn't want to pay attention to it, but he sensed a strong energy fluctuation emanating from the corpse. Curious, the guardian approached the body. Upon closer inspection, the Soul Palace guardian saw the flame emitting fluctuating power. Gold Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. No, the Gold Emperor Burning Heaven Flame shouldn't be that weak. This must be a sub-fire of the Gold Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. The guardian curiously inspected Xiao Yan's body and recognized his face. Xiao Yan. The guardian was obviously familiar with Xiao Yan, the most talented member of the Xiao family. 5 days later, after 5 days of fusion, the Wind Fury Dragon Flame was finally completely integrated with the other 3 strange fires. The newly generated flame remained blue, but now had a hint of yellow within the blue. After the strange fire was fully integrated, Zhongzhou's realm was still at 3-star Douzun. That's right, even after refining the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, Zhongzhou's rank didn't improve by even a single star. However, the level of the burning technique had upgraded to the advanced earth rank, which was something Zhongzhou hadn't expected. He had thought that the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, ranked so low, wouldn't be enough to upgrade the burning technique. Zhongzhou guessed that it was because his last refinement of the Sea Heart Flame had elevated the burning technique to the peak of the intermediate earth rank, so absorbing the Wind Fury Dragon Flame helped it break through to the advanced earth rank. Feeling the speed at which he could now absorb fighting spirit, Zhongzhou was quite pleased. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had been able to evolve the level of the burning technique to a high-level earth rank or even higher before entering the gate of life and death, perhaps. Alas, that's why people shouldn't dwell on the past, looking back often leads to regret. Zhongzhou stood up and left the practice room. It was already dark by this time. Zhongzhou, Having just finished refining the strange fire, didn't want to continue practicing. He thought of looking for Medusa. I wonder if the queen has missed me these past few days. He arrived at Medusa's residence and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. The reason Zhongzhou knocked on the door every time he visited, instead of using space power directly, was because he was afraid of disturbing Medusa's practice. The most dangerous thing during cultivation is being interrupted, and Zhongzhou didn't want to harm Medusa because of a momentary impulse. Squeak. The door opened, and Medusa, dressed in a graceful purple brocade robe, walked out. Obviously, Medusa hadn't planned to sleep tonight and intended to spend the night practicing. Medusa was a little surprised to see Zhongzhou at the door. Zhongzhou, have you finished refining the strange fire? It had been 5 days since they last met. Although Medusa was reluctant to admit it, she had to confess that she missed Zhongzhou a little. Yeah, I just finished refining it, and I missed you, so I came to find you. Zhongzhou's way of expressing affection was direct. As he spoke, Zhongzhou entered Medusa's room without hesitation. Medusa did not stop him this time. After closing the door, she also walked inside. You didn't make a breakthrough in your realm this time when you refined the strange fire. How did you know? Zhongzhou was puzzled as to how Medusa could tell. She was weaker than him, after all. Medusa replied, I could sense that your aura didn't change much. The strange fire I refined this time is ranked too low. Its energy wasn't enough for me to break through. Medusa was a little worried and asked, what will you do in the future? Strange fires are rare treasures in the world. Medusa hadn't expected that Zhongzhou's absorption of the strange fire wouldn't be enough to help him break through to a new realm. Don't worry about that, my grandfather is a 6-star Dousheng. It won't be difficult for him to snatch a few strange fires. Zhongzhou was very pleased to see that Medusa truly cared about him. Well, it's not in vain that I love her. Chapter 42, Ancient Tribe's Response. After explaining his situation, Zhongzhou turned the topic to Medusa. It seems you listened to my advice and have now broken through to the 4-star Douzong level. What Zhongzhou was implying, of course, was that Medusa should delegate clan affairs to her subordinates. Medusa replied, thank you for the training resources you provided. These words truly came from Medusa's heart. Medusa was very self-aware. Although she had now evolved into a 7-colored sky-swallowing python, without the cultivation resources Zhongzhou provided, it would likely have taken her more than 2 months of cultivation to break through. She definitely wouldn't have been able to break through as quickly as she did. Zhongzhou smiled mischievously and said, oh, is the queen only going to express her gratitude with words? No practical actions? As he spoke, Zhongzhou's hands weren't idle, he wrapped his arms around Medusa's soft and delicate waist. Seeing Zhongzhou's expectant expression, Medusa rolled her eyes, knowing exactly what he meant. At that moment, Medusa felt herself being lifted by the waist and carried inside. Having just absorbed the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, Zhongzhou planned to absorb the Bone Spirit Cold Fire after some time. Speaking of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Zhongzhou couldn't help but think of Yao Lao, who was still in the ring. After probing his soul force into the ring, he saw Yao Lao still lying on the ground. However, compared to his previous state of near transparency, Yao Lao was undoubtedly in much better shape. Although Yao Lao hadn't woken up yet, judging by his current state, he wasn't far from regaining consciousness. It hadn't been a waste that Zhongzhou had used several herbs to restore Yao Lao's soul power. Though Zhongzhou had initially released Xiao Yan, he had kept Yao Chen with him. Originally, he had intended to use Yao Chen to threaten Xiao Yan, but now that Xiao Yan's body was cold, Zhongzhou was considering how to extract the last bit of value from Yao Lao. Yao Lao was an 8th-grade top alchemist, and his greatest value lay in his alchemy skills. But the problem was how to get Yao Lao to willingly refine pills for him. Zhongzhou had captured Yao Lao and killed his apprentice Xiao Yan. If Yao Lao knew this, he would probably want to fight Zhongzhou to the death. One possible condition was to use Han Feng as leverage, not to release him, but to kill him. When Zhongzhou ordered Ji Feng to snatch Han Feng's Sea Heart Flame, he specifically instructed Ji Feng to keep Han Feng's soul, which was still stored in a soul container. Yao Lao had been betrayed by Han Feng, a traitor, which had left him with only his soul. Yao Lao dreamed of clearing out the sect. The condition would be that if Yao Lao helped Zhongzhou refine medicine, Zhongzhou would help Yao Lao kill Han Feng, the traitor. This could potentially persuade Yao Lao to assist in making elixirs, but Zhongxing still had some concerns. Zhongxing was worried that Yao Lao might tamper with the elixirs. Although Yao Lao was depicted as a decent person in the original story, Zhongxing didn't believe he was entirely good. On the Douqi Continent, kind-hearted people don't cultivate to the peak of the 9 revolutions Dozun. Furthermore, Zhongxing had captured Yao Lao. In such a situation, even if Yao Lao made medicine for him, Zhongxing wouldn't dare to consume it. Thinking about this gave Zhongxing a headache. Alas, there was no solution, so he decided to leave it for now. At worst, he could have Yao Lao make pills for him and then exchange those pills for cultivation resources. Recalling the practice method of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire in his mind, Zhongxing prepared to practice it. Although it was only the first transformation, Zhongxing's grandfather was a 6-star Dousheng, so it wasn't difficult for him to go to Fenyan Valley and obtain the next 2 transformations. In the following days, Zhongxing practiced the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. There would be a brief period of weakness after using the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. After entering the weakened state, Zhongxing refined the fire bead of the fire lizard. Although there was no breakthrough in realm, mastering the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire was considered a small gain. In the ancient tribe, after days of rushing, the Dozong of the Jiyu clan finally returned to the Jiyu clan. In an elegant courtyard, when the ancient clan Dozong saw Jiyu Zuner, he hurriedly said, "Miss, Master Xiao Yan was captured by the Soul Palace." Jiyu Zuner originally thought that this Dozong would bring her some recent news about brother Xiao Yan, but she didn't expect to hear this. Jiyu Zuner angrily said, "What? Didn't I ask you to protect brother Xiao Yan?" Jiyu Zuner was gentle, considerate, and understanding towards Xiao Yan. But don't forget that she was the daughter of the ancient clan. She was gentle and considerate only toward Xiao Yan, as for others, her attitude could be extremely cold. Seeing Jiyu Zuner angry, the Dozong was so frightened that he knelt down and explained tremblingly, "Miss, at that time, Master Xiao Yan was about to enter the inner courtyard of Canaan College, but someone from the Soul Palace suddenly appeared and knocked me out. When I woke up, Master Xiao Yan was gone." Jiyu Zuner was very familiar with the work style of the Soul Palace, a place where the Soul Clan collected souls. If Xiao Yan had been taken by the Soul Palace, it meant. Thinking of this, Jiyu Zuner became extremely anxious. If Jiyu Zuner hadn't been confined to the clan by Jiyu Yuan, she would probably have gone directly to the northwest continent. No, brother Xiao Yan must not be in any danger. Each branch of the Soul Palace was overseen by a Dozun, and with Jiyu Yuan's orders, she was currently unable to mobilize the Dozun elders in the clan. Additionally, Jiyu Zuner was worried that if she arrived too late, Xiao Yan might already be dead. Jiyu Zuner's last resort was to find Jiyu Yuan. So Jiyu Zuner hurriedly went to find Jiyu Yuan. Inside the ancient clan's main hall, Jiyu Yuan was handling the affairs of the ancient clan at the time. The ancient clan was vast, and many subordinate races outside the ancient world required Jiyu Yuan's personal attention. Jiyu Yuan's realm had reached the late 9-star Dousheng stage, and there was no way for him to break through cultivation. Since there was no way to break through, Jiyu Yuan simply spent all his energy on these matters. Jiyu Zuner entered the hall hastily. Jiyu Yuan frowned slightly. As the eldest daughter of the Jiyu clan, she should not have been so rude. Jiyu Yuan was about to scold her when he heard his daughter's anxious and tearful voice. "Father, brother Xiao Yan has been captured by the Soul Palace. Zuner begs you to save him." Seeing Jiyu Zuner so distraught over Xiao Yan, Jiyu Yuan felt pained, but he was also disappointed in her. The ancient clan had so many geniuses, and it would have been fine if his daughter didn't like them, but she was so infatuated with a wastrel from the impoverished Xiao clan. But she was his daughter after all, and seeing her cry so bitterly, Jiyu Yuan felt genuinely heartbroken. He thought of sending a Dozun to check on Xiao Yan. If he could be saved, he would be saved. If not, it would be better if Xiao Yan were dead. Seeing that Jiyu Yuan was reluctant to save Xiao Yan, Jiyu Zuner suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Father, that piece of ancient jade is also in brother Xiao Yan's possession. We can't let the people from the Soul Palace get it." Just then, Jiyu Zuner remembered that Xiao Yan still had fragments of ancient jade on him. Ji Zuner knew that Ji Yuan didn't care about Xiao Yan's life or death, but he definitely cared about the ancient jade. What? The ancient jade is also on Xiao Yan? Sure enough, after hearing Zuner's words, Ji Yuan's originally indifferent attitude suddenly changed, and he stood up directly from his seat. Chapter 43. The Deceiving Subordinates. Ji Yuan didn't care whether Xiao Yan lived or died. If he weren't afraid that Zuner would hate him after finding out, Ji Yuan might have even killed Xiao Yan with his own hands. But now that the ancient jade fragment was in Xiao Yan's possession, and Xiao Yan had been captured by the Soul Palace, Ji Yuan couldn't remain indifferent. He sent his daughter to the Xiao family to steal the Tuosh ancient emperor jade. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to obtain the ancient jade, but the Soul clan managed to get it first. Ji Yuan and Emperor Hun Tian were both at the late stage of 9-star Dousheng. Emperor Hun Tian wanted to gather all 8 pieces of ancient jade to open the cave and break through to the Dou Emperor level. Ji Yuan had the same goal. The greatest benefit of breaking through to the Dou Emperor level would be the improvement of his clan's bloodline. The reason the 7 ancient tribes were so powerful and had such a profound foundation today was due to the existence of Doudi level experts in their ancestry. However, for countless years, none of these ancient families' strong men had been able to advance to the realm of Doudi. Even Xiao Zan, the brilliant and talented patriarch of the Xiao clan, was no exception. This was why Emperor Hun Tian had endured for 1,000 years. So, when they heard that Xiao Yan, who held the ancient jade, had been captured by the Soul Palace, they reacted strongly. Although it was useless if the 8 pieces of ancient jade weren't gathered together, Ji Yuan couldn't allow the Soul clan to obtain them so easily. Ji Yuan paced back and forth in the hall. If possible, he would have gone himself, but he hadn't forgotten that the 8 ancient tribes had a rule that Dousheng powerhouses above 5 stars were forbidden from taking action. Although several tribes didn't strictly adhere to this rule, everyone tacitly agreed not to break it. Despite being one of the strongest on the Douqi Continent, Ji Yuan was notoriously indecisive. Compared to Xiao Zan, who was always prepared for danger in times of peace, and Emperor Hun Tian, who excelled at planning, Ji Yuan could be seen as someone who merely indulged in comfort. In the end, to comply with the so-called rules, Ji Yuan decided to send Ji Yun, a late-stage 4-star Dousheng, instead. Ji Yuan asked, "Do you know which Soul Palace branch Xiao Yan is in?" "Father, I know. I left a sub-flame of the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame on brother Xiao Yan. I can sense its location," Ji Zuner anxiously replied, but regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. "What, you gave the sub-flame of the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame to that kid?" Ji Yuan was furious when he heard that Zuner had given the sub-flame of their clan's inherited fire to Xiao Yan. The sub-flame couldn't survive without a trace of the original fire's essence. Even though it was just a trace, it would take a long time for their clan to nurture even that small amount. Ji Yuan felt like he was about to lose his mind with anger. At this moment, Ji Zuner didn't dare to say a word, fearing that if she did, Ji Yuan might refuse to save Xiao Yan. It took Ji Yuan a long time to calm down. When Ji Yun arrived, Ji Yuan explained the situation and instructed him to take Ji Zuner to the Soul Palace to retrieve the ancient jade. Although Ji Zuner wanted her father to go with her, knowing that Ji Yuan, as a 9-star Dousheng, was much faster than Ji Yun, she had to give up after seeing how angry he was. So, Ji Yun and Ji Zuner rushed towards the direction indicated by the sub-flame. Inside the Soul Palace branch, the guardian who captured Xiao Yan was now bound tightly with a black chain. Sitting in front of him was a middle-aged man whose mere presence was intimidating. This man was the Soul Palace master, Hun Sheng, a late-stage 4-star Dousheng. Since the ancient tribes had a rule that powerhouses above 5 stars shouldn't interfere in the struggles of ordinary people, Hun Sheng was sent to oversee the Soul Palace's activities. Hun Sheng, though, hadn't originally intended to come in person. However, when he heard that Xiao Yan had been captured, he felt it necessary to take charge himself. He had also ordered the massacre of the Xiao family and the capture of Xiao Zan, acting on instructions from Emperor Hun Tian to retrieve the Xiao clan's ancient jade. But being the master of a hall, it wasn't feasible for him to go himself, so he had delegated the task to his subordinates. Hun Sheng knew that the Xiao family was now weak, with its strongest member only at the Grand Fighter level. The weakest guardians of the Soul Palace were all at the Dozong level, so after issuing the order, Han Miesheng went into seclusion without worry. However, his subordinates turned out to be incompetent. They passed the message down the chain until a mere human-level guardian was sent to the Gamma Empire to handle the matter. When Han Miesheng emerged from his retreat, he was informed that one of the Xiao family members had escaped. Initially, Han Miesheng didn't care. He figured they could hunt down the escapee later. The main priority was retrieving the ancient jade and reporting to Emperor Hun Tian. But to his surprise, his subordinates reported that they hadn't found the ancient jade, and the escaped Xiao Yan was likely the one who had it. Given his growing mistrust of his subordinates, Han Miesheng decided to visit the Soul Palace branch in person. Upon arrival, he found that the captured Xiao Yan was already dead, but he wasn't concerned about the boy, only about the ancient jade. However, after searching Xiao Yan's body, they found no jade, and the storage ring that should have been on Xiao Yan was also missing. This led Han Miesheng to suspect that his subordinates might have stolen the ring. Thus, Han Miesheng ordered the interrogation of the guardian who captured Xiao Yan, which resulted in the current scene. Han Miesheng sat observing while the guardian was tied up with black chains, and the elders of the branch hall conducted the interrogation. The elder in charge of the interrogation said, "Yinshan, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over Xiao Yan's storage ring." "Respected elder, I swear I'm innocent. When I found Xiao Yan outside the Soul Palace, he didn't have the storage ring on him. I didn't hide anything," the guardian, whose right arm had been broken, pleaded in agony. It turned out that after capturing Xiao Yan, Yinshan had lied, claiming to have been the one who captured him to magnify his contribution and earn a reward. Instead of being rewarded, he now found himself bound and tortured under suspicion of theft. Chapter 44. Confrontation between two clans. Although Elder Shui Dao seemed very authoritative while torturing Yin Shan, internally, he was panicking. When the news of Xiao Yan's capture reached the main hall, Shui Dao initially expected a substantial reward upon learning that the hall master had personally come to his branch. However, things took an unexpected turn when the hall master, Han Miesheng, demanded the ancient jade, and it was revealed that Yin Shan had hidden Xiao Yan's storage ring. Despite the prolonged torture, no information was obtained, and Shui Dao noticed that the hall master's expression was growing increasingly grim. Fearing for his life, Shui Dao became desperate. Although he was an ordinary Dozun and dared not be arrogant due to his rank, he acted ruthlessly towards Yin Shan, even going so far as to sever Yin Shan's right arm to extract information. Shui Dao had not anticipated that Yin Shan would be so resolute. Despite the severe punishment, Yin Shan persisted in claiming his innocence, insisting that he had found Xiao Yan without the storage ring. With no witnesses to defend him and evidence pointing towards Yin Shan, Shui Dao found himself in an impossible situation. Han Miesheng, sitting and observing, sneered and remarked, "Shui Dao, it seems your management skills are commendable, you've trained someone with such a tight mouth." The hall master's words terrified Shui Dao, who immediately knelt, trembling. Han Miesheng's comment implied that Shui Dao was behind the hidden ring, a crime he dared not accept. Shui Dao hurriedly pleaded, "Palace Master, please believe me. I would never dare to hide the ring. Give me just one more day, and I will extract the location from Yin Shan." Just as Han Miesheng was about to respond, he sensed a powerful aura outside the Soul Palace, causing him to halt mid-sentence. Shui Dao, misunderstanding the pause, feared the worst and knelt in terror. Han Miesheng ignored Shui Dao and walked outside, recognizing that the aura belonged to someone at least as strong as a Dousheng. As Han Miesheng exited, he found Ji Yu Zuner, Ji Yu Yun, and another Dozong from the ancient clan standing outside. Ji Yu Yun asked, "Zuner, are you sure this is the place?" "Yes, Elder Ji Yu Yun, I can sense the sub-fire of the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame here," Ji Yu Zuner confirmed. "Then let's go in," Ji Yu Zuner said, anxious to proceed, but Ji Yu Yun stopped her. "Wait, Zuner." Han Miesheng had already detected Ji Yu Yun's presence and was cautious. Ji Yu Yun, too, sensed a similar aura within the Soul Palace branch, leading him to pause. As Ji Yu Zuner looked at Ji Yu Yun in confusion, Han Miesheng emerged. Seeing the trio, Han Miesheng frowned, recognizing that one of them was as strong as him. This was unusual for the resource-poor Northwest continent, where strong Dousheng rarely stayed. Han Miesheng cautiously inquired, "Who are you, and what business do you have with my Soul Palace?" Although Ji Yu Yun didn't know Han Miesheng personally, he could easily guess his identity. "Are you Soul Palace Master Hun Miesheng?" Hun Miesheng, puzzled, asked, "Do you know me?" Without hesitation, Ji Yuyun responded, "I am Ji Yuyun." Upon hearing Ji Yuyun's surname, Hun Miesheng quickly deduced his identity. "You're from the ancient clan." Hun Miesheng's tone turned hostile. "What business does the ancient clan have with my Soul Palace?" The ancient and Soul clans had been at odds for centuries, with numerous conflicts, large and small. Although no outright war had occurred, both sides viewed the other as the primary obstacle to their dominance of the continent. Ji Yuyun retorted, "Hun Miesheng, your Soul clan dared to attack the Xiao clan. Aren't you afraid our 6 clans will unite against you?" Ji Yuyun was clearly aware of the Soul Palace's actions against the Xiao family in Wudin City. The ancient clans had sworn not to invade each other, under penalty of attack from the other 6 clans. Hun Miesheng laughed, "You take that oath seriously. When our clan leader killed Xiao Zan, none of you dared to retaliate. What makes you think now will be any different?" When Ji Yuyun remained silent, Hun Miesheng continued his mockery, "And don't pretend you're so righteous. When our clan leader killed Xiao Zan, didn't your Ji Yu clan take the Xiao clan's heritage? Your Ji Yu clan was the biggest beneficiary, wasn't it? The Xiao clan's decline began when Xiao Zan attempted to break through to the Dou Emperor level, absorbing the bloodline power but ultimately failing, leading to his death at the hands of the Soul clan. Though both clans suffered in the battle, the Soul clan was left severely weakened and reclusive, while the Xiao clan, though losing Xiao Zan, still possessed formidable strength. However, by Xiao Zan's generation, the Xiao clan had declined to the point where their leader was merely a great doshi, and their strongest martial art was only at the intermediate level of the profound rank. The Xiao clan's decline was due to other ancient clans taking advantage of the situation, stripping them of their high-level fighting skills and driving them to the remote Wudin city. Chapter 45. Sad Ji Yu Zuner. The Xiao clan and the Soul clan were locked in battle, while the other ancient Doudi families watched from the sidelines, waiting for both sides to weaken so they could take advantage of the situation. Emperor Hun Tian, fully aware of their intentions, acted decisively, surrounding and killing Xiao Zan. Xiao Zan, the patriarch of the Xiao family, was renowned as the strongest person beneath the Dou Emperor. The Xiao family possessed resources that aroused envy in other families. After Xiao Zan's death and the decline of the Xiao clan, the other ancient families not only broke their oaths to attack the Soul clan, but they also turned their attention to plundering the Xiao clan's resources. Before attempting to become the Dou Emperor, Xiao Zan had reached an agreement with Ji Yuyuan, asking him to look after the Xiao clan if anything happened to him. At the time, the Xiao clan and the Ji Yu clan were on good terms, and Ji Yuyuan agreed without hesitation. However, after Xiao Zan's demise, the Ji Yu clan offered no aid. Instead, they exploited the Xiao clan's resources, becoming the biggest beneficiary. Ji Yuyun, another member of the Ji Yu clan, was well aware of this and couldn't deny it. "Enough talk, Hun Miesheng. Did your Soul Palace capture someone named Xiao Yan? Release him at once," demanded Ji Yuyun. Hun Miesheng realized the true reason for the visit. The Ji Yu clan had discovered that Xiao Yan was in the hands of the Soul Palace, and they had come to retrieve the ancient jade. Hun Miesheng was now certain that Xiao Yan possessed the ancient jade, though he denied any knowledge of the boy. "I don't know who Xiao Yan is," he lied. "This is the territory of the Soul Palace. Leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Although Xiao Yan was indeed in his possession, Hun Miesheng felt confident, given that they were on his home turf. Ji Yuyun's strength was comparable to his, but Ji Yu Zuner and the Dozong beside her wouldn't stand a chance against his men. Despite Ji Yu Zuner's progress, she had advanced to Dozong in the past 2 years thanks to the Ji Yu clan's cultivation. Hun Miesheng knew she couldn't defeat the Soul Palace's elder blood knife. Ji Yuyun was also aware of this. He prioritized the safety of Ji Yu Zuner, the first person in thousands of years with divine blood, and decided to leave. "Elder Ji Yuyun," Ji Yu Zuner called out, unwilling to leave when Xiao Yan was so close. "Zuner, the Soul Palace Master's strength is on par with mine. For your safety, we'll withdraw for now. We'll gather our clan's strongmen and return to rescue Xiao Yan," Ji Yuyun reassured her, though his heart held different thoughts. Ji Yuyun, like Ji Yuyuan, had little regard for Xiao Yan's life. In fact, he hoped for Xiao Yan's death, believing that it would gradually diminish Ji Yu Zuner's affection for him. He even had his grandson in mind as a suitor for Ji Zuner and didn't want an outsider to gain the opportunity. After leaving the Soul Palace, Ji Yun crushed the jade slip to summon Ji Shen, a fellow clan member and a 4-star Dosheng like himself. Ji Yun, what do you need? Ji Shen asked when he arrived. The Soul Palace has taken the Xiao clan's ancient jade. Our clan leader sent me to retrieve it, but Han Misheng is guarding it. We need your help, Ji Yun explained. I see. What do you want me to do? Ji Shen asked. I'll hold him off. You and Zuner go inside to find the ancient jade, Ji Yun instructed. And Xiao Yan, Ji Zuner reminded them. Yes, and Xiao Yan, Ji Yun added, though he remained indifferent about the boy's fate. Ji Shen agreed, and they returned to the Soul Palace. Inside, Han Misheng sensed their arrival once again, this time with an additional powerful presence. Han Misheng realized something was amiss. Ji Yun had left too decisively earlier and had now returned with reinforcements. Understanding he was no match for them, Han Misheng decided to flee, taking Yinshen with him. Yinshen hadn't yet leaked any information about the ancient jade, making him valuable to Han Misheng. As for the Soul Palace Elder Blood Knife, Han Misheng didn't care enough to save him. In his eyes, the Elder was expendable. Ji Yun and Ji Shen tried to stop Han Misheng, but a 4-star Dosheng's escape was difficult to prevent, even for a 5-star Dosheng. Han Misheng escaped with the ancient jade, and Ji Yun cursed his cunningness. We can't catch up, let's return, Ji Shen said, mindful that Ji Zuner was still in the Soul Palace. Back in the Soul Palace, Ji Yun and Ji Shen, two powerful Dosheng masters, easily destroyed the remnants. Meanwhile, Ji Zuner frantically searched for Xiao Yan, her heart heavy with worry. While Ji Yun and Ji Shen cared only about the ancient jade, they confirmed after multiple searches that Han Misheng had taken it with him. Ji Zuner's heart shattered when she found Xiao Yan's lifeless body. Her hands trembled as she held him, tears streaming down her face. Brother Xiao Yan, she sobbed. His death pierced her heart like 1,000 arrows. The wounds on his body were clearly inflicted by the Soul Palace's fighting skills. Her sorrow quickly turned to fury, and she roared in anger, Soul Palace. Soul Clan. Chapter 46, Emperor Hun Tian's Speculation. Without finding the ancient jade, Ji Yun, Ji Shen, and the others waited until Zuner's mood improved a little before taking her back to their tribe. Back in the ancient world, Ji Yun and Ji Shen went to the main hall to find Ji Yuan. They reported the entire situation to Ji Yuan in detail. This matter was of no small importance, so Ji Yuan directly contacted the elders of the Ji clan and convened a meeting. Inside the meeting room, Chief, you called us to this meeting. Is there something important happening? The first to speak was Ji Dao, one of the 3 immortals. Ji Dao was the supreme elder of the Ji clan, and his realm was the late 7-star Dosheng. Except for Ji Yuan and other elders who had been in office for a long time, no one could compare to him in status. The other elders also looked at Ji Yuan in confusion. I summoned you here this time to discuss the matter of the Xiao clan's ancient jade. Xiao clan's ancient jade, does the clan leader know the whereabouts of the ancient jade? These elders were aware that the Soul Palace had surrounded and attacked the Xiao family some time ago but did not find the ancient jade. Just a few days ago, people from the Soul Palace captured Xiao Yan from the Xiao clan, and the ancient jade was on Xiao Yan's body. I sent Elder Ji Yun to retrieve him, but unfortunately, Han Misheng escaped. Ji Yuan briefly explained the situation. One of the elders exclaimed, "What? Doesn't that mean the Xiao clan's ancient jade has fallen into the hands of the Soul clan?" Ji Yuan responded, "That's right, so I called everyone here to discuss this matter with you." Ji Yuzan, the 5-star Dosheng, angrily said, "Clan leader, the Soul clan is ambitious and has now openly violated their oath by snatching the Xiao clan's ancient jade. We can't let this go." Ji Yuan asked, "Then what do you elders suggest we do?" "Chief, the Soul clan has blatantly broken their oath. Why don't we take this opportunity to unite with the other 5 clans to attack the Soul clan?" Ji Yuan sighed helplessly, "I also want to destroy the Soul clan, but I'm afraid the other 5 clans won't assist us." The relationships among the ancient families were now very complicated. The ancient clan and the Soul clan, 2 families with 9-star Doshengs, both wanted to destroy each other to collect the 8 pieces of ancient jade. Thus, Ji Yu Yuan also hoped to form an alliance and destroy the Soul Clan. If the Soul Clan were wiped out and the ancient clan recuperated, they could attack the other clans one by one, collect the ancient jades, and open the cave. The patriarchs of the Lei and Yan tribes were both in the late 8-star Dosheng stage, and the two tribes were strong allies. Together, they could barely fight against the Ji Yu tribe. The Medicine Clan, the Spirit Clan, and the Stone Clan were in a similar situation. The Medicine Clan's patriarch, Yao Dan, had the strength of a 7-star Dosheng, but the patriarchs of the Stone Clan and the Spirit Clan only had the strength of a 6-star Dosheng. They wouldn't be able to resist a 9-star Dosheng. These ancient families were not fools. They knew that if the Soul Clan were destroyed, no one would be able to restrain Ji Yu Yuan. So, in order to maintain stability, they would most likely refuse an alliance. Why interfere when you can watch the Soul Clan and Ancient Clan fight? Even if they agreed to an alliance, they likely wouldn't give it their all. After hearing Ji Yu Yuan's reasoning, the other elders fell silent. Without the other families contributing, they didn't dare attack the Soul Clan. Ji Yu Yuan said, "In that case, let's think about it for now. Once you've come to a decision, we'll discuss it together." Seeing the elders' silence, Ji Yu Yuan realized that the matter of the Soul Clan stealing the ancient jade would have to be set aside for now. Soul Realm. At this time, a disheveled Hun Mie Sheng returned to the Soul Realm. He didn't take time to recover, instead, he went directly to Emperor Hun Tien to report the news. Inside the Soul Clan Hall, a handsome man in his 30s, dressed in a gray-white robe, sat in the main seat. Judging by his appearance, he seemed like a gentleman. It was hard to associate such an image with the patriarch of the sinister Soul Clan. That man was Emperor Hun Tien, the patriarch of the Soul Clan. Unlike Ji Yu Yuan, who was often indecisive, Emperor Hun Tien was ruthless and would do anything to achieve his goals. Thus, in the Soul Clan, Emperor Hun Tien had the final say. In front of Emperor Hun Tien, Hun Mie Sheng knelt on the ground. Seeing Hun Mie Sheng's miserable state, Emperor Hun Tien said slowly, "Hun Mie Sheng, I sent you to collect souls in Zhongzhou. How did you end up like this?" "Clan leader, I received a report a few days ago that they had captured the Xiao clan survivor, Xiao Yan, in the northwest continent. I went there myself to retrieve the ancient jade. However, Xiao Yan was already dead, and the ancient jade wasn't on him. I suspected that the guardian who captured Xiao Yan hid the ancient jade, but before I could torture him, 2 4-star Doshengs from the ancient clan arrived at the Soul Palace. Knowing I couldn't win, I fled with the guardian." Understanding that his clan leader disliked wasting time, Hun Mie Sheng told him everything. Oh, Emperor Hun Tien's bright eyes turned toward Yinshan, as if he could see through people's hearts. Yinshan, trembling below, quickly explained, Clan leader, I swear I didn't hide the ancient jade. I found Xiao Yan outside the Soul Palace, and when I picked him up, he was already dead." After observing for a moment, Emperor Hun Tien slowly said, "He doesn't seem to be lying. It likely wasn't him who hid the ancient jade." Hun Mie Sheng asked, "But, clan leader, if the ancient jade wasn't with Xiao Yan, why did the ancient clan come for it?" Emperor Hun Tien stared at Yinshan and asked, "When you found Xiao Yan, was there anything unusual about him?" "Unusual? Oh, right, clan leader, there was a sub-fire of the Golden Emperor burning sky flame next to Xiao Yan." Yinshan suddenly remembered and quickly added. Emperor Hun Tien raised an eyebrow, "The Golden Emperor's burning sky flame?" The Golden Emperor's burning sky flame was the inherited flame of the ancient clan. How could it be near Xiao Yan? This, combined with the fact that the ancient clan came to retrieve the ancient jade, made Emperor Hun Tien's mind race. Could it be that Ji Yu Yuan killed Xiao Yan and left his body at the Soul Palace to frame the Soul Clan? Could the ancient jade actually be in Ji Yu Yuan's hands? If that were the case, then why did they leave the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame with Xiao Yan? Wouldn't that expose the ancient clan? Seeing his clan leader deep in thought, Hun Mie Sheng hesitantly asked, "Clan leader?" Emperor Hun Tien replied, "Take him away for now. I need time to think." Chapter 47. Preparing to refine the bone spirit cold fire. The Soul Clan suspected that the ancient clan had taken the ancient jade and framed them, while the ancient clan believed that the Soul Clan had stolen it. If Zhongzhou knew about this situation, he would be laughing hysterically. He initially only wanted to make the ancient clan suspect that the ancient jade was in the Soul Clan's possession. Now, He was delighted to see that even the Soul clan suspected the ancient clan of having it. The two clans were already hostile towards each other. Even if one claimed they did not have the ancient jade, the other side would never believe it. In other words, as long as the Soul clan and the ancient clan continued their mutual animosity, neither would suspect him. Snake people. Over the past month, Zhongzhou has been mastering the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire and studying the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, making significant progress. He has cultivated the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire to a minor level. With his current strength and the 3 types of strange fire that activate these transformations, he can elevate his realm to a 5-star Dozun. As for the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, Zhongzhou has successfully fused it into a 4-colored fire lotus. This fire lotus is incredibly powerful. Zhongzhou, a 3-star Dozun, using the 4-colored fire lotus can produce an attack comparable to the full strength of an 8-star Dozun. Zhongzhou believes that even a 9-star Dozun would be seriously injured, if not killed, if they took the 4-colored fire lotus head-on. This is without even using the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. If he combines the transformations with the fire lotus, its power would be even greater. He speculates that even a couple of Dozun experts would not be able to withstand it. Among the 4 strange fires he has fused so far, the highest ranked is only the 14th, the Fallen Heart Flame. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus generates powerful destructive force through the fusion of multiple flames. The more flames that are fused and the stronger they are, the more potent the fire lotus will become. Zhongzhou is eager to refine the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. However, he knows it is ranked quite high and would likely take him a month to completely refine it. So, he decides to talk to Medusa and the others first. Zhongzhou first approached Qing Lin. For Qing Lin, who possesses the 3-flower pupil of a green snake, cultivation seemed almost effortless. In just over a month, Qing Lin had advanced from a 2-star Do Wang to a 4-star Do Wang, a progress that even Zhongzhou found enviable. When Qing Lin saw Zhongzhou, she greeted him with a cheerful, "Master." Zhongzhou smiled and nodded. Qing Lin had grown from a petite girl into a graceful young woman, and her previous timid demeanor had been replaced by confidence. "Qing Lin, I'm going into seclusion for a while." Qing Lin asked, "How long will you be in seclusion this time?" "It should take a month. If you need anything during this time, you can find Jifeng." Most of the snake monsters controlled by Qing Lin had been captured with Jifeng and Yi Qing's help, so Qing Lin was familiar with Jifeng. "Also, don't be lazy. Make sure to practice diligently." Zhongzhou reminded Qing Lin to stay focused on her training. "Master, Qing Lin will not be lazy. I will practice hard and definitely be able to help you when the time comes." "All right then." At that moment, the door next to Qing Lin opened, and Xiao Yan walked out. Zhongzhou, you didn't even tell me you were going into seclusion. Are you planning to not give me the pills again like last time?" Clearly, Xiao Yan had been eavesdropping. Zhongzhou found her carefree personality amusing. "I wanted to tell Qing Lin first, and then tell you," he continued, "and I mentioned last time that it was the gate of life and death that suddenly pulled me in. Then you need to give me the elixir first this time, and then go into seclusion." "Ha ha ha, alright, I'll give it to you first." Zhongzhou had intended to give her the pills anyway, so there was no need to be pretentious. He handed Xiao Yan several bottles of pills. Xiao Yan would be a major asset in the future, so Zhongzhou felt it was worth investing in her. The Taishu ancient dragon, known for its proficiency in space power, could even build Dragon Island within the void. Zhongzhou thought that even if he were hunted by the ancient families, he and his people could take refuge on Dragon Island. With the Ether ancient dragons' control over space, even if the ancient clan and the Soul clan came looking, they would not be able to find them. Bribing Xiao Yan was a strategic investment with minimal input and significant potential returns. Of course, this was contingent on first unifying Donglong Island and helping Xiao Yan become the new Dragon Emperor of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Another benefit of unifying Dragon Island would be the ability to capture the 9 Nether Earth Python in the Beast Domain, allowing Qing Lin to control it. Such a powerful ally would greatly accelerate Qing Lin's cultivation, raising her realm to Dousheng quickly. Xiao Yan eagerly took the pills, savoring them and exclaiming, "Delicious, delicious." After eating, she appeared quite satisfied. Seeing her cute reaction, Zhongzhou couldn't help but pat her head. However, Xiao Yan pushed his hand away and, with a fierce look, said, "Stop touching my head." I'm not a kid anymore. Haha, sorry, I couldn't help it. Alright, you all should practice hard. I'm going to find Medusa. After saying goodbye to Xiao Yan and Qing Lin, Zhongzhou went to the hall to find the queen. Although Medusa had delegated most of the snake people's affairs, some still required her personal attention. Seeing Medusa busy, Zhongzhou waited for her to finish before approaching her. After a while, Medusa looked up and asked, "What brings you here today?" Zhongzhou, usually visiting her at night, made Medusa curious about his daytime visit. "I'm going into seclusion to refine the strange fire. I wanted to let you know." Medusa was surprised. She had already been amazed that Zhongzhou had refined 4 kinds of strange fires, and now she learned he had more. Zhongzhou responded calmly, "Yes, I still have the bone spirit cold fire." Medusa asked, "How long will you need to stay in seclusion this time?" Zhongzhou replied, "The bone spirit cold fire ranks quite high on the strange fire list. It should take about a month to refine it." Chapter 48, Refining Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Medusa asked, "How long do you need to stay in seclusion to absorb the strange fire this time?" "It will probably take a month." "Queen, please don't miss me too much," Zhongzhou replied with a teasing tone. Hearing Zhongzhou's words, Medusa replied with an air of arrogance, "Humph, I won't miss you. During the time I'm in seclusion, if you encounter any issues you can't solve, you can go to Jifeng and Lin Shan for help." Despite the playful tone, Zhongzhou genuinely cared about Medusa's well-being. "Okay, I understand," Medusa responded. Then Medusa suddenly called out, "Zhongzhou." Zhongzhou, slightly puzzled, asked, What's wrong?" Medusa, feeling a bit embarrassed but thinking of the 4 elders of the tribe, bit her lip and said, "Zhongzhou, could you give me 4 more transformation pills?" Zhongzhou was momentarily taken aback. "Transformation pills, what do you need them for?" He quickly recalled the 4 elders of the snake tribe who were nearing the end of their lives and asked, "Do you want to give the transformation pills to the 4 elders?" "Yes, the 4 elders have been stuck in the 9-star Douhuang realm for decades. If they can't break through to the Douzong realm, I'm afraid." Medusa didn't need to say more. Zhongzhou understood that the elders were approaching the end of their lifespans. If they couldn't advance or take elixirs to extend their lives, they might not have much time left. "No problem, I'll ask Jifeng to get them for you later." Providing the transformation pills was not a difficult task for Zhongzhou. In fact, it was rare for Medusa to request something directly. Jifeng would be tasked with finding the pills because Zhongzhou hadn't brought any with him and it was too far to return to his family for them. Even with his grandfather's space channel, sending Jifeng back and forth would take too much time. So, Zhongzhou decided it was best to look for them locally. There aren't many alchemists in the northwest continent who can refine transformation pills, but it should be possible to find them with some effort, Zhongzhou added. "Thank you, Zhongzhou," Medusa said sincerely. She felt that she owed him even more now. "Why are you being so polite to me?" Zhongzhou waved off her thanks, not concerned about it. "Alright, then, I'll go into seclusion to refine the strange fire," Zhongzhou said as he stood up from his seat. "Okay, be careful," Medusa replied, showing a rare concern. It wasn't that Medusa didn't care before, it's just that she was a woman with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Hearing Medusa's rare words of concern, Zhongzhou, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. "Oh, I forgot there's one thing I didn't give you." Zhongzhou said this and approached Medusa. Medusa looked confused. "What is it?" "Close your eyes first," Zhongzhou said mysteriously as he got closer. Medusa, remaining cautious, responded, "If you have something to give me, just show it." "Forget it, I'll give it to you after I'm out of seclusion," Zhongzhou said, pretending to be regretful as he started to walk away. Seeing that Zhongzhou was about to leave, Medusa stopped him. "Wait, I'm curious, no one likes being kept in suspense." Medusa was really curious about what Zhongzhou was going to give her. Was it the transformation pill? With curiosity, Medusa slowly closed her beautiful eyes. As soon as Medusa's eyes were closed, Zhongzhou quickly kissed her on the lips and then left immediately after the kiss. "Okay, I've given you the thing. I'm going to retreat now. Remember to think of me." Medusa was left with a blush on her face. Zhongzhou decided to try something new, finding that forced kisses were usually boring. After explaining things to Jifeng and Lin Shan, Zhongzhou returned to the practice room. He first adjusted his condition to the best. Then, he took out the special container holding the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire, ranked 11th on the list of strange fires, is a unique fire that combines the extreme cold and heat. It is said to form only in places where the sun and moon alternate every 100 years. When Zhongzhou took the Bone Spirit Cold Fire out of the container, he felt its coldness, but the slight burning pain in his hand reminded him that it was still fire. Zhongzhou reached his other hand into the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, found the right position, and directly grabbed the origin fire. He controlled his fighting spirit to sever the connection between them. Looking at the dark white fire of origin in his hand, Zhongzhou took a deep breath and swallowed it. As soon as the Bone Spirit Cold Fire entered his body, he felt a strange sensation, both hot and cold, as if ice and fire were clashing within him, making it quite uncomfortable. Zhongzhou suppressed the discomfort and focused on feeling the Bone Spirit Cold Fire essence circulating through his body. He skillfully used his fighting spirit to direct it to his meridians and began refining it using the burning technique. Although the energy of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire was strong, the burning technique had evolved to an advanced earth rank. Combined with Zhongzhou's strength as a 3-star Douzun, the refining process was relatively easy. After some time, Zhongzhou had completely refined the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The next step was to fuse the strange fires. Zhongzhou summoned the green fusion fire with his fighting spirit and used the burning technique to merge it with the dark white Bone Spirit Cold Fire. A month later, the green flame and the dark white flame had fully merged, creating a new strange fire with a gray-green color. After refining the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Zhongzhou's strength increased from 3-star Douzun to 5-star Douzun, and he was nearing a breakthrough to 6-star Douzun. The burning technique had also advanced from high-level earth rank to quasi-heaven rank. Zhongzhou felt the energy of the newly formed strange fire and couldn't help but be pleased. He believed that this new strange fire, formed from the fusion of these 5 fires, should rank among the top 5 on the strange fire list. He also eagerly anticipated the fusion of the 5-colored fire lotus and its potential power. Chapter 49. Zhongzhou's Request. Zhongzhou stood up and stretched, hearing his bones crack. After clenching his fists and feeling the growing power in his body, he was very satisfied with his progress during the retreat. It had been a month since he had seen the queen, and he missed her terribly. He decided to visit her at the palace. Upon arriving at the hall, however, he didn't find Medusa but saw the chief elder busy with official matters. The elder sensed someone enter and looked up. When he saw it was Zhongzhou, he immediately stood from his seat. Initially, Zhongzhou didn't understand why the elder was being so polite, but after noticing the elder's aura and observing his legs, he realized the elder had taken the transformation pill and broken through to Douzheng. Wang Fu, you've come out of seclusion. Zhongzhou nodded and then clasped his fists, saying, "Congratulations, elder, on breaking through to Douzheng. It's all thanks to the transformation pill from Wang Fu. Without it, I may never have reached the Douzheng realm in this lifetime," the elder replied earnestly. The elder's gratitude wasn't just polite, it was heartfelt. He truly saw Zhongzhou as the benefactor of the snake people, not only for helping the queen evolve but also for aiding the snake people in leaving the harsh conditions of the Tager Desert. Now, Zhongzhou had even provided the elders with the transformation pill. Have the other 3 elders broken through to Douzheng as well? Zhongzhou asked casually. Not yet, but they should be close, the elder answered truthfully. I see. Sensing that Zhongzhou wasn't interested in continuing the conversation, the elder asked, "Are you here to see the queen, Wang Fu?" Zhongzhou nodded. Yes, I have business with the queen. Seeing Medusa wasn't there, Zhongzhou didn't want to linger, so he said, "Please carry on, elder. I'll go find the queen." Very well, take care, Wang Fu. When Zhongzhou arrived at Medusa's residence, he was about to knock on the door but heard the sound of running water from inside. Is the queen taking a bath? He wondered. Instead of knocking, Zhongzhou used his space powers to slip inside. Who's there? After taking a bath together and engaging in a thrilling battle, Zhongzhou lay on the bed, holding Medusa's delicate body close. It would be even more perfect if he had a cigarette at that moment. Medusa, her curiosity piqued, asked, after refining the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, "What realm are you in now?" "I'm now a 5-star Douzun," Zhongzhou replied openly. 5-star Douzun, Medusa murmured. "What's wrong?" Zhongzhou asked, sensing that something was bothering her. Nothing, Medusa replied, I just feel like I'm progressing so slowly compared to you. In just 1 month, Zhongzhou had advanced from 3-star Douzun to 5-star Douzun, while Medusa remained at 4-star Douzong. Comparing herself to him only made her feel more inadequate. Zhongzhou smiled and said, I can help you improve your strength quickly. Really? What's the method? Medusa asked, excitement lighting her eyes. Zhongzhou didn't answer directly. Do you know about the 9-colored sky-swallowing python? Medusa shook her head. The term was unfamiliar to her, but based on its name, she guessed it had something to do with the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Is it related to the 7-colored sky-swallowing python? And how does this help me improve my strength? She asked. It's very much related, Zhongzhou explained. Do you know about the 3 great monster overlords? Medusa found Zhongzhou's way of talking a bit odd, but she still answered, I've heard of them, the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, the Juyu Daiming Python Clan, and the Tianyao Phoenix Clan. Zhongzhou nodded. That's correct, but what you don't know is that in ancient times, the Douqi Continent was ruled by 3 ancient creatures, the ancient Taishu Dragon, the ancient Sky Phoenix, and the ancient Sky Snake. There are 2 main ancient snake bloodlines, one being the ancient Sky Snake, and the other being the Sky-swallowing Python. Sky-swallowing Python? Medusa was surprised. Yes, the 7-colored Sky-swallowing Python and the 9-colored Sky-swallowing Python are actually from the same bloodline. The 7-colored version is a juvenile mutation of the ancient Sky Snake, while the 9-colored Sky-swallowing Python is the matured form, a symbol of a 9th-tier magical beast. 9th-tier magical beast, Dousheng level. Medusa was stunned. Zhongzhou nodded again. The blood power of the 7-colored Sky-swallowing Python is strong, but it falls short of the ancient Sky Snake. Only when it evolves into the 9-colored Sky-swallowing Python can its bloodline truly rival that of the ancient Sky Snake. So, the method you mentioned is to help me evolve into a 9-colored Sky-swallowing Python? Medusa asked, quickly understanding his suggestion. The queen is as clever as ever, Zhongzhou teased, giving her a kiss as a reward. Medusa pretended to be annoyed. Exactly. If you evolve into a 9-colored Sky-swallowing Python, your strength will improve rapidly. The bloodline of the 7-colored Sky-swallowing Python can only take you to the Douzun level. If you want to break through to Dousheng, you must return to your ancestral bloodline and evolve. Dousheng? I could really reach Dousheng? Medusa was in disbelief. Dousheng was a realm of legends for her. As long as you can evolve, reaching Dousheng won't be difficult. Zhongzhou wasn't exaggerating. With the 9-colored stone in the right conditions, helping Medusa break through would be straightforward. Zhongzhou, will you help me evolve into the 9-colored Sky-swallowing Python? I can, but there's one condition, Zhongzhou said hesitantly. What is it? Medusa asked, knowing his mischievous nature and wary of what he might demand. Zhongzhou whispered his request into Medusa's ear with a playful grin. Zhongzhou, no way. Medusa's face turned bright red. She couldn't believe Zhongzhou was asking her to. Chapter 50. Getting ready to go home. Zhongzhou, I'm already your woman. Are you really unwilling to help me? Medusa played the emotional card, hoping to sway Zhongzhou. Of course, Medusa was trying to get something for free. However, Zhongzhou remained indifferent to her emotional plea. Queen, you want the horse to run but not feed it. There's no such thing as a free ride in this world. Zhongzhou tried to persuade her, hoping she would agree to his small request. In the end, Medusa didn't agree to Zhongzhou's demand but proposed an alternative that could satisfy him in other ways. When Zhongzhou heard her suggestion, his eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. The experience was indescribable, but Zhongzhou was undoubtedly delighted. Since he had thrown the ancient jade into the ancient emperor's cave, Zhongzhou felt the pressure on him lift completely. After refining the bone spirit cold fire, he had no more strange fires left to refine. Thus, during the day, Zhongzhou focused on absorbing the fire lizard's beads and practicing the Buddha's wrath lotus. At night, he would visit the queen's quarters and spend time with her. At first, this lifestyle felt good, but as time passed, it became repetitive and a little dull. A month later, during this time, Zhongzhou refined the fire beads daily, raising his realm to a 6-star Douzun. But he began to feel bored with the monotony of his routine. After being away from his grandfather for so long, Zhongzhou decided it was time to visit him. He also wanted to bring Medusa along to meet his grandfather. Without delay, Zhongzhou told Medusa his plan. Queen, I'm planning to go back home. Go back? Medusa asked, slightly confused. Yes, I haven't seen my grandfather in a long time, and I miss him. Then go ahead, Medusa replied nonchalantly. I want to take you with me, Zhongzhou added. Hearing that, Medusa was caught off guard. Take me back with you? Yes, we've been together for so long. I want you to meet my grandfather. I think it's too soon. Maybe next time. Medusa felt unprepared for such a sudden introduction. She was nervous, especially since Zhongzhou's grandfather was a 6-star Dousheng. Medusa worried that her talents wouldn't be good enough for him. Come on, sooner or later, the bride has to meet the groom's family. Besides, you're far from being ugly. Don't worry, my grandfather will definitely like you. Seeing Medusa's unease, Zhongzhou reassured her. What about your parents? They've been in seclusion for several years and haven't come out yet, Zhongzhou said. Hearing that his parents wouldn't be there, Medusa felt a bit more at ease, though she was still hesitant. I have another reason for going back, to help unify Xian's tribe. Unify her tribe? Medusa asked curiously. She was familiar with Xian, who had lived among the snake people. Yes, the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Xian's true form is the ancient Taishu dragon. Medusa was shocked. While she had sensed Xian was a magical beast, she hadn't realized that she was an ancient Taishu dragon. Exactly. Xian got lost somehow, and I found her at Canaan College. I promised her I would take her back to her clan, but I haven't fulfilled that promise yet. So I'll use this opportunity to bring her back, and she can also receive better training there. Although Zhongzhou had been providing Xian with elixirs, her progress was slower than it should be. She had only reached the 2-star Dohuang realm. For others, this would be impressive progress, but knowing Xian's ancient Taishu dragon bloodline, Zhongzhou believed she could advance more rapidly with proper clan training. Not to mention, Xian's appetite was insatiable, she was consuming his supply of elixirs faster than he could keep up. So, how about it? Will you come with me? Zhongzhou asked. Alright, Medusa finally agreed. Now that 2 of the snake people elders had broken through to the Dozong level, Medusa felt reassured that the snake people would be in good hands during her absence. Great, we'll leave in 2 days, Zhongzhou said, satisfied. After sorting things out with Medusa, Zhongzhou went to find Xian. Zhongzhou, are you bringing me more elixirs? Xian asked as soon as she saw him. Zhongzhou had given her elixirs just a few days ago, so she was clearly expecting more. Zhongzhou smiled and replied, is that all you ever think about? I'm taking you back to your tribe, so you can meet your people. Back to my tribe? You mean the Taishu ancient dragon clan? Yes, I promised your father I would help your clan unify, and you'll also benefit from better training there. I don't want to go. I don't know them, and I want to stay with you. Xian, who had been living outside her clan for so long, didn't feel any attachment to the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Zhongzhou simply smiled, knowing Xian would soon see the benefits of going back. Chapter 51, Returning Home. The Taishu ancient dragon clan is extremely wealthy. If you return to your clan, they can provide you with far more elixirs than I ever could. Are you sure you don't want to go back? Seeing Xian throw a tantrum, Zhongzhou knew how to handle her. He decided to use temptation. Xian was greedy and would not be able to resist. Sure enough, when she heard there would be plenty of elixirs waiting for her if she returned, she started hesitating. Zhongzhou, amused by her reaction, waited for her to agree. Then I don't want them either. Well, we'll wait 2 days. Wait, what? You said you don't want them. Zhongzhou realized midway that Xian had rejected the offer. Although he was touched that she was so willing to follow him, they had to go to Dragon Island. Xian had to become the Dragon King, especially if they were to have a place to hide in the future. Zhongzhou began to persuade her sincerely, Xian, listen to me. These are your people. No one knows the Taishu ancient dragons better than they do. They can help you grow stronger, much faster. But Xian remained unmoved by the promise of rapid strength improvement. With no other options, Zhongzhou resorted to a different approach. Xian, I've provoked a very powerful force. I wanted you to return to your clan so you could grow quickly and help me. But if you really don't want to, then forget it. I'll just face them alone in the future. As he spoke, Zhongzhou forced a smile. Yan, confused, asked, a very powerful force. Yes, I was hoping you'd grow strong enough to help me soon. But if it makes you unhappy, then I guess it's okay. Zhongzhou smiled faintly, as if resigned to face everything on his own. Seeing him like that, Yan panicked. No, I'll go. Zhongzhou, still acting, said, Yan, don't force yourself. If you really don't want to go, that's fine. I just want you to be happy. Yan hurriedly explained, no, I don't want to leave you. It's not that I don't want to go back to the clan. Just as expected, the little girl was easy to convince. With his emotional manipulation, Yan quickly agreed. But Zhongzhou still had to play along, so he asked, really? Really, I mean it. Yan nodded quickly. Zhongzhou, looking touched, said, Yan, thank you so much. You're welcome. Yan blushed, embarrassed by his words. Then she changed the subject, what about Qing Lin? Will she be coming with us? Yes, I'll talk to her in a minute. Go get ready first, Yan. We'll leave in 2 days. Okay. With that, Yan ran off to her room to pack. Lying to such a simple girl. Zhongzhou felt a twinge of guilt but quickly shrugged it off. He went to the next room to find Qing Lin and asked her as well. As expected, Qing Lin's answer was, I want to follow the young master too. 2 days later, Zhongzhou, Medusa, Qing Lin, Yan, Ji Feng, and Lin Shan arrived at the space passage in the Tager Desert, ready to depart. The space channel was constructed by Zhongzhou's grandfather and would allow them to teleport quickly. Let's go, Zhongzhou called. Everyone stepped into the wormhole. In the eastern part of Zhongzhou, at the Zhong family estate. The space channel built by Zhongzhou was incredibly fast. What would have normally taken over a month now took only 5 days. As soon as Zhongzhou exited the portal, he spotted a familiar figure and shouted excitedly, Grandpa. Zhongzhou, who had been cultivating, sensed a small fluctuation in the space channel and came out to check. Soon enough, Zhongzhou and his group emerged. Seeing his grandson return, Zhongzhou's face lit up with joy. And when he saw Medusa holding Zhongzhou's hand, his joy doubled. He thought to himself, is this the granddaughter-in-law my grandson has found? My boy's grown up. When Zhongzhou reached his grandfather, he introduced Medusa. Grandpa, this is Qing Lin. On the journey, Zhongzhou had thought about what to call Medusa. Referring to her as Medusa didn't seem appropriate anymore, so he suggested the name, Qing Lin, which she liked. Qing Lin, this is my grandpa. Just call him grandpa like I do. After the introduction, Qing Lin greeted, hello, grandpa. Oh, okay, Zhongzhou, despite being a powerful 6-star Dousheng, was caught off guard and nodded repeatedly, thrilled by the greeting. He quickly pulled out a storage ring from his pocket. This is our first meeting. Here, Grandpa has a gift for you. No need, Grandpa, Medusa politely waved her hands. But Zhongzhou said, this is a small gift from Grandpa. You should accept it. Zhongzhou echoed, yes, it's just a little something. Hearing that, Qing Lin accepted the ring and smiled. Thank you, Grandpa. Haha, no need to be so formal with Grandpa. After the introductions, Zhongzhou also presented Qing Lin and Yan. Grandpa, this is Qing Lin and Yan. Green snake with 3 flower pupils. Ancient Taishu dragon. Zhongzhou instantly recognized the uniqueness of Qing Lin and Yan. Of course, Zhongzhou wasn't surprised by this. His grandfather was a 6-star Dousheng with extensive knowledge, so it would have been odd if he hadn't recognized them. After inviting everyone into the main hall and chatting for a while, Zhongzhou arranged rooms for them to rest after their long journey. Zhongzhou and his grandfather remained in the hall for a private talk. Sensing his grandson's aura, Zhongzhou was pleased. Not bad. You've already reached 6-star Douzun. Looks like you've been working hard on your cultivation. Zhongzhou was both shocked and proud of his grandson's rapid progress. He clearly remembered that when they last saw each other after exiting the Gate of Life and Death, Zhongzhou was only a 2-star Douzun. Yet, in just a few months, Zhongzhou had advanced by 4 stars and reached 6-star Douzun. With such talent, even the geniuses from ancient families couldn't compare to him. Zhongzhou had a feeling that, perhaps in the near future, Zhongzhou might even surpass him. Chapter 52, The Touched Queen. Thinking of the technique that Zhongzhou was currently practicing, which could continue to evolve. Zhongzhou asked, Xinger, what level has your technique evolved to now? Grandpa, I have refined 5 strange fires, and now the level of my skills has evolved to the quasi-heaven level. Zhongzhou naturally had nothing to hide from his grandfather. Hiding secrets from your loved ones is undoubtedly foolish. Zhongzhou nodded. It seems that you are lucky. You actually found 5 strange fires. Zhongzhou felt relieved knowing that his grandson's martial arts had evolved to the quasi-heavenly level. Grandpa also asked around for you. In addition to the Doudi family's strange fire, there are 2 strange fires in Zhongzhou. One is the inherited strange fire of the Burning Flame Valley, the 9 Dragon Thunder Gang fire, and the other is the 3,000 flames sealed in the star field by the Dan Tower. The 9 Dragon Thunder fire of the Burning Flame Valley is easy to obtain, but it has been branded with an indelible blood and soul mark in the origin of the fire by the powerful men of the Burning Flame Valley. Unless one practices the Burning Flame Valley's valley stabilizing technique, the Blue Netherworld Nether Flame art, even if one obtains it, one will not be able to absorb and refine it. Zhongzhou asked doubtfully, with your strength, Grandpa, you can't erase the blood soul mark. That mark was left by the old ancestor Fen Yan. Even Grandpa is not sure he can erase it. Ancestor Fen Yan, Zhongzhou asked, unfamiliar with the name. Zhongzhou explained, Ancestor Fen Yan is known as one of the 5 most powerful ancient people, along with Xiao Zan, Ji Yuan, Emperor Hun Tian, and Ancestor Donda. His realm is the late 9-star Dousheng. With a mark left by the 9-star Dousheng and reinforced by generations of Burning Flame Valley powerhouses, it seemed impossible to absorb this 9 Dragon Thunder fire. I just don't know if it can be used to fuse strange fires, Zhongzhou thought aloud. As for Danta's 3,000 flames, Grandpa can get it, but this will make us enemies with Donta. Zhongzhou felt a little ashamed, knowing that as a 6-star Dousheng, he couldn't even find a strange fire for his grandson. Seeing his grandfather's expression, Zhongzhou hurriedly comforted him. Grandpa, the 9 Dragon Thunder fire is only rank 12. Even if I absorb it, it won't improve me much. As for the 3,000 flames, we can go for it if the opportunity arises, otherwise, forget it. Although Zhongzhou knew he could participate in the Danwei to get a chance, the Dan Tower had not released that information yet. He could only comfort his grandfather for now. In order to prevent his grandfather from continuing to dwell on the matter, Zhongzhou changed the subject. Grandpa, I need your help with something. Oh, what is it? Zhongzhou asked, curious. Xian is actually the daughter of the Dragon Emperor of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor is trapped in a certain place and cannot escape. Now, the 4 major dragon islands of the Taishu Ancient Dragon are divided. I want Grandpa to help East Dragon Island unify the clan so Xian can become the new Dragon Emperor. Xian is the daughter of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Emperor. Zhongzhou was surprised by her identity. Xinger, this Taishu Ancient Dragon clan is the overlord of the Warcraft world. Just relying on Grandpa may not be enough. Zhongzhou understood the strength of the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan. As the overlord of the Warcraft world, my strength as a 6-star Dousheng might not be enough to influence them, Zhongzhou said thoughtfully. Don't worry, Grandpa, I've learned from their Dragon Emperor that, except for East Dragon Island, the 3 rebellious Dragon Islands only have 3-star Doushengs at their strongest. East Dragon Island also has 2 2-star Doushengs. With your strength as a late 6-star Dousheng, we can easily defeat them. Knowing what his grandfather was worried about, Zhongzhou explained and praised him. Only 3-star Doushengs. Zhongzhou was a little surprised that the Taishu Ancient Dragons, the dominant force of the Warcraft world, were so weak. In order to further convince his grandfather, Zhongzhou said, Grandpa, I believe some of the ancient Taishu dragons don't want to get involved in the internal fighting and are hiding in the void. Xian possesses the true blood of the Dragon King. If we help her, they won't interfere. Since their strongest is only a 3-star Dousheng, there will be no problem, Zhongzhou agreed. Zhongzhou then inquired about his parents. Grandpa, have father and mother not come out yet? Zhongzhou replied, the last time I checked, it should be soon. After chatting with his grandfather for a while, Zhongzhou mentioned he was tired and wanted to rest. Out of respect for Qing Lin, Zhongzhou arranged separate rooms for her and Zhongzhou. Medusa returned to her room and remembered the ring Zhongzhou had given her. Curious, she took out the storage ring and probed it with her soul power. One glance left her shocked. The storage ring was filled with various cultivation resources. She had thought what Zhongzhou gave her before was a lot, but the resources in this ring were even more plentiful. Medusa felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. Visiting her partner's family for the first time, she felt truly valued. After saying goodbye to his grandfather, Zhongzhou didn't return to his room but instead sneaked into Qing Lin's room. Zhongzhou, Qing Lin whispered, worried that his grandfather might find out. Sensing her concern, Zhongzhou reassured her, "It's fine. Grandpa won't know." Though still a little worried, Qing Lin couldn't resist Zhongzhou. Soon, a battle ensued in her room. Zhongzhou knew that they couldn't immediately set out to unify Dragon Island, so he stayed with Qing Lin for a few days, explaining the current situation. Qing Lin appreciated how Zhongzhou took care of her feelings, and after a few days, she gently encouraged him, "You and Grandpa should go help Xiao Yan unify Dragon Island first. I'm fine here. There's no rush, I'll stay with you a little longer." Touched by his care, Qing Lin smiled but insisted, "I'm serious. Go handle things first, I'll be waiting for you." Zhongzhou, feeling how much gentler Qing Lin had become, finally agreed. "All right, but I'll be back as soon as I'm done." "Good." Qing Lin nodded, and Zhongzhou kissed her forehead before leaving.